Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was a Retired Vigilante Boss? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue, Sky Awakening. Giotto has made a lot of terrible decisions in his life. Well, in both his lives as Giotto and Tsuna. As Giotto, it was the lack of choice to accept the Vongola ring from Sapphira. She was a good person, his intuition said so, and Giotto was young enough to believe in humanity's altruistic side. He should have known better. Living under the oppression of tyrannic folks in his younger days should have told him to always second-guess a contract. Unfortunately, he never asked about the fine print on the contract of Trinacet, instead accepting wholeheartedly to do good for the world with the newfound power. Even after he realized what a pit hole the position of the Trinacet holder was, he didn't regret it. Someone had to take the job, and it might as well have been him. Then Demon happened. In hindsight, letting Ricardo and Demon get what they wanted wasn't a good idea. Then again, he was so sick of playing the messiah of the mafia world that he made his escape to Japan with Yujetsu. Unlike in the fairy tales, there's no happily ever after. He had done enough, and he wasn't disillusioned that he could fight for life. That resolution pulled the curtains of his story to a close. If there was a god that wasn't Checkerface up there, they obviously didn't get the memo that he was permanently retired. He even left a piece of his soul his time in the Vongola ring, so surely that was a clue for them to leave the rest of his soul be. Sadly, it was not meant to be. 9 generations later, Sawada Tsunayoshi was born. And people wondered why he vehemently objected to taking his previous life's occupation up again. Not that Sawada Tsunayoshi actually remembered it, but it was ingrained in his soul that he had had enough, but the world doesn't care. At least as Sawada Tsunayoshi, it was inevitable. Reborn was to blame as a natural force that not even a Vongola boss could stop. Then Midoriya Izuku was born in a world of heroes and villains, which wasn't a bad thing, because there's a lot of heroes fighting for the weak and justice, so there's no shortage of manpower on that front. Unfortunately, said world also saw it fit to brainwash the young generation that being a hero was the best job in the world. Izuku wasn't an exception. He dreamed of being a hero. If Giotto's consciousness was awake at the time, he would say he approved of the desire to help others in need. However, he would also strongly object to making it a profession, a lifetime occupation, because that was the worst idea in the universe. After Checkerface's Arcobaleno tournament, but at least Tsuna fixed that one. Fortunately, he was a quirkless, an unspoken requirement to be a hero. Izuku would have been miserable for abandoning his hopeless dream, but at least he won't be locked in an unending battle against injustice and evil. Contrary to Izuku falling into misery because of his dream breaking into pieces day by day, he should have rejoiced for the chance to live a normal life. Then one day, Bakugo Katsuki took his bullying too far and said too much. If you want a quirk so bad, then why don't you take a leap of faith off the roof and see if you'll get one in your next life? In another universe, Midoriya Izuku would fish his notebook from the pond and go home. However, in this one, a vindictive part of his mind drove him to walk up the stairs to the rooftop of his school. A logical part of his mind knew to ignore Bakugo's taunt because it was just more thoughtless, cruel words from the boy. It was malicious, but also a bad habit nurtured by the toxic environment of their society towards the quirkless. Bakugo's mother certainly tried to steer her son in the right direction. However, her own unkind words weren't convincing her son that he was wrong. And nobody else saw fit to tell Bakugo that he had been a villain for most of Deku's life. Izuku was smart. He knew if he wanted to, he could ruin his ex-friend's dream as much as the boy ruined his. All it took was a suicide note of what Bakugo had said and taken the leap of faith he suggested. Bakugo's wish to be a hero would be up in flames, like what he did to Izuku's notebook. It wasn't lost on Izuku how villainous he could be when cornered as he wrote the note, but it was fine. No matter what, he would never go through with a plot that could ruin Bakugo's future. The note goes here. He put down the paper and used his charred notebook and pencil case as weight so it wouldn't be blown off by the wind. Then he skipped towards the wire barrier separating him and the 4-story freefall to the ground. Katchan, if I follow your advice, you will get in trouble, you know. Trouble was putting it lightly. Rather than a powerful quirk, a hero's most important asset was their reputation. Izuku wanted to soothe his heart and mind at least a little, feeling the sense of power that even as a quirkless he could have ruined Bakugo's dream when given proper ammunition. It didn't take long for him to wake up from his daydream and to feel engulfed in shame. All Might wouldn't approve. However, as luck would have it, an accident, something common in his previous life, happened. Izuku was distracted enough to not notice the wire mesh he was leaning on had rusted badly and there are weak spots on the railing. So when he pressed against the wire in distress, the barrier couldn't hold and broke. Izuku fell. As he fell he couldn't think of anything but regret. He didn't want to die yet. Also, he didn't want to die and ruin someone's life. Katchan's dream. Then a pillar of orange flame erupted and amber eyes snapped open. Midoriya Izuku didn't have Vongola blood. His body and mind weren't attuned by the biological evolution of Vongola line to deal with high-purity sky flame and hyper-intuition. Giotto accepted the Vongola ring for more than just power to protect the weak. It was also to ensure nobody in his line became permanently disabled because of their power. So nobody had to suffer like him to get used to them without risking their lives to master their bloodline. At least not to the degree he had. Hypersensory overload was something he wouldn't wish even upon his worst enemy. Unfortunately, while he brought along his hyper-intuition and flame in his soul, the same couldn't be said for Midoriya Izuku's body. His mind became a jumbled mess, and in a world when quirk fueled both heroism and evil, it wasn't a good place for hyper-intuition to show up. Izuku remembered he had been someone else in a previous life, someone strong, foolishly righteous, but not on the side of justice. The world wasn't black and white, and justice was an abstract concept anyone could twist because the law is made by humans. It wasn't always wrong but not absolutely always right either. The pain, blood, and regret all jumbled up in a sickening cocktail that sent his mind reeling. I am tired, so sick of fighting, I just want to stop. With his newfound memories, that was the thought that stuck out the most. All he desired was to escape the burden of shouldering the world while protecting his friends from said world. Izuku sat up, wincing at the insistent pounding in his head. Instinctively he knew he had screwed himself over beyond help, without even taking into account the scorched crater beneath him yet or the bruises all over his exposed skin. It was such a terrible emergency landing. He should be ashamed as a sky, but he was in too much pain to care. In this world it doesn't matter. There's no mafia, no flame. There's no shame in a sky that just failed a landing. How do I suppress my intuition again? Murder. He didn't even have enough energy to fully seal his intuition, not if he still wanted to move. At least the headache was bearable enough to move around with. Midoriya Izuku made his way home from school slowly, mind and heart too full to care about the mess he left behind. On that supposedly uneventful and headache-inducing trip, his newly awakened hyper-intuition alerted him of incoming danger. Or rather, someone dangerous was wandering close and someone was dying in their clutches. Izuku happened to be crossing an overhead bridge and had an excellent vantage point to see who was in trouble. His tormentor and ex-friend was suffocated by a villain with a sludge body, and the disgusting concoction was trying to fill up Bakugo's orifices. Karma was a beach indeed, and were those heroes over there procrastinating instead of doing their job? Izuku recognized them as young heroes lately on the rise. Kamui Wood and Mountain Lady. But regardless of who they are and how awesome their quirk is, he doesn't see them as being heroic. Herding civilians out of the battle scene was good and all, but with this kind of villain, anyone with a healthy amount of self-preservation would need to be told to get the hell out of the way. From his encyclopedic memory of heroes, he understood none of the heroes present had the right quirk to deal with sludge villain. Someone like Endeavor or another temperature-changing quirk would be the best bet because the villain was almost liquid. Still, they couldn't seriously be planning to wait for a hero with the right quirk to arrive, right? How long had the boy been in the company of sludge villain? He wouldn't survive long enough for reinforcements because the human body couldn't function for long without oxygen before suffering from brain damage and, never mind, it was ironic that the closest person with the best quirk that could save the boy aside from Izuku was Bakugo himself. He was in no condition to save himself though, He must be too panicked and short of breath to think clearly. For all the bravado he boasted, Bakugo Katsuki was an amateur in the face of a life-or-death situation. Izuku wasn't sure if he himself was in good enough condition to do much either, because he wasted so much energy breaking his fall that his whole body was also in pain. However, none of that would stop him from trying to save a life. Retired or not, Izuku wasn't going to let someone he could help die. This was just basic human decency. So Izuku raises his arm, that already had a first-degree burn, up and lets his flame roar to life. The pain in his back as he slammed against the concrete wall reminded him that every skill he gained in his previous life was through pain and more pain. It was a good thing the soft flame was easy to command, so nobody died, not even the villain. Unfortunately, his control on his speed was so shoddy that he had to use both hands to make up for it, so there was no stopping from meeting the wall. Ouch, note to self. Retired from heroism, vigilantism, or not, he still needs training so he doesn't accidentally kill himself or anyone else in this world. Not every hostage had natural heat resistance like Bakugo Katsuki after all. Izuku wanted to go home, he really did, but he had to use the last of his strength to call for an ambulance for himself halfway home. He was never a fan of the hospital, but when your flame reservoir was dangerously low and your body was protesting the strain, you needed a doctor. How he wished a certain priest was here. Izuku vaguely recalled a comforting presence like the sun and missed it even more as medical staff lifted him off of the road with a stretcher. It was a good thing he was registered as quirkless. Nobody would suspect he was the vigilante coming out of retirement to stop a villain. Yeah, civilian life sounded good. Delirious and nearly asleep from the medication, Izuku forgot that the world was always out to ruin his life plans. The next day, Izuku's middle school was in an uproar when a teacher discovered the crater, which directed his sight towards the ruined wire mesh fence on rooftop and the suicide note. Izuku was in hospital, his mother crying a river by his bedside. He tried to assure his mother that he just had a bit of an accident, but unfortunately he was totally unconvincing. He completely forgot about the backlash of overusing the positive energy of flame when one's body was unprepared. So Izuku spent the next 3 days in the hospital knocked out, only awake for a few hours a day, and unaware of the mess he left at school. His mother was glued to his side, her phone forgotten under the sofa at home because she panicked when she received the call from the hospital. Naturally, Inko didn't know the school was trying to contact her in vain. She didn't contact her old friend Bakugo Mitsuki either, simply because she was sure Mitsuki's son had a hand in her son's accident. Izuku had burns in his hands, and it was easy to draw such conclusions. Inko's friendship with Mitsuki survived for years even with her friend's failure to educate Katsuki. However, this time, Inko couldn't trust herself to stay calm and collected around Mitsuki, or if their friendship would even persevere after Izuku was hospitalized. So with the two Midoriyas isolating themselves from the world at large in the hospital, it came to no surprise that they only found out roughly a week later of what Izuku's thoughtless actions had caused. After days filled with bliss of ignorance, both Izuku and his mother were in the principal's office, along with the Bakugo mother-son duo. Inko was terrified when she found out where her son's school supplies had gone. Izuku had merely told her it was apparently misplaced, which was putting it lightly. Izuku's expression was unreadable, but nobody was looking at him. He was still wrapped in bandages and looked almost like a mummy. Bakugo Katsuki was quiet, the quietest he had been since he was born. He had returned to school earlier than Izuku and found the school was brewing in rumors that Izuku had followed his advice. This was the first time in his life that Katsuki learned his mother wasn't bluffing. She had a dirty mouth that matched his, but also warned him while cursing was one thing, hurting people with his words was an entirely different pot of shit. Driving someone to suicide is a crime and could be tried as manslaughter depending on the circumstances. Deku's suicide note had been simple. He simply said that he will follow Katsuki's advice to try his luck in next life and good luck for Katsuki to strive becoming a hero. A load of bull, because Deku had used his brain to ruin Katsuki's dream to become a hero. He was angry, furious, but he couldn't deny he was the one who gave Deku the ammunition. He was only saved because Deku was alive, and apparently he never really tried to kill himself. That fact was debatable. Izuku showed up all bandaged up and he wasn't very convincing. Katsuki kept his mouth shut out of fear, an emotion he was starting to relearn after his close brush with death a few days ago. He couldn't trust his mouth. Whatever he said could be used by Deku to not just ruin his dream but his life too. It didn't help that Deku didn't act like Deku. He couldn't put his finger on it, but Deku was just not Deku anymore. Do you know how serious this is, Midoriya-kun? This is a terrible prank, and you almost ruined one of our brightest students. And if of course their concern was what if Bakugo had to receive repercussions, one that could endanger their reputation. Their school wasn't a very good one and they had hoped to be a school that produced a future top-rank hero. Bakugo was essential to boost their reputation. That was the reason why their school turned a blind eye on his anger management issues and bullying. Deku didn't look perturbed, he was scarily calm. I didn't mean it, Kochu-sensei. I was just venting and then I got into an accident. Mitsuki spoke up for the first time. Kochu-sensei, my son is the one in the wrong. Why are you screaming at Izuku-kun? She knew her son was the golden boy of this school, but she didn't expect them to blame the victim. You've been covering up these issues. Some students still got wind of it. They didn't know whether it was true or not, but Katsuki's personality made it too plausible to ignore. And I thank you for that, but I won't deny my son had gone too far and he deserves a punishment. Katsuki made a choking noise at that. Also, I think Izuku-kun deserves a chance to share the story from his side. Then Mitsuki added, if you're alright with that, of course. So Deku started to explain himself, and Katsuki wasn't sure if he wanted Deku to live or die by the end of it. He was brutally honest and looked guilty. I was just playing with the idea. I didn't mean to go that far. I didn't even climb the fence. It was an accident, caused by an idea that Deku toyed with doing out of spite. This will be a lesson for all of us. Izuku's voice didn't waver and that line snapped everyone to really look at him. The school looked away from the bullying problem for so long, and I am not the only victim. Those with a weak quirk, or any type that gave bullies a reason to target them existed in this school. They had it as bad as Izuku did. Bakugo-kun and other bullies don't understand there's a limit they shouldn't cross just to satisfy their ego. They were never taught or reprimanded. Far from it. The principal looked terrified. He is threatening us. This is blackmail. I know what I did wrong. But how about you then? Silence fell heavily in the room. Inko was holding on to Izuku for dear life. She was angry for her son, but his words stunned her. This was the son she wanted to protect, and now he was standing up for himself. She was proud but also terrified. Mitsuki was the first who found her voice. As you can see, Katsuki, your dream to be a hero is fragile. Izuku-kun could have ruined it for you if he wasn't too nice to fight back. The boy obviously has the brain and courage. He was just scaring you and this was all just an accident, but it still blew up on your sorry but. Imagine if he was serious. Katsuku tried to open his mouth but Mitsuki slapped his jaw shut. What's done is done. I am grateful that Izuku-kun isn't pushing for my son to go to a correctional facility. However, I can't live with good conscience if Katsuki only gets a slap on the wrist. Mitsuki loved her son to death, but she also knew he had to learn to grow. She had failed too long to steer him in the right direction, and at the rate Katsuki was going he acted more like a villain than the hero he dreamed to be. In the end it was deemed Izuku and Bakugo's relationship had turned too toxic to salvage. An apology was exchanged, but that was as far as formalities could do. The school didn't want them together anymore. For the sake of keeping this disaster under wraps, and for the sake of them both, it was decided at least one of them had to leave the school. In the end, both Inko and Mitsuki decided they didn't want their children to stay. It was fortunate that the second semester just started, so looking for a new school was easy enough. Inko and Mitsuki exchanged one last glance at each other before the pair went their separate ways. A month later, Izuku started school 1 station away from his house, and his family of 2 moved away to a smaller apartment. Inko had long contemplated downsizing because of how big their house felt in Izuku's father's absence. As a sky, diplomacy came naturally in all shapes and forms. So he managed to get himself and Bakugo out of that mess mostly intact. Last time he heard, his old school had come down with an iron fist on their bullying problem. A tad too late in his opinion, but better than nothing. Izuku had learned a painful lesson of what happened when he gave in to his resentment. While he had been pathetically enduring bullying throughout his quirkless life, resorting for revenge wasn't right. It proved to lead him to more trouble and pain. If there was anything good resulting from this disaster, it was the end of his bond with Bakugo Katsuki and a life lesson the boy would never forget. Izuku wasn't sure why he was so ready and resigned with being separated from Bakugo, who had been a permanent fixture of most of his life. Perhaps it was because of this memory he recalled from his past life. He had been betrayed by someone before, and he had learned to forgive but not forget. In this life he swore to live the ordinary but fulfilling life he failed to live before. His mother was ecstatic to register his newfound quirk, which was actually not a quirk. Izuku wasn't too proud to take advantage of his flame to escape discrimination. Because he was still uncreative when it comes to naming, he just told the quirk registration office's staff that his quirk should be called Dying Wolf Flame due to how it was awakened. He instantly regretted it when he saw what kind of face his mother made, and the poor staff also didn't look good at the implication of how his quirk manifested. Out of guilt, he quickly amended the registry to Trinicet Flame, because it was the closest term he could think of. When asked why, he explained there were 3 forms of flame he could use. He also reasoned that his quirk was still too unstable for further testing. He wasn't so keen to reveal the full extent of his power. His new school was Taiku Middle School. It was an academics and sports-inclined school. It was a strange environment for Izuku. Everybody around him only cared about school rankings and going to nationals. Izuku had adapted quite well. He was smart and, with nobody to offend if he had better marks, Izuku had solidified his ranking to the top 5 in his grade by midterms. Still, while his current classmates were better than his previous ones, all they were interested in was study groups or practicing their respective sport. There wasn't any room for developing the genuine friendships he craved. These kids had set their eyes on the real world and not enjoying their youth. The kids from the sports program were friendly enough, but they spent most of their time practicing, so Izuku could only interact with them during lunchtime. As for managing the power he inherited from his previous life, it wasn't going so well. Izuku tried to fully seal his hyper-intuition because it was more trouble than it's worth, but by his first hour he almost killed himself by rolling down the emergency stairs he used for stamina training. Way to add to the record of accidental suicide attempts in this life. So he endured the pain of hypersensory overload and made himself immune to painkillers. Yay. It would take time until the pain would be fully ebbed away, unless he used the full force of his hyper-intuition. On the flame side, there was nothing much he could do other than stamina and endurance training. If he could live without using his flame he would, but if by chance he needed it, Izuku didn't fancy death by self-cremation. Knowing him, there was a chance he would spontaneously combust. Inko enrolled Izuku to a martial arts class, which surprisingly still survives in the age of quirk. Izuku was enthusiastic to refine his hyper-intuition-induced muscle memory, especially when he realized he was pathetically rusty. Fortunately, his build wasn't so different from his previous life's body, sleek and nimble. Still, he had to work in developing some muscle first. Izuku's new teacher Yamamoto, which was a common name but still felt oddly familiar to his ears, was thrilled to have him. Yamamoto Shurso was also confused whether his new student was a prodigy or an amateur. Izuku was an expert in dodging, wasting no movement and energy. His offensive moves, however, were strangely clumsy. He seemed unable to gauge his reach and hesitated a lot. It was as if the boy thought his legs were supposed to be longer and he could seriously injure people if he didn't watch his strength. Still, it was nothing that couldn't be fixed with time. His other student, Ajuru, really liked sparring against Izuku for some reason. When asked, his reasons surprised Yamamoto Shurso. It's like he can always predict my tail's movements. He doesn't seem to think my extra limb is an unfair advantage. Other students would complain about Ajuru's tail as cheating, even though Ajuru's mutation quirk was just extra limb he could hardly control during a spar. Yamamoto refused to restrain Ajuru's tail because it hampered the boy's sense of balance, and most of his students felt it was unfair Ajuru could use his quirk while sparring. Izuku was the only one that never complained. If anything, he was very fascinated by Ajuru's arguably boring quirk, as Ajuru put it. It wasn't flashy, the quirk was merely an extra limb that gave him better balance, like a monkey's tail. Izuku, however, showered Ajiru with a barrage of questions, followed by suggestions the tailed boy soaked up like a sponge. Such as how flexible the muscle in Ajiru's tail, the range of movement, or had Ajiru tried weightlifting using it? Had he tried using his tail to propel himself? And if the tail could pick things up like elephant's trunk, maybe Ajiru could wield a weapon with it. Yamamoto knew Izuku were scarily observant and borderline obsessed with researching quirk. He had overheard Izuku's mumbling about having hobbies as part of fulfilling life. He thought the boy got hobby and obsession mixed up though, but it seemed too simple to describe Izuku's skill as merely perceptiveness. On paper, Izuku's quirk was flame-related, but that veteran level of attentiveness was too abnormal to be chalked up as a product of his intelligence. The martial artist instructor decided to not pry too much. The boy was very kind and bright. He had seen the boy helping elderly with groceries, saving cats from trees, and playing with kids on the playground. Whatever secret the boy kept, he wasn't villain material at all. Though his answer whenever Ajiru asked about becoming a hero was a bit strange. Well, most of the time his answer was a general he liked watching heroes rather than being one, but there's one time his response was really weird. Who would want to retire by the age of 14 anyway? Ajiru thought Izuku was joking, but to Yamamoto it didn't sound like he was joking at all. Midoriya Izuku was an enigma. Vigilante lifestyle haunted him in this incarnation too, and Izuku, who was still trying to find a semblance of balance in his psyche, was drawn to it like the call of a siren. If there was anything his 3 lifetimes shared, it was their desire to not leave people in hardship alone. Tsuna definitely tried to not care so much at first, and failed miserably once he started drawing in his guardians to his sky. 2 weeks after moving to new home, Izuku started picking up his old habits from Jado. At first it was just saving cats from trees and helping elderly cross the streets. A small kindness here and there that Izuku was all too happy to indulge in without thinking too much about it. It was certainly nowhere as grand as revolutionizing the industry of violence, but the warmth in Izuku's heart felt like savory miso soup in the morning. He was addicted, and he had no idea he had set up a ticking bomb for himself. Helping Ajiru refine his quirk was just being helpful to a good friend, and Izuku loved researching and analyzing quirk. It was like coffee, a concoction that stimulated his brain he couldn't help but also become addicted to. Adding it together with his helping people fixation was a match made in heaven. It didn't take long for other students in the dojo to ask for help, all too willing to let Izuku dissect their quirks for constructive tips. Izuku was relentless. He wanted to know and see all the quirks this world could offer. His notebooks weren't just about heroes anymore, and at some point, his mother bought him a small laptop and hard drive so he wouldn't bury his bedroom in paper. 2 months in, he suddenly had an epiphany. Rather than deep diving into his hobbies like a regular 14-year-old teenager, he was turning into a creepy mad scientist that resembled someone in his previous life. He couldn't remember who it was, but Izuku was terrified when an image flashed into his mind of a crocodile, a toddler in cow print onesie and flashing electricity. Let's not go the mad scientist route, nope. His passion for quirk research was humane. He was firmly on the side of ethical research. He fully respected the right of all living beings, so he would never. Sure, Midoriya, I never thought you would dissect my tail or anything remotely veering into the territory of mad science. That I am mumbling again, aren't I? He really had to curb this bad habit. Their trip from school to the dojo was usually uneventful, but he shouldn't ignore Ojiro in favor of mumbling to himself. Ojiro Mashireo just grinned, his tail stretched to the side with a quick flick, a gesture Izuku's intuition quickly identified as Ojiro's expression of amusement. Sure did. By the way, you have never shown me your quirk. You said you're an unusual case of late manifestation, but can't you show me a lick of flame at least? He'd rather not use his flame for frivolous reasons. The examination in the registration office was trying enough. Though he should be trained enough to simply use his flame to coat his body to reinforce his attacks, he didn't want to gamble. Why do you want to see my quirk anyway? Because Midoriya, you know the quirks of almost everyone in our age group and kids in the neighborhood? It's unfair I don't get to see yours at all. Life isn't fair. Fortunately, Ojiro wasn't an overbearing person. He wouldn't press Izuku at first sign of discomfort the shorter boy showed. Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful for moving out of his old neighborhood. Even though he knew what strong friendships were like from his previous self's memories, having his first genuine friend that knew how to empathize was still a novel experience. Speaking of fairness, I think it's a great injustice that Taiku gave all of us the same exam. I mean, what's the point of dividing academic and sport programs? You guys learned more advanced stuff. Guys from the sports program like me always suffer even though I review my notes like a good student. We only learn advanced material in our chosen field on exams. The materials are what is taught to everyone. Hence, why a normally studious person like Izuku could rank 5th. There's this one guy who ranks 1st in our grade who is really a super genius though. His exam scores are perfect 100s across the board. Ojiro hummed. The guy from Class A? Izuku was in B class. I remember his quirk is some sort of super memorization. That would only help him for subjects like history, and to a certain extent Japanese, yes. For subjects like science and math, memorizing without comprehension is highly inefficient. In short, the guy's IQ was through the roof, and if Izuku's observation was right, he also had an eccentric personality to match his brain. So, a real genius, and his quirk is just a bonus. Ojiro would know, he was skilled in martial arts, but his quirk wasn't the only reason why. It was the other way around, that his quirk benefited him because he applied it to his art. What's his name again? Izuku grinned. Ishigami Senku. Taiku Middle School, Science Club. Ishigami Senku was a teen with gravity-defying hair not even Izuku's could match. His steel-like eyes glinting when Izuku told him what the verdant-haired teen needed from the genius. Midoriya-kun, for a guy who shot up to 5th spot in the ranking board, you are 10 billion% crazy. Or we're of the same kind. The type that people describe as so smart we veer into insanity. 10 billion, you say? He should be offended, but he was getting distracted. His eyes wandered curiously to Ishigami's hair shape and wondered if his skull was actually long enough to support that hairstyle. That would explain Ishigami's larger-than-normal brain. Ishigami grinned, a maniacal one that was eerily familiar to Izuku. I'm always up for an interesting project, and yours is exciting. However, he trailed off, I am not sure if it's legal to concoct medicine that induces clinical death. Well, I have read medical methods that are similar. Drain the patient's blood and replace it with freezing salt water. Without a heartbeat and brain activity, the patient will be clinically dead. Hypothermia, Izuku murmured softly. The scientist nodded. By inducing hypothermia and slowing metabolism in dying patients, it will give doctors 10 billion worth of valuable time to save their patients. He took a deep breath. The theory is sound, but it's a scientific void where even the most brilliant mind in the world is still grasping in the dark. He paused. But while this is the closest scientific solution to what you want, that's not what you're after, right? Midoriya-kun. Izuku shook his head. No, what I need is a medicine that would fool my body that it's dead. I don't have to be, well, dead in a scientific sense. Ishigami narrowed his eyes. And what do you need it for? He sighed, steeling himself to tell the other teen. Hyper-intuition was a blessing when it comes to judging a person, and even if his intuition didn't tell him, Izuku knew for all the dangerous edge Ishigami had as a genius scientist, he had morals. The easiest way to understand a person was from how they treat others. Ishigami was apathetic and borderline socially inept, but he knew how to value his friends. The boy from the sports program with a hardening quirk was a friend of Ishigami, and according to Ojiro, he knew Ishigami would never fail to help said friend to study no matter how busy he was. The scientist also encourages said friend to confess to his crush from the handicraft club. Izuku also knew Ishigami had his share of bullies because of his cheating quirk since he was young, and came up on the top with his wits. He wasn't sure if Ishigami would want to be his friend, but at least he knew this boy wouldn't use Izuku's honesty against him. It's for triggering my quirk. Ho, and what kind of quirk it is? I registered it as Trinicet Flame. Ishigami raised his eyebrows at that. Italian? Weird, most quirk in Japan are named in Japanese or English. Izuku pointedly ignored that comment. The original name I wanted to sign it up with, is a bit inappropriate sounding, but more descriptive. He tried his best to not stutter. It's called dying will flame. It took the genius only 1 second to breath out. Oh, that sounds 10 billion% terrible indeed. For the first time, Ishigami showed a different expression than maniacal, excited, or curious. It was horror, plain horror. What the hell, Midoriya-kun? I know some quirk have unique triggers, but you might as well be quirkless if dying is what it takes to use it. I thought you already had an idea considering what I asked you to make for me. You did not tell me it's for your personal use. Ishigami Senku hissed. Izuku looked terrified. What did you think I would use it for? I can think of 5 scenarios that would be amazing with some correctly applied, play-dead drag. Ishigami said slowly, triggering quirk isn't one of them. You want to know why? Because from how I see it, in this school, nobody is desperate enough for their quirk. Sport program folks don't even use it because of the obvious. So if you signed up here, I can't think of a reason why you would be desperate enough to refine your quirks to die. Fake or real death aside. The verdant-eyed boy quieted down. What will it take for you to believe that you're not going to assist a suicide? As soon as you give me a 10 billion% succinct explanation why you couldn't live without your quirk and that dying is an acceptable risk. It was always like this with scientists that had morals. They wanted an explanation and wouldn't just accept their payment without knowing what the product of their art was for. Izuku began to explain. He had no choice. First of all, his flame reservoir would build up as he grows and he had to use them one way or another if he didn't want to risk self-cremation. He revealed that his awakening wasn't in ideal circumstances and messed up his psyche to a certain extent. I am in terrible pain. That was true, the headache wasn't easy to suppress. Sealing someone else's intuition was easy, but doing it to yourself would always be imperfect. It was a form of self-harm even if it was to reduce hypersensory overload, so at times the pain flared at random. And painkillers can't work anymore on me. Ishigami winced. He must have heard that Izuku makes periodic visits to the infirmary. So, it's not because you have a weak constitution. No, hyper-intuition was closely related to Vongola's sky flame, hence why it was always awakened at the same time. It was the product of harmonizing themselves with the world, giving them superior perception. So if Izuku couldn't get a handle on his flame, it would also hinder his daily life. Ishigami inhaled deeply, groaning. Well, a responsible person would tell you to go see a doctor, but I have a feeling you didn't consider that as an option before asking a fellow student for a reason. Izuku nodded. If not me, you would have to look in black market, and I don't think I can stomach putting a schoolmate in danger because I am scared to experiment. Izuku winced in guilt. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to put you in a bad position like this. Don't be sorry, you're doing your best to not get yourself killed. Ishigami said, cupping his chin. That earns you 10 billion points for being smart enough to look out for yourself, so, do you prefer pills or tablets? That was a yes. Izuku rejoiced. Thank you so much, Ishigami-kun. The scientist grinned. Not so fast. First of all, please sign a waiver that I am in no way responsible for your death. Also, as payment, you will be my testing personnel. Izuku groaned. Did I just sign my death warrant? To be fair, you came to me for drag to kill yourself. True. Also, call me Senku, I hate formalities. Oh, okay Senku-kun. Also, you're responsible for breeding the gerbils for testing your drags. Huh. The next thing Izuku knew, his hands were full of an acrylic aquarium and a pair of gerbils. Inko was fine with pets, their new apartment allowed pets. Izuku dared not to tell his mother that the happy-looking rodents weren't raised as pets but cannon fodder for the sake of developing the dying will pill. Senku had said never look into the gerbil's doe eyes, or he would feel guilty. He was pretty sure Senku was messing with him. Oh well, at least he didn't have to resort to something drastic like jumping from the roof again. Izuku had high hopes that his normal and peaceful life would go on smoothly, even under the danger of killing himself by flame. Of course the world just had to poke his balloon of happiness, hopes and dreams. A week later. Midoriya, did you just knock out that purse snatcher without looking? Ajiro asked in disbelief. looking down at the lizard mutant thief Izuku sent to Dreamland just a few seconds ago. Izuku was terrified. I didn't see him. His hyper-intuition had flared when he was distracted by All Might's new poster in front of a merchandise store. It was an accident. Yeah, Ojiro would believe that if he didn't see that beautiful backhand punch hitting the criminal's weak spot. Are you sure your quirk is fire and not extra eyes on your back? The poor woman who almost became a victim was bowing profusely. Thank you so much, young man. Thank you. You're welcome? Ojiro sighed. Let's just call the police, or get a hero on patrol to drop them. That wasn't the last time. 3 days later, when Izuku was on the way to Senku's home to deliver books as thick as All Might's arm muscle the scientist ordered, he was drawn towards an old car that innocently parked in front of a convenience store as the owner went inside to buy something. Izuku couldn't shake the bad feeling and nervously checked the trunk on the back of the car. He sensed human presence, weak, scared, and Izuku threw his hesitation out of the window and forced the trunk open by flame-enhanced grip. He knew he would feel it later, but Izuku couldn't be bothered about his broken nail and sore arms when he saw an adorable little girl, with scared wide Bambi eyes, and 2 little twin tails tied up inside the trunk. The BSD even went as far as stuffing her tiny mouth with a handkerchief. It was autumn, but it was a bit warm for the season and there's barely air inside the trunk. Izuku quickly took the poor girl out of the trunk and let her breathe. She exhaled in air greedily before breaking into tears, clinging onto Izuku for dear life. It didn't take long for the kidnapper to return from his shopping, paling rapidly when he saw Izuku and the girl he kidnapped for ransom was out of his car. The kidnapper was torn between trying to get his prize back from the scrawny kid or running away. Izuku didn't let him choose when an encyclopedia of applied animal behavior was thrown in a perfect arc and the edge sank into his skull. The police were more than happy to take the man into their custody, and Izuku was relieved he only gave the BSTRD a light concussion instead of setting him on fire. Senku wasn't happy that his book was damaged, but was amused to see Izuku being held back for questioning and because the girl refused to let him go. The next day, Izuku was plagued by a bad feeling and went to school earlier than usual. He even skipped breakfast and morning jog. He regretted not eating breakfast though, because the start of his day shouldn't be tackling a crying salaryman who almost jumped off of a bridge to the river below. Izuku became late to school even though he left early because he was stuck for 1 hour listening to the man's woe about being jobless, homeless, divorced, and not allowed to see his son ever again by his ex-wife. If that wasn't enough, Izuku also escorted the man to a nice ramen shop. Izuku knew the kind owner was desperate for extra hands and had an extra small room for a live-in employee. The poor man was hired on the spot. Izuku was confused. His memory of past life was a blur, but from what he could tell, his semantic memory system was intact. The semantic system stored factual knowledge about rules, norms, math or logic, and historical events. Hence, in spite of now remembering his life play by play, he still understood his power. So he knew that hyper-intuition never worked like this, not at random, and not a radar for people in need. Once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence. 3 times is enemy action. Or to be more accurate, rather than the enemy action. For some reason hyper-intuition was malfunctioned in this world. Wonderful. Izuku was very intelligent. Senku of all people flat out called him a genius analyst, so it didn't take long for Izuku to figure out what's wrong with his hyper-intuition. He had told himself that his previous life's misery was mostly because the world was screwing him over, in a metaphorical statement. In his current life, however, it was literal. Hyper-intuition in the simplest sense was super extrasensory perception due to Vongola bloodline high-purity sky flame, harmonizing them with the world in synchronization no other line could match. Their senses were in tune with the world's perception. In the world of heroes and villains, logically his intuition shifted from intuitive perception where it helped the user to recognize danger to what his life had become. Constant involvement in heroic scenarios, and it wasn't limited to people he had bonded with. This collective consciousness of humanity in this world wanted a hero, and his hyper-intuition bowed down to that will. Was his succinct conclusion of his situation. What good is hyper-intuition for if it doesn't help me avoid danger? The logical part of his mind corrected him that most likely hyperintuition still functions as intuitive precognition and sensory augmentation. It was still a perfect weaponized intuition, but as a man who resolutely strived to be a pacifist in this life, that was the last thing he wanted. A man who picked up a weapon for peace was cursed on a fruitless path until he dropped it. Izuku? Dear, dinner is dash. Inko trailed off. Era, are you still studying? The plump mother cupped her cheek. You shouldn't overwork yourself. Your homeroom teacher told me with your current grades, you can go to any high school you want. Izuku was snapped out of his reverie by his mother's words. It took him a while to compute what she just said. I know, Mom, I am just revising some notes. Inko hesitated. Izuku, do you still want to be a pro hero? It was the first time since they moved Inko mentioned Izuku's forgotten dream. I still want to be a hero. Inko tensed at that, but I don't want to be a pro, he trailed off. It's enough for me to help those in need in front of me as much as I admire pro heroes like All Might. He beamed. I don't like fighting. And, now, all I want is to make you happy, Mom. Inko burst to tears. Izuku. Just the usual daily dose of tears in the Midoriya household. Ojiro liked Midoriya. He was the kindest guy the tailed boy has ever known. Midoriya's fighting style reflected his personality in the most ironic interpretation, quick and decisive. Midoriya didn't throw the strongest punch or the most agile, but he knew where and how to hit his opponent. In spar, Ojiro could win at least half of the time, but if they fought for real, he wouldn't stand a chance, and Yamamoto Shirsho complimented him for knowing his limits. It took only one real fight to prove it. Ojiro didn't even know what hit him. It didn't take long for Midoriya to develop a refined fighting style that was unique to him. According to Yamamoto Shirsho, rather than learning from zero, Midoriya looked like a veteran relearning and recovering his skill. Strange, but Yamamoto Shirsho also thinks Midoriya's quirk had a mental aspect to it, not just elemental. It wasn't unusual. Elemental quirk tend to be affected by the user's mentality. Yamamoto Shirsho admitted he had never seen it work the other way around, but it shouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. It was a good thing Midoriya was a pacifist, even though his peaceful way was making sure the adversary was out cold in record time. Midoriya was too scary as an enemy. It didn't help he also had the brain to back up his strength. It was always the quiet ones. Only idiots would pick a fight against a guy with both brain and brawn. Oi, Freckles over there. It was nothing out of ordinary. Ojiro had become used to being in crime scenes since he befriended Midoriya Izuku. Though he wondered why the guy was robbing a hobby shop. Wasn't a bank or convenience shop the more typical target? Well, considering the money Midoriya spent here, maybe it was a profitable business worthy to rob. Not to mention this was one of the hidden otaku hotspots. Maybe that's why a lone robber had guts to target it. Me. Midoriya had the gall to look scared. Senku, who hung out with them lately to give his dating friends some privacy, huffed. Of all people to pick here, minus 10 billion point for utter idiocy. Ojiro nodded sagely. Indeed. The robber, wearing a typical ski mask, was apparently allergic to cats, and the female employee he caught at first glance was normal looking, but when she got scared her whisker, ears and tails popped up. The guy had been sneezing in between his threat to the cashier to give him all the cash. Unfortunately for him, the employee had just changed shifts, so there's not a lot of cash after the employee from the previous shift left for the bank. Everything comes in three, Ojiro recalled an old saying. The third misfortune of this robber was choosing Midoriya of all people as his replacement hostage. Come here, kid, or I will blow her head off. The cat girl shrieked as the muzzle of the gun was pressed harder to her temple. Midoriya, being the overly kind guy he was, seriously, who ran with such desperation to be a hostage? Sir. Midoriya clung to the hand-holding gun, tears streaming from his eyes. I will be hostage. So let her go. She is so scared, you see. Fine. The robber snapped, pushing the sobbing girl as far as possible from himself. He looked gleeful as he had spotted an easy prey. Now, hand over your valuables. Cell phone, wallet, jewelry. Ojiro should be worried about the gun pointed at Izuku. He would if it was 2 weeks ago before Yamamoto Shirsho brought a gun as his teaching material. Of course, Their teacher wasn't shooting at them or training them to dodge bullet. Quirk or not, apparently there was a minuscule chance of dodging a bullet. Unless, of course, you are All Might. In Midoriya's case, however, surely a middle school student shouldn't be so resourceful when solving a scenario while being held at gunpoint. If Ojiro and Senki hadn't visited Midoriya's home, they would have suspected he was a young master from a Yakuza home or something with how familiar he was with guns. For example, a knee to the gut and the hulking figure of the robber fell over, his hand trembling as he tried to aim his gun at Midoriya. "Stay back, or I will shoot you." He froze when he saw the barrel of his gun. It had become crooked. Senku scoffed, "Moron, who let someone with a fire quirk come so close when holding a gun?" Of course the man couldn't hear Senku's critique as Midoriya, as usual, displayed his talent in knocking people out cold. Ojiro flexed his arms and tail, before wrapping the extra appendage around the criminal like a python. "Midoriya, I shouldn't get used to this before starting my pro-hero career." Used to what? Being a sidekick. At least have the decency of choosing your hero course high school by next year. Absolutely not. As firm as always, one would wonder why Midoriya, for all his nervous tics, could be so firmly rejecting the hero path. You would think he had experience or something. When a kid kept calling police for catching villains in alleged self-defense and other heroic deeds that they had no license for, naturally a detective like Tsukachi was concerned when the report reached his desk. Once or twice minor vigilantics could be excused with a slap on the wrist, but dropping criminals to the nearest police box on a weekly basis was obviously no coincidence. So when Midoriya Izuku called for police for finding an escaped lion that had been kept illegally, Tsukachi instructed the officers to keep the boy. Tsukachi expected to see a strong and brash-looking kid like his old friend, but Midoriya Izuku was nothing like Toshinori. The boy looked ordinary, unassuming, and not the trouble magnet that keeps running into cases. In fact, Tsukachi had seen this boy around the neighborhood before, the golden boy of old folks who would climb trees to rescue cats, lending listening ears to chatty grannies, and helping them cross the roadway. Midoriya Izuku-kun? Tsukachi gave the boy his best disarming smile. "Don't worry, you're not in trouble. I just need you to answer a few questions from me." The baffling thing was, the boy wasn't cowed at all being questioned by a detective. Even stranger, for someone being suspected for vigilantism, he didn't make excuses. Which in Tsukachi's detector quirk would sound like a minor lie, but Midoriya just went on and on about his latest misfortune. The boy was an innocent trouble magnet, and his only indication of deliberate involvement was, he had a bad feeling, followed it and ended up running to a crime scene. Have you tried to avoid it? I would, but that would be against my conscience, and I can't tell the police or hero that I need them somewhere because my feelings say so. The boy said somberly. Tsukachi probed further. Is it your quirk? It should be easier if you explain to them that way. He shook his head. It's part of my power indeed. Strange the boy didn't call it quirk, but Tsukachi could be careless of the wording because the boy was so plainly honest it was unnerving. It doesn't really make sense how it correlated with each other, my flame and intuition. People would think it's two completely different quirks. Apparently the boy's parents had an elemental and psychic kind of quirk, minor fire and minor telekinesis. Both of those were considered weak quirk, and yet there was the boy who might as well have been a hero with a track record. Somehow Midoriya's quirk mutated from his parents, a concoction of both that had elemental and clairvoyant aspects to it. The report said the boy knew martial arts, and he disabled criminals without quirk. The first time the boy was reported using any was when he bent a gun, and even that was excusable because the robber was pointing it at the boy's head. Which hero school are you planning to attend? You're in your 3rd year of middle school, right? I am not going to the hero course. It was a disappointing statement for a boy who held so much promise to refuse becoming a hero. However, it also gave the boy clearance from him, because obviously this wasn't the case of deliberate vigilantism. But Midoriya trailed off. I would like to keep helping people even if I am not going to be a pro hero. I am just a selfish teenager after all. That was just unfair. Tsukachi had never met teens in trouble because of vigilantism that genuinely wished for aiding others without desire for the grandiose side of what the heroic act brought upon them. The boy's quirk was even crueler, imposing the boy with promise of heroic glory he didn't want, but his kindness made him unable to run. I am a friend of all might. When in doubt, turn to your friend, the most likable person in the universe if you discount endeavor and villains. He is like that too. If he isn't a pro hero, he would run all over the world if he knows people need help. There's no shame in that. Of course, preferably, you shouldn't break the law, but so far you haven't in Dash. You are obviously smarter than Toshinori. Tsukachi was sure of this. Then the boy burst into waterworks, much to Tsukachi's embarrassment. Their formal questioning ended. The boy passed with flying colors and, since Tsukachi was terribly sorry, he brought the boy to a tasty katsudon restaurant he frequented with Toshinori. Go figures, the boy liked katsudon like Toshinori. Their lunch started awkwardly, but the boy warmed up to him quickly once he spoke more about Toshinori. Somehow the topic derailed to villains all might arrested recently, and then to how a lot of newbie pros couldn't apprehend criminals as efficiently as Midoriya did without damages, both material and civilian. The boy had a motor mouth once he became comfortable with you, and while that was interesting, the contents of his muttering on the other hand. Villain like Absolute Glue, who was arrested by Kamui Wood the other day, shouldn't have given the hero so much trouble. I mean, from the news, it's shown the criminal already got Deathgoro stuck in glue to the wall, and trying to bind the man with his lacquered chain prison was bound to fail. He will just make the wood branches Kamui shot out to get stuck somewhere. Kamui ended up stuck himself when the pause to cut off the wood extension gave the criminal a chance to subdue him. Instead, he should barricade the man in a smaller area. That way, even if Absolute Glue put his ball of strong glue on his wood, the man wouldn't be able to run. Also, his glue expands. If he keep using it in small enclosed area, he will trap himself further. Tsukachi felt like a BS dirty, but he threw another bait for the boy, this time a case of a villain that escaped from prison a month ago. It was quickly recaptured, but they still had trouble making sure the sludge couldn't escape. The boy made a face when Tsukachi mentioned the sludge villain, but it quickly vanished. It's weak to fire and change of temperature, it's hard to contain him, and using a small vial isn't very humane indeed. Villain or not, it was still human. You can set the temperature low enough to affect the viscosity of his body, but we still have to see if such a change to his cell gives the prisoner more discomfort than necessary. Tsukachi viciously started taking notes, throwing questions one after another. Sheet, I found a genius quirk analyzer, but he is a civilian. A student. Midoriya-kun, can I have your number? He had to discuss this with his superior. I enjoy our talk very much. Midoriya's sunny smile was so blinding, it hurt Tsukachi's eyes. Me too, detective. My friends aren't really interested in quirk discussions, so, he trailed off, and you don't even mind my rambling. I am so embarrassed, but I just can't help myself. Tsukachi swore the boy would be compensated properly for this, regardless if it was a hobby or not. Midoriya apartment, Izuku's bedroom. Oi, Izuku, that's not a cat. I know. I thought the lion you saved from an illegal exotic pet owner from last week was given to police's custody, and I remember it was already an adult. I know. Senku groaned, putting down his bag on Izuku's floor. Then what the hell a lion cub is doing on your bird nest head? Izuku kept his eyes on the pad he used to draw a detailed diagram of MT Lady's gigantization quirk. Well, apparently that lion is never an adult lion but still a cub, he has a quirk. Growth quirk, huh? But it's a rare case of an animal having a quirk, but it still doesn't answer why it's with you. It escaped from nearby wildlife sanctuary looking for me. I tried to take him back, but Natsu dug his nails onto my floor, bed, and every scratchable surface he could reach as he cried incessantly, said Izuku, though his voice falls away as Senku leans forward and stares into the gleaming amber eyes of the cub. Senku squinted. You named it. I can't call him cub forever. Also, how did you tame it? I did not. I thought Natsu wanted to eat me when I saw him the first time, so I summoned a bit of fire to scare him off, hoping to buy time so I could call authorities, but Hidamivimida thought he wastes addicted butits snuvud. Is that Japanese? But I get it, so this cub ate your flame? I don't know, it's edible, let me try sometime then dash. Izuku lost it. What the hell, Senku? That sounds like you want to eat my liver. There's a limit to how curious you are to eat something you shouldn't. I ate lion's meat when I was in Africa for research. It tasted terrible and smelled strongly of ammonia, so I don't think your flame is worse than that. Izuku hugged Natsu close to his chest in fear, staring at Senku as if one were a bogeyman. How could you? Senku rolled his eyes. What did you feed the cub aside from your flame? Cat food. The verdant-haired boy nodded. Natsu doesn't mind it, and I got a butcher from the nearby shopping district to give me unsold scrap meat for cheap. I will give you a lion's diet plan then dash, he trailed off. Can I get a report on Natsu's behavior? Izuku huffed. Fine. A week later, they were in a clearing of a forest, away from prying eyes. Senku had taken precautions for their illegal activities, such as using the train to travel to a rural place where authorities didn't watch over illegal use of quirk as closely as in cities. In this age, there were a lot of abandoned villages. Senku had long taken advantage of these areas for his research. Here, Izuku could test the prototype of his dying will pill. Are you sure you don't want Ojiro to see this? Izuku fidgeted. It's not like I don't trust Ojiro, but he doesn't know how I trigger my quirk and he has been asking. Senku swore. Sheet, that would be awkward indeed. Friends or not, nobody would want to share that they had to kill themselves to activate their quirk. Anyway, this is the prototype pill I concocted. I used a smaller dose on gerbils and this should be the right dose for humans according to my calculations. The flame user was nervous, looking at the orb the size of a marble. This is too big. Yeah, you have to bite and chew it like candy. Izuku did so and gagged. It tastes 10 billion% horrid. Bitter medicine was the best. Who said that bull? Shut up and drop dead already. 1 minute later. Senku, it failed. Did you expect a fast-acting poison? That will kill you. As soon as Senku finished that line, Izuku shivered. It's working. It was an eerily familiar sensation, but so slow and he could feel his body shutting down. Sheet, Senku did it, but his pill works 10 times slower. Which made sense because, genius or not, Senku didn't have 10 generations to refine this drag of temporary death. He didn't even have Vongola's massive resources to aid him. Senku was a genius indeed to succeed on his own. Senku expected a burst of fire, or worse, Izuku would be charred beyond recognition. However, he didn't expect Izuku to evolve to this. A man with a crown of flame. Izuku's verdant eyes had turned to a pool of molten orb. The color of his flame was unlike any natural flame he had seen in other flame quirk. It was the same color as the sky in twilight, the hue of red-orange-yellow that left him stunned. Izuku opened his mouth. It's been a while. He murmured to himself as looking at his flaming fist. The guy was on fire, but his voice was calm and serene. This is 10 billion% amazing, but did Izuku develop a different personality when using his quirk at full power? Izuku flexed his flaming digits before eyeing a makeshift dummy target, a scarecrow taken from an abandoned paddy rice field. Then a torrent of flame shot out towards the scarecrow. Senku gaped shamelessly when, instead of burning and charred hay, what he saw was a stump of short pole. That's not flame, that's more like a laser. No, just how high the temperature of your flame, and how come we're not toast just by standing so close to it? Is it even possible to compress such a volatile energy and focus it? What the hell, Izuku? Your quirk violates several laws of physics. And not even in the way quirk usually does. I mean, it was amusing to see Senku reduced to a sputtering mess, but Izuku in hyper-dying will form was too excited to care. Unfortunately, he couldn't last more than 3 minutes in hyper-dying will mode. Then after that he would be too drained to move. He passed out and woke up 6 hours later. Arg, now I have to figure out a way for the pill to work faster without risking killing you for real. Senku didn't look upset. This excites me. Thanks. And more stamina training for you. You agrees. It was a good thing Inko thought Izuku went camping with Senku. His weekend was spent gulping the pill and dropping dead. Izuku was sure Senku had killed his taste bud with that awful pill. He would strangle Senku if he could no longer taste his mother's home cooking after this. The prat had the gall to claim that sugar coating would reduce effectiveness of his medicine. Lies. Senku just loved to screw with people. The world wasn't all rainbows and sunshine. Of course Izuku would know that after his peers betrayed him at the age of 4. Not to be dramatic, but Izuku was appalled by how quickly one was demoted to social pariah on the basis of being quirkless. Senku, for all eccentricness and insanity as a man of science, looked at him as if he was an idiot when asked about his general opinion of quirkless individuals. They're still human, aren't they? In case you don't realize, I am almost quirkless. My super memory means sheet without my smarts backing it up. I could care less about quirk. I almost hate quirk because all the latest technological developments revolve around it. Seriously, we reached the moon without quirks. Why should it dominate our life so much now? Wow, Senku said exactly what was in his mind. You're right. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if my super memory turns out to be not a quirk. Senku said, prior to age of quirk, photographic memory existed. Not to mention I have a pinky joint, but oh well dash. Izuku laughed at that, earning a questioning look from Senku. After all, Senku wasn't the only one lying to the world. It was the beginning of the second semester of his 3rd year, and Izuku was still drifting like wood at the prospect of his 3rd year. Nothing much changed since he transferred to Taiku in his 2nd year, aside from the addition of 2 self-proclaimed sidekicks. One of them was going to UA for the hero course. Izuku wondered why the heck Ojiro thought he was Izuku's sidekick with such a high aspiration. Well, with a quirk like mine, I know I have to work harder than others with stronger and flashier quirk to be a hero. Still doesn't answer my question. Gee, Midoriya, for such an intuitive guy you're very dense sometimes. Ojiro grinned. Whether or not you go pro, I don't think it matters so much. I don't plan to be codependent to you either, but I just feel being around you is fun and I will be part of something bigger than life. That was just delusions caused by the harmony property of his sky. If he didn't do anything about it, nothing would come out of it. Aside from all that, he had gotten a scholarship for his 3rd year in Taiku. He had to lighten the load of his mother's burden as a single parent. Unfortunately, Inko didn't have the heart to divorce Hisashi yet, but it was a close call. Since he ingested several dying will flame, some details of his past life start to clear up. Not that Izuku had any intention to make them his. Izuku didn't want to lose his identity as Midoriya Izuku. In his first life, he was an orphan, a bastard of a noble. However, it was his second life that made Izuku fret. His absent father was mafia, with shady income. So, when the same pattern of a mysterious father missing from the picture repeated again, Izuku was reasonably alarmed. Not again, he couldn't help but think. Izuku asked Senku if it was possible to track down Hisashi's monthly transfers. The genius referred to someone with the alias Alibaba on the net. Apparently, Senku had basic skills as a hacker, but he was not a pro. Senku guaranteed his online friend was trustworthy. He even knew the guy offline as a hikikomori living somewhere in Aoyama-ichim. You don't happen to know an underground doctor too, do you? Senku looked at him as if he was an idiot. Of course he knew one. This was the guy who, in spite of living frugally with a teacher as a foster father, had connections to go to Africa for research and ate lion's meat. Yeah, I also will bring you to her in case my pills have a negative effect. And Alibaba is? Senku waved him off. He is discreet, and he's sorta of a vigilante cracker online anyway. Izuku began to sweat as Senku started typing an email, a one-time email no less for privacy reasons. I know Senku is a good person, but that doesn't mean he is a law-abiding citizen. 2 days later Senku got a reply from Alibaba. Izuku hadn't read it yet, but Senku was already giving him a comforting pat on the back. Are you sure your intuition isn't prophetic? Alibaba was quick on his trail of Hisashi's monthly money transfer to his household, but in that short time it wasn't like the hacker managed to find proof that the man was a criminal or if the money was from a less than legal job. However, the transfer did take a lot of detours, a long one that shouldn't be necessary if Hisashi was doing an honest job. Also, this sync company? It's a dummy company. Shiite. Couldn't he get a normal father for once? Or a dead one? It didn't help that his mother apparently wasn't as naive as Sawada Nana. Midoriya Inko had her doubts for years since Hisashi went missing when Izuku was 3. It didn't help either that Hisashi was married to Inko's family. It set more alarms in Izuku's brain. It also explains why the Midoriya family was a matriarchy. He didn't tell his mother outright that his father was most likely not an honest businessman, he just brought up some puzzling discrepancies of his absence. Inko knew by right she might as well be a widow by now, but Inko didn't comprehend the severity of possibly marrying a villain. It wasn't like Izuku could tell his mother to divorce his father. Regardless, Izuku would rather not use Hisashi's money, so he applied for a scholarship. Inko supported him, just a bit upset Izuku was so angry to not rely on his father's money. Izuku did feel guilty that Inko worked harder for promotion just so she could afford their living cost on her own salary. Oh well, in case Hisashi or whoever the BSTRD is caught, there was minuscule chance they would be involved. Worst comes to worst, he could always get one of those overseas scholarships Senku keeps offering to him. Senku's eyebrow was twitching. That's so your solution is to escape overseas in case your father got caught or something? Trust me, Senku, even if your only fault is living off of dirty money you don't know about, society can be quite unforgiving. Not to mention, cutting off this kind of legal relationship is harder if you're in the same country. Is that why you've ranked 3rd in the last mock test? Yeah, I worked really hard. Yeah, I can tell from your eye bags. Also, maybe we should go to the optician one of these days. Why? You squint a lot lately, how could you not notice that and yet you can read Ajuru's body language from his tail? Izuku wasn't very happy when he had to go home with spectacles hanging over his nose. It had a square frame in dark green. It was stylish, according to Senku. Izuku swore to get contacts soon. His mother thought his nerd look was very cute, especially after Senku's childhood friend Yuzuriha gave him a haircut, taming his hair a little. Irie. That name floated in his mind when he looked in the mirror. It was a month after he was questioned by Detective Tsukachi, he got a second call from the square-eyed man. The first one was because sludge while contained was much weaker than expected against the cold, so he was asked for another solution. Izuku suggested flour or other similar substances that make sludge body more solid. It worked better than the first suggestion. Izuku knew Tsukachi was a good man, he had a good feeling when talking with the detective, but he was also wary of him. His intuition warned him to choose his words carefully, and since he was a bad liar, Izuku didn't even try. As someone whose previous life was a vigilante, he knew Tsukachi was a man to watch out for. It was only when he went home from their dinner together his good mood crashed, as he realized he might have gotten himself in trouble again. The man was All Might's friend, and a good detective, and Izuku couldn't resist discussing villain and quirks with a pro. Senka said it might not be a bad idea to get attention from someone like Tsukachi. If Izuku got kidnapped by a villain for his brains, someone would know how dangerous that scenario was. Like Izuku would let that happen in the first place. Hello, Detective Tsukachi? It's been a while. Inwardly Izuku thought, I hoped you'd forgotten about me. Too bad you didn't. Indeed, Midoriya-kun. Can I help you? Crap, that was just a courteous greeting, but why did Izuku feel dread when that line escaped his mouth? Yes, actually, Detective Tsukachi trailed off. Our discussions have been very enlightening. That was a compliment, but Izuku was getting more anxious. Your solution to imprison sludge works so well, and it was a long-time problem until you helped us. While you're still a student, it's just fair for you to get a credit. If it didn't work, Tsukachi could have lost his job for spilling confidential issues to a civilian. To be fair, Tsukachi wasn't thinking very straight at the time. He was overworked, and he almost lost a subordinate because Sludge kept trying to escape via body snatching. They were very close to putting Sludge down if not for Izuku. The other solution the boy provided when he called before had worked splendidly. It was simple yet effective. Izuku laughed nervously. It's fine, Detective, I am happy to contribute. Aside from that, there's another thing I'd like to discuss with you that's not appropriate over a phone call. Said Tsukachi, can you meet me in the same police box from 2 weeks ago tomorrow at 2 p.m.? Tomorrow was Saturday. Izuku nodded. in spite of knowing that Tsukachi couldn't see him. Porca miseria. He didn't find out about Hisashi hopefully. The next day, there was no courteous greeting when Izuku sat down in front of Tsukachi in one of their private rooms. It's about this blog of yours you shut down about 2 months ago. He went straight for the kill. All blood was drained from Izuku's face at the mention of Quirk Consultation blog. He started at the fit of more research material, which was all fine and dandy until Izuku got a bad feeling from one request, and after some digging, it was revealed the owner of said fingerblade quirk was a small-time criminal. It was a close call. Senku called him a moron for that. Thankfully, he was an anonymous consultant and more often than not used internet cafes when answering online requests. It wasn't a precaution. The reason was no other than his mother didn't get an internet provider in their new home yet, and Izuku had long realized the dangers of digital data. His laptop was permanently offline because of that. Senku also installed several protection features for his laptop, so if it is accessed by anyone other than Izuku or Senku, they will fry themselves. He almost forgot he told Tsukachi to check the blog out. He was really in deep shit right now. Mental me starting to sound like Bakugu. If you're just a regular quirk enthusiast, it's no big problem, but you do realize what a close call you had before you remove your blog? Izuku swallowed. I am so sorry, sir. I won't do it again. It's a shame for your talent if it's misused by a villain. I know you're careful, and you realized your mistake. The boy would be in more trouble if he didn't close down that problematic blog. Thank God, Midoriya was more sensible than the average teenager. And well, kid, I hate to tell you this, but I would have just asked for your help from time to time if it wasn't for that blog. You'd made your service open to the public, and while you did avoid that near disaster, it's already beyond me to help you. Izuku deflated, sweating to the point he could feel the back of his hoodie stuck to his back. I am in trouble, aren't I? Tsukachi nodded. What will happen to me then? Well, kid, luckily or unluckily depending how you see it, you're too talented to be wasted in a correctional facility and the likes. Not that you need it anyway, because your problem isn't something they can correct. Since you're smart, I will sugarcoat it with community service for the good of society as your punishment. The verdant-eyed boy wondered if he was supposed to be relieved or horrified. I am underaged. I know, kid, but well, how old are heroes when they start their career? At 15 by their first year of high school. While officially, they were in training, hero aspirants start internships in the same year too. In the case of UA, it was even worse because the school went all out with their sports festival, giving their students the earliest experience with publicity possible. I am not going to go pro-hero. We will see about that later, but for now Izuku stood up abruptly, his eyes wide in horror. Tsukachi froze on his track. Midoriya? Mother! The next thing Tsukachi knew, the boy ran out of the room as if the devil itself was at his heels. It took him a few seconds to compute why. His clairvoyance quirk, sheet. Zen Plaza Building 20th floor. Inko just had a meeting with the contractor company representative, which went more smoothly than expected. It must have had something to do with their casual discussion at lunch, as, unexpectedly, the representative was a single mother too. They had a lot of things to share, especially about the shenanigans their children got into. They had just concluded their meeting, but didn't leave the restaurant yet to share more of their child-rearing stories. She was in the middle of sharing a story about how freaked out Izuku was when the family of gerbils he took care of simultaneously passed out when their house cat, Natsu, jumped on top of their aquarium lid, earning giggles from her new friend. Their shared laughter stopped short when several explosions ripped through the air mercilessly. Some of the patrons in the restaurant wondered if it was a prank, but Inko knew better. A decade of living with explosive neighbors taught her the sound of real explosions. The one she heard just now? That wasn't a prank-grade explosion like one Mitsuki's son threw around when he was 5. Inko dragged her friend down below their table, and hell broke loose afterward. Zen Plaza Building 3rd floor. Days of absolute chaos like these were why Hawks wished he wasn't top hero number 3 many times since he got into the top 10 ranking. Then again, in the age of heroes and villains, the fastest one gets the worms. So he had seen more action than any other hero, only All Might and Endeavor were above him. He was enjoying his chicken nanban set in his favorite restaurant. It wasn't a posh one, but the homey feel reminded Hawk of his poor childhood and was soothing. The owner knew Hawks ever since he graduated from hero course and always saved him the best seats so he could enjoy his meal in peace. He was on his second last bite of delectable chicken piece with tartar sauce when the building shook with a tremor. This wasn't an earthquake. His feathers were sensitive to vibrations and could tell this wasn't a natural occurrence but man-made one. And it's my day off too. Hawks lamented as he chewed the last bite of his food. Taka-san. Hawks grinned. Well, Taisho, in case this building doesn't survive the chaos, give me a call when you open the new shop, okay? And in a flutter of wings, Hawks vacated everyone in the vicinity. He let his feathers work on autopilot and started to analyze the situation. Terrorists most likely. This building is in a nice district. It's not a location that is particularly important, but there's a lot of people and traffic during weekdays. Hawks quickly made a call. Hello, this is Hawks. I am currently evacuating civilians from Zen building. Is there any news on what I am dealing with here? Apparently there had been a demand half an hour ago from a notorious robber gang called Jabberwocky for the release of their vice leader and other prison members. The gang had diverse quirk users. It seemed one of them had a barrier-type quirk and had barricaded the top level of the building, holding civilians hostage. They also have an explosive quirk-type user, the second in command leading this scheme. It was a controlled and not blind terror. The worst type of criminal are the ones with brains. The explosion just now was loud, but the building was still steady and in no danger of collapsing. He was dealing with a pro. On one hand, Hawks didn't have to worry about these terrorists taking the building down with them, but on the other, a hostage situation was the worst kind. The solution was simple though. He just needed to destroy the barrier and save the hostages. The best scenario would be his feathers managing that in one go and evacuating the civilians before they could react. However, he had no idea how tough the barrier was, and if the villains noticed him, with so many hostages it wasn't too far-fetched if they killed a few to threaten him with. Hawk was arguably the fastest hero after All Might, but he didn't like the odds of how many feathers he had left to outrace criminals of Jabberwocky's caliber with hostages within arm reach. Hawks, there's another call. Jabberwocky's boss issued an ultimatum that he will kill one hostage every 30 minutes if we don't release Jin and Kuromo from our custody. Definitely one with a brain, the leader Kinza didn't give their side a lot of time to plan before bodies started to pile up. He was prompting them to act reckless, and any failed attempt would demoralize them. In Tsukachi's car. If the boy's mother wasn't in grave danger, Tsukachi would have a recruitment speech ready as he listened to Midoriya avidly on the worsening situation at Zen Plaza. Jabberwocky used the explosive simply to draw attention. They weren't suicidal to blow up the whole building. The biggest clue is that, in spite of being in full control of the security system after hacking it, they let the police and heroes have access to security cameras. And we're not the only ones. Izuku nodded, holding up his phone where they could see a live feed sent to several TV stations by the criminal themselves. They're trying to rally the public to pressure heroes and police to fulfill their demands, which is the last thing we should do. He said bitterly. Tsukachi nodded, parking his patrol car as near as possible to the crime scene. If we did, the hostages would hold no value anymore, and there's no telling if Jabberwocky will honor their deal. He had to say, it was impressive Midoriya kept a cool head during the time like this. Unfortunately, that's not what the people would think, especially if their beloved ones are up there. Midoriya hopped off of the car, followed by Tsukachi at brisk pace. Losing leverage against Jabberwocky would make the situation worse. The safest bet is saving the hostages from their clutches as soon as possible. Izuku said. His voice was calm, and it unnerved Tsukachi because just 10 minutes ago he had to tackle this boy in his blind panic. When he made the boy hop into his car, the boy had quickly asked for a list of heroes that were already on the scene. The detective didn't think it was Hawk's rank that made the boy's eyes light up, or the comment, "he is perfect for the job," part wouldn't make any sense. He had thought Midoriya would ask about All Might. Unfortunately, Toshi had overworked himself today, so he was not an option. He'd rather not make up lame lies to explain why his number one hero friend couldn't make it. Then the boy made 2 calls, and Tsukachi could only catch bits of it. The first one began with the boy ranting off address and the floor Jabberwocky barricaded, ending with a request for the floor plan and sending it to someone called Professor, and then Tsukachi's email address. Then Midoriya called the professor, asking him to make some calculations, and reproducing that trick they saw the other day on movie night. Jabberwocky had killed 2 hostages, and the clock was ticking for 20 minutes until the next body drop. Tsukachi wondered how twisted it was to assure Midoriya that the first 2 hostages had been men, as if their life was worth less than the boy's mother. Jabberwocky's choice of hostage wasn't thoughtless. They kept public and law enforcers in suspense. If they grab a woman, elderly, or worse a child. Who is the kid? Lockrock asked. Midoriya had his hood pulled up, shadowing most of his upper face, but it was obvious from his build that he was a teenager. Tsukachi had worked with the tanned hero before, and he had thin patience with newbies and kids. As if he had never been in that spot before. Lockrock was a good hero, but he wasn't the easiest one to work with. And in turn, Hawks, the highest-ranked hero on the scene, wondered. Wait, it's not the season yet? The other hero, Ingenium, who had brought no less than 5 sidekicks with him, turned to Tsukachi. Detective, is this boy a civilian? Well, he did ask his superior to be allowed on this case, but he didn't think as far as what to do with Midoriya-kun once they arrived on the scene. What is your plan? Midoriya-kun spoke up before Tsukachi could say anything. Do you have any? Lockrock was about to retort, but Hawks, as outgoing as ever, answered. Nope, we don't have any. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Hawks didn't know why, but this boy Tsukachi brought had some sort of presence. The calming presence that almost mystic just from a few minutes sharing the room with him. Obviously we will destroy Jabberwocky and save the hostages. It's none of your business what we're planning. Frontal assault will undoubtedly fail. Even if by chance you get past their quirk barrier, you would alert them of your presence, and in a floor full of hostages it's obvious who is at disadvantage. Heroes care about them, but the villains won't. Plain brute force will just add body count in this case. Hawks whistled, harsh, but true. Also, you don't have much time. Both you and the police are pressured by the public to do something soon. Following their demand seems to be an option. 3 criminals are hardly equal to 76 civilians they trapped up there, but once you lose that, Jabberwocky is unlikely to honor their promise. Deep down all the heroes present already knew this, but to have a child to shove it to their face. Time is ticking. I have a plan to solve this. So will you discard your pride this one time to listen to me, or will you waste your time doubting me? Lockrock wanted to scream, but Hawk's feather tied him up. Oh, let's hear it first. We can decide whether or not to do it afterwards. A plan from a kid was better than none. At all, and they had no time to argue. Midoriya Izuku smiled. Let's pull the rug from under Jabberwocky's feet. It took only 2 minutes for Izuku to explain. It was a simple plan anyway, especially if the details were already handled by experts. It's a crazy plan, but for some reason I can see it working. Hawks looked too happy to follow it. Tsukachi was flabbergasted. It should be a crime to look so cheerful in this kind of situation. Ingenium was still skeptical. But these calculations, are they true? If it's the slightest bit off, we will kill both Jabberwocky and the hostages. We're short on time. Hawks told the hero in armor, if the calculation is correct to the last digit, it will make our job easier, and if it isn't, the one who has to work harder is me. He pointed at himself. I don't mind. So why would you mind then? Fine. Lockrock gritted out. Zen Plaza was an old building in that particular office district, but a very much a beloved monument by citizens living around it. Hawks flew carefully outside of the building, feeling very guilty that soon this building would be a target of calculated demolition. It wasn't like they had much of a choice. Between a pile of concrete and iron that could be rebuilt and irreplaceable human lives, it was no contest. He should feel more nervous, since aside from being the spearhead, he was also the one who prompted other heroes to trust the mysterious boy. To be fair, Hawks believed it was a good idea because the boy was crazily brilliant, or was it brilliantly crazy? Kaboom! Boom! Boom! If he didn't have to swoop in like a hawk Hawks would decide the boy was crazy for playing lumberjack with a building. First of all, we will demolish the second top floor, right below the one Jabberwocky put on lockdown. Here is the marked spot where we should plant an explosive to achieve that. The look on Lockrock's face was priceless when he heard it. Hawks thought as he sent his feathers sweeping the screaming hostages out of the building. It was like a scripted movie. The building's 19th floor disappeared from under the 20th. Pulling the rug from under Jabberwocky's feet, and that's where we need Hawk-san to evacuate the hostages when they're in disarray. Lockrock-san and Ingenium-san's job is to make sure that even if Jabberwocky regroups, they won't be able to hinder Hawk-san. Hawks honestly doubt Jabberwocky would expect the floor would disappear on them all of a sudden, but there was panic following such drastic measures. Problem is both hostages and Jabberwocky members would panic. There's no telling what they would do, so it's a race against time to get them all under control. Not to mention, after the explosions Jabberwocky inflicted, the building might be unable to endure more. Silently, he sent a prayer to every deity above so this building would hold until he finished the evacuation. Of course, his prayer was spurned when he saw the leader of Jabberwocky was holding a plump woman by her neck with a gun pointed at her head. The boy was right. The biggest problem, however, the leader and other members of Jabberwocky have several hostages within arm's reach. There's no guarantee all of them would let go of their hostage after we pull the rug from under their feet. At least they managed to save most of the hostages. But Kinzu. He called the blonde villain out. Why don't you let go of that poor madam and fight with someone your size? Hawks. Kinzu, the partially snake-looking man, hissed resentfully. His forked tongue lashed out threateningly. You again. The one who had arrested his trusted second-in-command was the hateful bird. What a misfortune to see him again here. In the background, Lockrock, Ingenium, and several sidekicks were locked in a battle against Jabberwocky members. They were in no condition to be his backup, and his wings had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. With that puny pair of wings? You jest. Hawks was ready to fight, puny wings or not, but as most things today, it didn't go the way he planned. It was also wholly his fault for forgetting that Kinzu was the brain of the group with short-distance teleportation quirk, a drawn-out battle he didn't want with a hostage in the way. Second, the explosive expert wasn't Kinzu, and Hawks was too busy to confirm the member Dime, who could use his fat to produce ball-shaped explosive, was already subdued. To be fair, the guy was dressed as a civilian and not in his gang member's leather jacket uniform. He had sneaked in as a customer at the restaurant. He was also knocked out because of a nasty fall when the floor collapsed, and woke up right in the midst of battle from under the rubble. Flashback. They had been using the rooftop of a building next to Zen Plaza as their base. One of Ingenium's sidekicks, who had literal bat ears, reported there's 15 members of Jabberwocky detected by her ears, all of them heavily armed and had distinctive footsteps because of their metal sole boots. 15? The boy echoed in confusion, glaring at the next building where the hostages were held. Which was weird, because while it was the closest tall building next to the plaza, the angle of the building didn't provide a good view of the tallest floor. It didn't make sense for the boy to squint so hard as if he could see through the concrete. Yeep, that's quite a lot. Hawks said, mostly to himself. The boy unexpectedly retorted. That's strange, there's 16 hostile prisms. Sure. Tsukachi clamped his hand on the boy's mouth. Midoriya-kun. So his name was Midoriya-kun, a name to remember so Hawks could send an offer to the boy. He was definitely good sidekick material. And a flashback. Phew. He should have done a head count on notable members of Jabberwocky. Random mumbling or not, the boy had proven himself worth listening to. Ingenium. Hawks roared, Stop, Dime. The plump criminal was wobbling and his eyes were unfocused. He was obviously in no condition to fight. However, Hawk had a bad feeling when Dime shivered and his skin shimmered in an eerie glow. Then a tennis ball-sized bomb started to roll out of his body at rapid pace to the point he shrank down to 1/3 of his original mass. That head injury. It made Dime lose control of his quirk. Dime? What the hell are you doing? Hawk jumped, snatching the poor hostage out of Kinzu's claws. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Ingenium and Co. dragging the emancipated Dime and other 2 hostages to the nearest exit. They were luckier because there was a hanging garden 10 feet below that side of the building. Hawks, however, only had puny wings to help him, and recalling his bigger feathers wasn't going fast enough for his liking. It didn't help that his feathers weren't the most fireproof thing in the world. So when the exploded bomb blasted him off of the building, he only hoped he was blasted far enough to land on something softer than asphalt. Hawk-san, maybe you should get a parachute just in case. My wings might get stuck on that, you know. True, it could be dangerous for you. Someone really had to put a neon sign on Midoriya reading, "You're dead if you don't listen to his warnings in All Might's catchy color scheme." That was his last thought when something warm and fiery enveloped him. Endeavor, he thought. The next thing he knew, he and the hostage were on the ground after a deafening crash. There was a huge blast of flame the moment they hit the ground, and yet there was no burn mark on his person or the woman he saved. Also, the fall didn't hurt and he didn't land on something hard either. Hwk.san. Someone choked out from below him. He looked down. Is digging in my ribs. He was sitting on someone's stomach, to be exact Midoriya's. Sorry. He was crushing the poor boy. He pulled the unconscious woman off of the boy too, and it seemed other than pained ribs the boy was well enough to sit up. The hero's eyes widened when he saw the crown of flame on the boy's verdant hair and the shimmering gold of his eyes. Is he one of Endeavor's sons? He remembered Endeavor had 3 sons and the youngest was about the boy's age. No, his coloring doesn't match. Endeavor was a redhead and his wife had white hair. Wait, the color of his flame isn't natural either. It looked natural at first, but the way it moved, and also the heat was anything but. The flame flickered out and the boy's eyes' color changed to deep moss green that matched his hair. My mother dash, the boy trailed off. Hawks couldn't help himself. Are you Endeavor's secret love child? The hostage he saved chose that very moment to wake up, and as if swapping places, the boy fell asleep. He was greeted by a similar wide-eyed look from the plump woman, who gathered the unconscious boy in her motherly embrace. Oh dash, did he just accuse someone of being a BSTRD within their mother's hearing range? How dare you? Hawks was sure he deserved that beach slap. It was a good thing the police did a splendid job to barricade the area that no reporters ran screaming to ask how he felt at that moment. He felt like shit and he perhaps had angered the wrong person. Hawks wondered if the woman had strength-augmenting quirk, or she got his weak spot he didn't know of because that one slap wasn't just painful, it was also disorienting. Midoriya Inko was actually just following her son's advice, because Inko's quirk wasn't an offensive type that could help her to defend herself. It didn't work so well in a hostage situation though, in a one-on-one scenario however. Oh, I am so sorry dash, Inko didn't mean to hurt the hero that badly, but waking up to someone questioning her son's parentage would make any mother fly into rage. Strangely enough, the number 3 pro hero didn't get angry. The first thing he asked after the world stopped spinning was for the Midoriya family's address. Midoriya apartment. Thankfully he didn't have to go to hospital. Aside from bruises he got from cushioning Hawk's fall, he was as fit as rain. The doctor was confused why he fainted, as his diagnosis only revealed mild exhaustion coupled with lack of sleep and stress. His friends were savages, well, except for Ojiro because he was nice and blessed with the human decency Senku sorely lacked. The first thing Senku asked when Izuku was coherent enough to respond was if the explosion was as awesome as it looks on TV when they blew up the 19th floor of the building live. Good thing that his mother went out for fresh air, she won't be happy to hear Senku's bedside manner. Izuku was as bitter as his coffee in the morning. I was too busy saving people to enjoy the view, I wouldn't know. He only remembered the feeling of dread, running off in spite of Tsukachi-san's shouting and did his utmost best to break Hawk's fall. It looks awesome, said a voice from Senku's phone, which was connected to Alibaba. A vigilante hacker Izuku learned a week ago wasn't a he but a she. It was still a work in progress to pull her out of her room to enjoy the sunlight, but at least Izuku managed to make her use video call to talk to them. Futaba-san. He called out the hacker girl, whose cute appearance didn't match her love for chaos. Don't enjoy it too much. The last thing Izuku needed was Futaba quitting her shut-in lifestyle for the sake of watching explosions and chaos live. Senku hummed from his bedside. Well, all things considered, you walked out of that mess mostly intact. Your anonymity is compromised a big time though dash. Izuku groaned at that. What does the media say? There's a GG order on heroes and sidekicks involved for sure. Your name isn't mentioned, but there's like a dozen heroes that got called to this case and know you exist. Ojiro frowned. Is that a bad thing? Depends on how much they know of Izuku's quirk, and even without his quirk, Senka trailed off. Izuku just wanted to save Auntie Inko, but he also showed up a group of heroes how to do their job. Izuku frowned deeply. If given enough time they would have figured out a plan. They're pros. They should be able to come up with something. This isn't the first or last time a hostage case put them between a rock and hard place. Though this case was also a bit special because usually criminals wouldn't go as far as Jabberwocky did, to blow up confidentiality sky high. They were using people to pressure heroes and police to act, giving them no room to breathe. Senka rolled his eyes at that, this coming from the guy who analyzed every single hero-villain fights he came across and have more to critique than compliment dash. Easier said than done. I mean, I can talk but as a civilian dash. Izuku, most of the things you critique about fall under over-reliance on their quirk. They know their power and how to use it, but the majority of frontline heroes don't have a backup plan on what to do when it fails. The scientist pointed out. You're a man of science like myself, you don't make biased assessments. The prime example being Kamui Wood's team. Senku was disgusted by their flailing when faced by Sludge Villain last year. Apparently no one in the team had half a brain to run to the nearest supermarket for quick freeze spray or a lighter, or even a sack of flour. Did all of them flunk science back in school? Still, what is broadcasted on this case about me? His mother had confined him in bed without electronics, deeming it a hazard for his much-needed sleep. So Izuku was as blind as a bat of the world. As I said, there's nothing said on you, however. The live broadcast caught that massive flame blast. Ojiro told him, I'd say the first chance to see your quirk in full power, I didn't expect it to be on national broadcast. My quirk is exhausting, it's not fit for show and tell, Ojiro-kun. It could be if he used it sparingly, but Izuku didn't think dying will flame should be used for frivolous purposes. Senku snickered at that. A lot of speculations are running wild on and offline. Numerous flame-themed heroes have been interviewed since yesterday, including Endeavor, but none of them were anywhere near the crime scene. Obviously, when explosive materials were involved, they would be the last heroes wanted on scene. Sky Flame had the most likeness of natural fire, but by the end of the day it was still a manifested life force that looked like flame but was not actual flame. And the other heroes? Most of them got out of that mess unscathed. Senka looked smug. For an operation of that scale with so many hostages in line, that's quite a record. Ojiro was nodding enthusiastically. I know you're amazing at strategizing, but there was not even a single fight in this case. Well, Hawks almost fought Kinzu, but dash. Izuku hesitated. Is he all right? Izuku cushioned his fall, but the hero was blasted almost at point blank by Dime's bomb while shielding Izuku's mother with his body. Hawks is out of commission, so no one has interviewed him yet. He is mostly intact from his bout against Kinzu of Jabberwocky, but the blast of explosion did a number on his wings and back. It would take a while for him to regrow them. Izuku was sure that aside from his feathers, the massive mark on his cheek was why he couldn't show his presentable self to the media. Izuku wasn't sorry about that slap his mother gave Hawks. He was grateful the winged hero saved his mother, but the man really had to learn some tact. That aside, Hawks had a point that his flame made it easy for people to assume he was related to the number 2 pro hero. The guy was the only one who went as far as setting his facial hair on fire as his signature look. Izuku's hyper mode came with a small flame on his forehead, but it wasn't for aesthetic purposes like Endeavor's. Still, you really have to think up something soon. Senku told him, you're in trouble, remember? Ojiro glanced at Senku. How is he in trouble? Midoriya helps the police and heroes, they should thank him. Oh, they will. The scientist sing-songed. It's what comes after the thank you that worries us all. In case you forgot, our friend over here had a track record of dropping criminals on a weekly basis to the police office. He had a blog that had visitor traffic from the villain side before we close it for good, and the first thing he suggested to heroes to save hostages? Fun stuff like blowing up the whole floor. It works, but it's crazy. Izuku was holding his head the whole time Senku was listing his exploits. Gadash. In hindsight, he shouldn't have suggested such a drastic measure even if it was effective. His previous life experience was to blame. Correctly applied destruction always works wonders in the mafia world. It did work even now, but it made normal people question the sanity of a 15-year-old who so readily suggested it. Senku wasn't done yet, so what law enforcers in their right mind would let this guy loose? He pointed at Izuku. So far he did a splendid job putting flashy banner on himself that screamed danger. Ojiro made a face like he was in pain. Ugh. Considering he was a hero aspirant, he couldn't deny it. Especially considering Izuku's penchant for trouble. Izuku wanted to cry, Ojiro, I thought you're always on my side. Ojiro-kun is sensible. Futaba-chan added not so helpfully from Senku's phone. His whole life has been the epitome of, with friends like these, who need enemies? Izuku wept pitifully. Ojiro flailed. He always panicked when Izuku had one of his mood swings. The man of science took pity on Ojiro and diverted the conversation back. At this point, we can only start thinking of a compromise. Senku suggested. You and I already have an idea what they want from you, so we might as well get as much as we can from it. That I am not sure I know what you mean. Izuku said honestly, drying his tears as he emptied the box of tissue Ojiro passed to him. Sometimes Senku wished the boy had moved to his school earlier. Whatever haunted Izuku in his previous school never really left him. Izuku was one of the smartest people of his generation he knew, and yet there was hesitance, self-doubt and occasional self-deprecation in him. Senku would make sure 10 billion% to beat them out of Izuku. 3 days after the incident, he had returned to school and nobody pestered him about the incident. His friend was right that he was safe from the limelight this time. The school was buzzing with discussion on the incident for a while, but as expected, in an academic-oriented environment like Taiku, the students were more interested in unusual approach heroes and police force use in this case. Reps from the Public Safety Committee criticized the heroes and police involved because their strategy is very risky. They could have killed both the hostages and villains. Yeah, but did you see this article on calculation used to pull that stunt off? It was released for the sake of heroes and police force, assuring the public that they had everything in control. Even professors from famous universities couldn't find fault in that. The material damage, though, the report on monetary loss was in staggering amounts. The building survived the incident, but there was talk it would be demolished completely as there was no guarantee it wouldn't collapse after the beating both heroes and villains put it through. Oh come on. There are like over 60 hostages whose life was on the line. Could you complain about a floor or two being obliterated? I understand where people who disagree with how heroes and police handled this case come from. At first glance it seems excessive, but it does the job. The villains only asked for 3 of their comrades to be released though. Isn't that the easier way out? You believe Jabberwocky wouldn't cheat? They're villains. I'd say if I were in the hostages' shoes, I would want the heroes and police to do whatever they can to save me, but I would be more terrified if Jabberwocky didn't need me anymore. There's no telling they won't just shoot me dead. You're right. Izuku didn't know what was so novel about this case, aside from the excessive fanfare. Maybe because, for once, the most severe material damage was caused by the heroes' side deliberately. It made people confused about what to feel, that the heroes and police went that far. On one side it was reassuring, but also concerning. A good thing Izuku wasn't going to plan any heroic strategy from behind the stage like that anymore. He was aware he was both hero and villain in his past life, and even if he didn't want to, they influenced him to an extent. There was nothing, not even law, would stop him from following his own ideals and resolution. This kind of person, he couldn't be a hero in this world. Class is starting, return to your seats, barked their homeroom teacher, Midoriya-kun. He called out, snapping the verdant-eyed boy from his thoughts. You're wanted in the counseling office. That earned him a bewildered look from his classmates. Izuku was the top student of his class and he never got in trouble. His homeroom teacher caught his worried expression and added, You're not in trouble, in fact you should be proud, someone recommend you for a prestigious high school and scholarship. Izuku wondered if it was one of the high schools he applied to for scholarship. Which one though? Shitoku? Rikuzen? And belated congratulations for your thesis publication. Which was followed by cheers and applause from his classmates. Izuku blinked. I forgot about that. Senku had suggested writing the thesis about half a year ago for an overseas publisher the young genius was acquainted with. He had conveniently forgotten the thesis after he finished it, and let Senku decide its fate. He didn't expect it to be well received. He was no Senku, but this should give him a better chance of getting a good scholarship. Taiku Counseling Room. Tsukachi Naomasa was sure this wasn't a counseling room but a trophy room, because the certificates inlaid with gold ink and dozens of trophies made of glass, silver and gold were almost blinding. Tsukachi had graduated from a good school and won trophies himself, but Taiku was something else. As expected of U.A's principal to possess such a keen eye for talent. The counselor who introduced himself as Sanada complimented the creature sitting beside Tsukachi. The hybrid principal nodded. Of course. It's not every day I get to see a quirk thesis on foreign publication under Japanese name, and by one so young and unknown before. Nizu said, sipping his tea. That's quite a feat without connections. Sanada shook his head. It would be a lie to say Midoriya-kun has none. He informed Nizu. A close friend of Midoriya-kun is a very talented student too. Some say he is the second coming of Thomas Alva Edison. Sanada boasted proudly. He is a frequent contributor for those foreign magazines, so they gave Midoriya-kun a fair chance to assess his thesis based on Ishigami-kun's recommendation. Their decision to publish it, of course, is due to Midoriya-kun's own talent. How? In fact, it's not a stretch if both boys went straight to college instead. The teacher went on and on. A pair of middle school students writing thesis before reaching college? Was that normal nowadays? What he remembered of his youth back in middle school with Toshinori was speaking of their dreams to be hero and police, getting in trouble with teachers and looking at girls in a new light after PBRTY. Certainly not writing scientific papers. Or telling heroes and police to blow up a building some more to solve a hostage situation. Tsukachi-kun? Your complexion doesn't look so good today. Sleep hasn't come easily to me lately. I recommend some nice mint tea to help with your insomnia. Actually, he was losing sleep since his superiors and the Hero Association decided to let Nizu handle the wild card that landed out of nowhere on their lap. He knew Midoriya was a good kid. The boy was more sensible and not eager for the glory of heroism like his peers. However, as everyone who reviewed the Jabberwocky case keeps telling him, a normal teenager wouldn't resort to a well-measured destruction to achieve the most efficient rescue plan. Zen Plaza is a real building with actual villains and hostages, not a simulation like in the hero training course. We would be blind to not see the danger. As much as Tsukachi liked the boy, he couldn't disagree with them that Midoriya Izuku wasn't safe to be left alone. It didn't help either that Sanada-san mentioned Midoriya was considering an overseas scholarship, and Nizu's eyes had been shining with mad glint since the start. Knock knock knock. Come in, Midoriya-kun. Excuse me, I am sorry for the dash. The boy trailed off. Wait. Then Tsukachi saw it. The color of Midoriya's eyes shifted to deep amber of shimmering flame briefly before returning to verdant shade that matched his name. Sanada didn't seem to notice, but Nizu definitely did. He also felt the gaze on his skin, the feeling of being seen through to the core in a glance. Nizu was rubbing the underside of his snout thoughtfully, shuddering under the boy's intense gaze. Ho ho ho, very interesting, he said to himself, his voice so low that only Tsukachi that sat next to him could hear him. He definitely has a very unusual quirk, but even without it dash. Even without it the boy was still a dangerous entity. Midoriya-kun, take a seat. I heard you have known Tsukachi-san from the police force. Sanada was all smiles as he spoke to the boy. And dash, the counselor hesitated, this one over here is Nizu-san from UA. Unknown creature or not, principals from prestigious academies deserve respect. I will leave you to speak with them about your recommendation. Do Taiku proud as you always do, Midoriya-kun. He said as he stepped out of the room after giving the boy an encouraging pat on his shoulder. The freckled boy nodded. Yes, sensei. He bowed politely, acting every bit of model student his report said of him. A model student who drops criminals on their doorstep on a weekly basis, Tsukachi told himself. It's been a while, Midoriya-kun. Not even. A week, actually. The boy's eyes flickered again before he gave them a polite bow. Nizu beamed. Don't stand in ceremony, sit. Let's have a long chat, Midoriya-kun. The boy nodded and took the seat Sanada-san had occupied, right across theirs. Well, thank you very much for your help last time, Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi began sheepishly. He had a feeling the boy was quiet because Midoriya knew what they were coming for. Midoriya looked startled. No, it's me who should be thankful, for you and the heroes to follow my selfish demand. I have caused you all so much trouble. Tsukachi was about to refute, but Nizu was faster. Midoriya Izuku-kun, I'd think no hero or police worth their salt could complain about your plan in Zen Plaza. You saved as many lives as possible with your strategy. Izuku wondered if he should be relieved or terrified that hyper-intuition worked on an unknown hybrid creature like Nizu. Well, as far as hyper-intuition went, he could see through any living being, including whatever the UA principle was supposed to be. He is super curious about me. He looked nothing like Senku, but the look of utter joy at finding something fascinating like Izuku was very identical. First Senku, Futaba, and now, why the heck did all crazy geniuses gather around him in this life? You outwit both heroes and villains in this case. That's quite an accomplishment. Izuku narrowed his eyes. In a normal situation he would feel flattered that someone like Nizu was giving him praise. Thank you for your kind words, Nizu-san, but I think you overpraise me. The principal shook his head. Midoriya-kun, I didn't overestimate you. I don't think there are many pro-heroes with a strategic mind and decision-making skills as swift as yours, and as proud as I am of our students. I don't think any of them could come up with such an elaborate plan on the fly. He glanced at Tsukachi. Especially when their beloved mother is on the line, you keep a calm judgment of the situation, and not until the very last moment when your interference is truly needed you act on it. That I just did what I had to do. Yes, by all right, you have the making of an ideal hero. Nizu cupped his chin, or was it the underside of his snout? The drive to do what is right, courage, humility, analytical mind. He listed on. So imagine my disappointment when Tsukachi-kun said you are not going pro. Izuku didn't falter. I help people because I want to, not because I am licensed to do so and paid for it. So you find my profession distasteful? He said inquiringly. Far from insulted, Nizu was intrigued. After all, children of Izuku's generation should be enamored by the idea of becoming a hero. It was the #1 profession in the world. So for an outlier like Izuku to exist, it fascinated Nizu. The boy just smiled at the hybrid. No, there are many pro-heroes I respect. It's simply not the path I will choose. Nizu's eyes glinted. Even though you can do so much more for people if you become a pro-hero? He didn't waver. I don't have a grand ambition to the point I have to be a pro-hero to achieve it. I am a simple kid. I help people in need I see in front of me. No more, no less. Midoriya-kun, Tsukachi murmured softly. Nizu hummed, that's fine too. I have seen overambitious and underachieving students in my long years as principal, but you're neither. Was there anything Izuku could do to not further Nizu's interest in him? He cleared his throat again before pulling up a thick file. I did some digging on you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku tried his best to not sputter at that revelation. Let's see, 3 purse snatchers, 2 robbers, 5 this. Izuku became paler and paler as the list went on. Foiling reported 3 suicide attempts, saving at least over 100 cats from tree, also finding the lost ones. Also there's one time you broke a gang fight. Tsukachi-san didn't know that one, it seemed. When did that happen? Izuku wanted to dig a hole to hide. I didn't know it was a gang fight. He was with his friends trying to find this spare part Senku wanted when they ran into the conflict. It was very awkward to chat when suddenly people on 2 sides were brandishing baseball bats, pipes and other makeshift weapons. Senku had the gall to comment that it wasn't within his calculation. To be fair, Izuku tried to get away when he had a bad feeling, but Senku was so sure they could deal with it as usual. I didn't fight them, we just ran to the nearest police station. Why they decided to chase Izuku and his friends, he had no idea. You and your friends knock out at least half of them before the police arrive. Nizu sounded too gleeful for an educator who should disapprove of such action. It wasn't their fault Senku was a slowpoke, and they would never leave him behind. Come to think of it, most attempts at escaping trouble when he was with his friends failed because Senku didn't have a lick of stamina. I really have to drag Senku to my morning jog one of these days. Sir, I'd rather not be involved in more than half of the trouble I got into. But since they're already in front of you, Midoriya-kun can't leave them be. Izuku stilled at that. That's a hallmark of a hero, All Might would tell you that. It took Izuku's all to not cheer like a 5-year-old brat, but the corner of his lips couldn't stop twitching. 14 years of fanboying All Might couldn't disappear easily from his bones, past memory or not. I am glad to hear that, but my resolution stays the same. He stated firmly, eyes narrowed. I don't. Midoriya-kun. Nizu interjected before Izuku could finish. Why did you try to run away so hard from your old dream? His eyes widened at that. My dream, what do you mean? I told you I did a thorough investigation on your background. Nizu said, setting down the empty cup of tea before helping himself a second. You're deemed quirkless for most of your life. People remember you, too, are the boy who never gave up on your dream to be a hero. I believe how they remember me doesn't sound as nice as that. Izuku didn't want to sound bitter, but it was hard not to be. Nizu snickered. I hope it pleases you to know that all of them look at me like I have grown an extra paw or head when I told them you're perhaps the best hero candidate I have come across since All Might? You just met me today, Nizu-san. The mutant just wants to see his reaction. Nevertheless, while our circumstances aren't quite the same, I'd like to think I have some insight about yours. Izuku frowned at that. If anyone in your place gave up to be a hero by the time they're diagnosed as quirkless, that's normal, but you never give it up for years. I decided to not follow it since last year. I gave up. No, boy, you ran from it. Nizu stated with conviction. Half-heartedly at that, considering you're tiptoeing to vigilantism. I didn't. Even if the circumstances more often than not are out of your control, from what Tsukachi-kun knows of you. Nizu trailed off. In the end it's your choice to get involved to help and save others, you don't run from them. Izuku felt his eyes felt warm and moist but he held it back. Also with how much trouble you get into, it's not like you have much choice. That snapped him out of his musing. What trouble? He didn't shriek yet, thankfully. Nizu sighed. There's your blog. I closed it. Doesn't help your case. When we tracked down visitor flow of your blog, we made interesting discoveries that you have more than 1 or 2 villains following it religiously. Okay, he really should ask Futaba to check. Was that even possible considering the blog was gone? I didn't use my real name. Then there's your little cat, Sheet. With brush-like tail and rounded ears, Nizu trailed off. Apparently the runaway lion you saved before decided he didn't like enclosure or the wilderness. Tsukachi looked pained. Well, we also received a report that the lion resisted a lot when you brought him back the second time. A group of sanctuary staff were aware of this, keeping it a secret. They even went as far as visiting the Midoriya household weekly to check on the cub. They had no choice, apparently because if they took the cub back from Izuku, it would refuse to eat and in general tried its best to kill itself until they gave it back. But that's still illegal, he hissed. Nizu nodded. I can understand why you didn't report it though, the cub has a quirk, and if it's unlucky enough to go through what happened to me. Tsukachi had this deer on headlights look as the principal started to cackle like a villain. That kid fed on his flame. Izuku didn't know how it affected Natsu biologically. Senku had a couple of theories. None made Izuku feel that it was safe to return Natsu to government's care. Nizu at last stopped laughing and Izuku kept his eyes on the puddle of tea on the floor Nizu made in his laughing fit as if it was the most interesting thing in the world. You're a hero for that cub, Izuku-kun. The mutant sounded sincere. Also, if you really can't avoid trouble after trouble because of your quirk and heroic heart dash. Ironically, his hyper-intuition was originally meant to avoid danger and trouble. I'd say, it's just my decency as a human being. He gritted out, I am fine being a civilian. As for Natsu, he trailed off. He is still a cub, he will grow and mature. He won't be so dependent on me then, and I should be able to release him safely to the wild. My friend has connections with Wild Reserve in Africa, so I can dash. That child dash, Nizu interjected. He can't return to the wild anymore, I can't, and from what I gather from Sanctuary's staff who keep your secret, the cub is at least as intelligent as a chimpanzee to understand human speech. Izuku bit his lip at that. Quirk does that to any animal, not to an extent of my high-spec quirks, but animals with quirk like us won't adapt well in the wild. It doesn't help that your Natsu is a lion, a pack animal with social strata. You think we can allow such gene carriers to go back to the wild? Izuku froze at that. Nizu sounded bitter and sad to his ears. The principal wasn't speaking just for himself but for all animals with quirks like him and Natsu. He had been naive, thinking as long as he raised Natsu well, the cub would grow up to be a lion and won't need his care anymore. If you come to Udata, I will make Natsu my foster kid. Nizu snickered. We should stick together, he and I. My school has enough clout to take charge of unusual individuals like Natsu. So this is how they wanted to play it, as Senku said. Rather than playing it completely by their tune, he should try to get something out of it. That I understand the benefit when Natsu is concerned, but tell me, if you did an investigation of me, are you aware of my missing father? That silenced both Nizu and Tsukachi. The quiet stretched like eternity until Tsukachi broke it. From what we know, your father hasn't been in the picture since you're 3 years old, or even younger. They couldn't get the exact timeline no matter how hard they tried. Have you tried to track him down? Well, we can't say we did not. Midoriya Hizashi was a father, and the head of Midoriya household, so it was proper to have him informed of his problematic son. Izuku scoffed. They would find out soon anyway. His absence isn't normal, and let's say our monthly stipend goes through an interesting detour. That is this the right time to tell you that your father doesn't exist on the registry? Nizu apparently didn't pick up on tact in his years in human society. Well, Izuku trailed off, wondering why he wasn't even surprised Hizashi didn't exist in the government's registry. Considering his track record with his biological father in his previous life, or even being a Vongola in general, not a lot of things could surprise him. It seems I can't avoid this anymore. We're not forcing you to be a pro-hero. He took a deep breath before exhaling. No, but you leave me with no choice, sir. He corrected them. I know I automatically fall under your protection if I become a student, but what about my mother? Tsukachi was quick to reply. We will protect her. It's our duty. You don't have to ask. His eyes narrowed. It seemed both Nizu and Tsukachi had a clue of Hizashi's whereabouts. Or at least they suspected something. I am glad to hear that, but you want me to attend you today but not become a pro-hero. That doesn't make any sense. A lot of pro-heroes are technically, well, pro-heroes. Nizu explained to him unhelpfully, pouring another cup of tea that had cooled down by now. Lunch Rush, for example, is a chef first. He hardly sees any action. Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully. I am sure you know many heroes with licenses but with their supposed side job as their main. That I see dash, not all heroes are full-time like All Might. As long as you don't chuck your license down into the sewer somewhere, Izuku-kun, you can pick any other job. Principal. Tsukachi. Was that even a proper thing to say by the principal of U.A? Beside, can see you become an intelligent type of hero like me, we will order other heroes around to get the job done. Was that why Nizu became a hero, a teacher and a principal? So he could order other humans around as he pleases? Izuku heaved a sigh. He hadn't run into a dead end yet. He would adapt and make this work for him. He won't let becoming a hero control his future. Very well. I accept. His mother won't be very happy, or rather she would get a mixed feeling that Izuku got to fulfill his old forgotten dream, but life would get more dangerous to him. Izuku was still very weak, and if U.A offered what he needed to protect his mother, then so be it. 5-minute-long discussion later. What do you mean I didn't get to participate in any exam? Well, it's not beneath you to flunk the exam. Indeed it wasn't. Also there's not much point for you to attend it considering your track record, and it's mostly on quirk anyway. He wouldn't fare well because of what they assumed was his unstable flame. Yui doesn't want you for your quirk anyway, you're wanted for your intelligence, and it would have been simpler if you're quirkless. Nizu looked amused. It's more trouble than it's worth from what I heard. A small petty part of his mind wanted his ex-friend to hear this. They would rather I am quirkless. This is priceless. Well, you still have to do a written exam for formality's sake. With his grades, it was hard to imagine Izuku would fail the A written portion. And sit with us during the exam. The next day, Izuku just returned from his morning jog, and he was still struggling on how to bring up A to his mother. He couldn't delay informing his mother forever, but explaining the circumstances would be difficult. I am home, Mom. He could smell the delicious scent of breakfast in the air. So we have panka.ku. He trailed off to dead silence when he saw the figures sitting at their dining table with his mother. That pair of red wings and ash blonde hair was unmistakable, even if the owner were dressed in civilian clothes. Midori Yakuin. Hawks? Izuku sputtered. Inko turned to him robotically. Izuku, can you tell me why Hawk-sen thinks you're attending you today and that the principal beat him from recommending you to Shiketsu? She finished almost hysterically. That's it, Izuku would put all of his Hawks merchandise for sale at the first chance he got. There was a good reason why idols were an unreachable figure to their fans, as more often than not the object of admiration was gilded with gold and sprinkled in sugar. It was one of many things heroes' aspirants learned. Their idols didn't always match their image and the hero's life wasn't as flashy and glorious as expected. In case of Hawks, however, there wasn't a lot of image gap. For someone who ranked as high as he was, Hawks doesn't really have a public persona. He was laid back, playful, and all around a pleasant person even if one didn't take his profession to account. This overly friendly hero who dreamed of easy and conflict-free life, however. Hawks-san, this may sound rude, but this is the third day in a row you're having breakfast at our home, said Izuku as the hero tailed him to school in civilian clothes and face mask, which was totally pointless because with that pair of huge wings he was as conspicuous as an ostrich hiding its head on the sand. Wings weren't a rare quirk, but Hawks was very distinctive due to its size and vivid color. Hawks beamed, Izuku-an, I don't have any hidden motive. I just want to get along with someone as interesting as you. Was that a compliment, or did he just insult Izuku offhandedly? Also, he didn't remember giving the guy permission to address him so familiarly. Also, since you'd beat me on recruiting you, I want to call dibs on your internship. Izuku gaped at him in disbelief. It's November now, I haven't even graduated yet. Early birds get the worm. Hawks said, sounding very bird-like. Izuku wasn't amused. That's so I am a worm now? And also, I have a case, let's keep it hush-hush. Hawks-san, this is illegal. The winged hero grinned. Don't you know of a certain sneaky thief who steals from another thief? That made Izuku pause, his frown deepened. Hawks-san, I don't mind 1 or 2 vigilantes, especially if they help to lighten our load as heroes. My dream is a world where we all can have free time and don't always need to run to trouble, you know. That was a nice dream, and Izuku felt a pang in his heart. That I am not sure I can trust you yet, Hawks-san. Mean. I thought there's something between us. Izuku pointedly ignores Hawk's dramatics. I will see your request and relay it to my friend, but it's up to Alibaba to take it up or not. Hawks hummed, I am hoping to see the guy, you know. I really admire his online escapade. Alibaba, Izuku trailed off, have a severe case of distrust for adults. She also had social anxiety bordering on agoraphobia, and until recently before she started opening up to Izuku and Senku, she also suffered from suicidal depression. Silence. That's too heavy to drop on me in the morning, Izuku. And your request to get in contact with my vigilante hacker friend isn't? Izuku didn't hate Hawks, but he didn't like the hero in particular either. There was a lack of passion he couldn't help but feel from the hero. Midoriya's apartment. Izuku knew Nizu was very enthusiastic to enroll him to Yuta, overly so to the point he wondered if Nizu had a deeper reason than what he already knew. A principal shouldn't be so focused on one student, even if it was someone as problematic as Izuku. He definitely shouldn't start teaching Izuku, But for who knows why, Niza began showing up in Midoriya household at random whenever he had spare time. Just think of me as your home tutor. Home tutor, that sounded so nostalgic. There you go again. Izuku perked up at that. I don't know Midoriya-kun very well yet, but sometimes you show that kind of expression. Nostalgia? Melancholy. Nizu raised his paw, the look of an elderly recalling good old days before the 21st century. That struck him right on the gut metaphorically. Please ignore it. He coughed. He would rather not count his collective age in 3 reincarnations. It didn't help his oldest reincarnation live prior to the Industrial Revolution. Nizu-san, don't you have a school to manage and an agency to lead? What do you think this homework I gave you is for? That aren't they made-up cases Nizu-san uses for practice? So I can avoid using drastic measures like in Zen Plaza? Like the material damage, terrible public image, and an unholy amount of destruction, just typical Vongola's mess. Silence fell in Izuku's room. They can't be real, right? Ha 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 dash. Did you just make me do your job and disguise it as homework? The plan you suggested to manual agency about that arsonist case is definitely brilliant. Why dash? Izuku interjected. I thought you're holding off other heroes from trying to get info on me? Aside from Hawks, who already had his address straight from his own mother. Nizu scoffed. Well, my agency works on assisting other heroes on intel and planning. It's your forte. Free labor is dash. Also, all of your plan as so far involves some destroyed property and, effective or not, I would like you to go with Plan BS. You didn't get to this point, making the solutions safe and destruction-free, without practice. While I am sure Samantha-sensei doesn't mind extra work, I would start to feel guilty before the end of your first year if I didn't raise his salary. Did Nizu just imply Izuku would cause an untold amount of destruction by his first year in U.A? As for your strategies, I did sort them out before I handed them over to the Heroes Agency. You draw attention to yourself like sugar for ants, and after your flashy display before, do you think saying nothing to their fellow heroes can cut it? Nizu asked Izuku, who shook his head. So I let Ingenium and others say that you're under my care. It's a much better deterrent for both heroes and villains alike. Silence would just prompt curious folks to look, poking their nose where it didn't belong. He could imagine that happening. Nizu was a respected pro-hero and principal of UA. He would scare the villain side, and the heroes would know better than to offend him. Besides, your exercises would provide you an excellent rapport with other heroes. It will work wonders to your image too. You won't be remembered as that one boy who blew up dash. Izuku sputtered. I didn't blow anything up. And making the police force do it absolves you from responsibility? Thought so. Now, what will you call me, Izun? Izuku fell on his knees, forehead touching the floor of his room. Thank you very much for your guidance, master. He will work hard for his fulfilling retirement. Nizu looked at him bewilderedly. Izuku, isn't it too early to talk about retirement? Did he say his mind out loud again? It's never too early. Aren't you too young for a midlife crisis? He had read about humans' strange phases of life. He could see the signs of this in young Midoriya. The boy was such a peculiar specimen indeed. So, are you free on Friday next week? He diverted the conversation before the boy could derail further. I usually have an after-school experiment and research with Senku on Friday. The weekend was for exercise with Ojiro, and then they would go to Futaba's adoptive father's place to keep the shut-in company. Hopefully next week they could get the girl to walk to her father's cafe for a parfait at least. Baby steps that would put a tortoise's speed to shame. Just come whenever before 6. Mustafu, shopping district. All Might was in town. Futaba had alerted him ahead of time of this. Izuku was very happy she cared so much to make him happy. It was Futaba's awkward way to cheer him up after his life spiraled down out of control since Jabberwocky's case. Though he wished she didn't venture to use public CCTV for it. Futaba was a genius and she was always careful, but he would rather she didn't try anything that could land her in jail. He and his friends were dancing around the gray area of justice since they came together as a group. Senku was never a law-abiding citizen, especially in pursuit of science. Futaba was a shut-in, And her choice of profession said a lot of how much she cared about legality. Then there was Ojiro, who was supposed to be the voice of reason and a bundle of common sense. Unfortunately for all the chivalrousness he had, Ojiro at some point was thoroughly corrupted by Izuku and Senku. We're helping people, that's noble, and we're not breaking the law, nobody's looking. It's fine. He had hoped Ojiro would be the one stopping their insanity, but no, Ojiro lost his sanity. The day Ojiro told them this was the day he became Shiro, courtesy of Futaba. The chant, "One of us from Futaba and Senku," would haunt him to his grave, he was sure of that. "Aizu, do you feel anything yet?" "Aji, no," Shiro asked. A hero aspirant shouldn't be so cheerful asking if his friend felt any criminal action in a 10-mile radius. Northeast, quite close from here. He shouldn't use his hyper-intuition to track down All Might's in action, but this was seriously the first time he was using it for a selfish reason. A bit should be fine, right? Senku had cancelled the experiment to hang out with his childhood friends and told him to try having fun with his quirk. A strange suggestion, but not unwelcome. Shiro looked at him, lips quivering with an amused smile. "You're really bad at this," he said, laughing at Izuku. "Being selfish with your quirk, using it for your own sake. I am just not used to using it for fun. It feels dash," he trailed off unsurely, "wrong? Like his former classmates did." Shiro nodded to himself, a smile firmly in place. "If we get our hands on Aizu's bully from his previous school, I will help Senku hide the body. Or they will just use the sodium hydroxide Senku made the other day, and no one will find it." Izuku discreetly observed Shiro from the corner of his eyes. There was a murderous vibe coming out from his friend. Here we are. Nothing happened yet. I sent a message to Tsukachi-san to send patrol this way just in case." Izuku frowned, eyes closed in concentration. There's several heroes close to here. Heroes felt different to Izuku because they trained their quirks more than civilians. Their presence was more refined and stronger. He was pretty sure the scorching and blinding sun-like presence he felt for the last few days was All Might. The man was pretty hard to miss. Though, All Might's civilian self must be a master of stealth or something. When he wasn't in action, the sun dimmed so much that Izuku could barely detect the number one hero. How unexpected of All Might, he gave off the impression that he was flashy. 24. Shiro heaved a sigh. "I am pretty sure Tsukachi-san is still smarting from missing his chance to recruit you to be a detective like him. I'd rather dash." He stopped on his track. "In his presence, there's another strong hero nearby. Depending on quirk, his hyper-intuition would interpret it in different sensory perceptions. It depended not on strength but the capability of the quirk to affect the world. For example, a simple extra appendage quirk like his friends won't give him an impression. Senku's super memory was also the same. Futaba's quirk, on the other hand, the technopath, was especially potent to his senses. It flooded his ears with the buzzing sound of machines and tingled his skin with mild electricity bite. "How does it feel?" Shiro had been pretty disappointed that his quirk was impressionless to Izuku's. Izuku frowned in concentration. A flame-themed hero for sure, a scent of burn, heat, and noise that reminded me of a huge bonfire in the festival. There was also, I think this hero brought two sidekicks to dash. His eyes widened. "Shiro, get back." He took a deep breath. "Villain attack. Ruin." And thankfully the villain made a dynamic entry, so everyone started running the moment they heard the sound of explosion from 3 shops away. Shiro did him a favor by dragging Izuku away from the scene with his tail wrapped around the shorter boy's waist. "If you're too near you might get the blamed again for the explosion. I am not always responsible for everything that explodes in my vicinity. Senku is responsible for more than half of it." "Are you sure?" "Because he said dash." "Whose side are you on?" Izuku felt betrayed. "You know that dash. I am here." The villain's attack was stopped very quickly, and Izuku forgot whatever lecture he wanted to give to Shiro because All Might is here and the number one hero was even more amazing in real time. It seemed a robbery had taken place inside a jewelry store. They had sneaked in from the employee's entrance using a stolen access card. They had meant to be discreet, stealing jewelry in the safe that was too valuable to be put on display on the back of the shop. Unfortunately, the man with electric quirk who was supposed to malfunction the security system overestimated himself. He ended up frying everything, causing the explosion. By pure luck, only the short-circuited man died, while the rest of his gang were injured. The staff and customers at the front only suffered minor injury and shock. They had been saved by All Might, who quickly brought all of them to safety. Surprisingly, All Might wasn't the only hero who arrived on the scene. 1 minute after All Might made his entrance, a hero wrapped in flames came and stood in front of the burning jewelry shop with an unreadable expression. Endeavor had come and wisely didn't get involved with the burning crime scene. Izuku frowned at the number 2 hero. Izu, you're unhappy, why? Your mood is good just now dash. That wasn't the look a fellow hero should give at his comrade who was saving people. He is dripping with so many negative emotions. What the hell is wrong with Endeavor? The hero's fans thought Endeavor was a tough and aloof hero who didn't care about pleasing people, hence, his polar opposite appeal in comparison to All Might. Whatever rivalry he has with All Might, it's not healthy on his side. So, Endeavor, glad to see you backing me up. All Might approached the flame hero with his sun-like smile and Izuku restrained himself to not swoon. I didn't do anything, All Might. He replied crudely. As you should, it's a mark of a great hero to know when to step back. You even called the police. I did not call them either. The red-haired hero answered curtly. Is that so? All Might trailed off awkwardly. It was official, Izuku hated his hyper-intuition for too much information. He'd rather not know that All Might was as blind as a bat when it comes to reading the atmosphere. Endeavor was glaring daggers at him, and All Might acted like Endeavor was a very nice old friend. Also, the one who called the police was Izuku. All Might is an airhead. He didn't mind that All Might was human enough to be the oblivious type, but if he couldn't tell Endeavor greatly disliked him. Endeavor wasn't even the subtlest person, his face might be covered in flames, but the flame itself was very true to Endeavor's mood. I wonder if Hawks, no never mind. Izuku stepped forward, walking past the tape line. Oi, you dash! A familiar cat-looking police officer was about to stop him but paused when recognizing Izuku. Izuku reached out and held a man dressed in the staff uniform of the recently burned jewelry shop. Sir, you can't leave without permission, Izuku told the man with a squid-looking head. The police still need your testimony, and unless you're injured gravely, they can't let you leave. The man was also half camouflaged, courtesy of the camouflage ability of his quirk. You can leave by ambulance in that case. Endeavor frowned. Boy, what are you doing in dash? Midoriya-kun. Called Temikoa Sansa. That guy is? Let me go, brat. The octopus man hissed, his sucker-like mouth opened and closed menacingly. I didn't do anything, so why police would dash? Izuku narrowed his eyes. So why did you try to escape? Perhaps, you're afraid what would happen if it's discovered that the stolen access card matched yours. The man predictably tried to attack Izuku. His fingers turned to tentacles and lunged to strangle the boy. All Might and Endeavor were ready to save Izuku, only to be disappointed when Izuku jabbed the man between his eyes. The criminal went out like a light, and Izuku stepped away to let the man reunited with the ground unhindered. He blinked when he saw the man fell down with half of his leg held still by ice, making a very awkward fainting position. One of Endeavor's sidekicks? Wait, this quirk. It felt like 2 but actually 1, like fraternal twins? Sansa gaped at him. Midoriya-kun you dash. The police sputtered. Izuku didn't even stutter. It's self-defense. I also didn't use my quirk. Sort of. Hyper-intuition was on 24/7, so he knew the man had the same weakness as squid and octopus. The cat police groaned. You could have just told me. The man was about to get away. There's no time. If he asked Sansa first, he would have been bound to help to track down the man in the end anyway. He had full confidence the man would react as predicted due to panic. Temikoa? All Might stepped forward, and Izuku was reminded that All Might was Tsukachi's friend, so of course, the man was familiar with Sansa. This boy is? Sansa hesitated. Please don't introduce him as the boy who made Hawks and Co. blew up a building. He is Nizu-san's, Sansa? Trailed off hesitantly. Disciple. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, and Izuku really didn't like Endeavor's attention on him. The mastermind, huh? It was good they were near a clustered ambulance and police car, so they were mostly hidden from the public eye. Endeavor wasn't particularly loud, but if the choking noise Shiro made was any indication, the man wasn't using his indoor voice. Since when did he have such a villainous nickname? Also, All Might heard that his idol would know him with such an unflattering nickname. He'd better rectify it quickly. I am just a fortunate middle schooler Master Nizu took under his care. Calling me mastermind is undeserving for someone as inexperienced as me. Minimal stutter, Izuku. That's not what I heard, boy. All Might beamed. Indeed, Nizu has keen eyes. I am sure you will do well. It seemed the symbol of peace hasn't heard of him yet, at least not to the extent of Endeavor. Now, how should he ask for an autograph? If you don't mind, sir, can you sign my laptop purse? He asked, bowing low as he handed said purse like an offering to All Might. He didn't bring his notebook around anymore, so it was the next best thing. It was made of canvas fabric so it could be written on. Sure. The hero had brought a Sharpie with him everywhere so Izuku didn't have to give him any pen. Wow, he could feel the heat of Endeavor's glare on him for asking All Might's signature in front of the flame hero. He must have thought Izuku slapped his face in public or something. Someone coughed in the background, a very good attempt to hide incoming laughter. Much better than Shiro's, who was literally convulsed over by the nearby wall. There was a boy standing behind Endeavor, obviously his son, as he had half of his coloring. His appearance was very striking, and that wasn't just because of his pretty boy look. Heterochromia and bicolored hair that split neatly in half, a human version of a chimera cat. Also, that burn on the side of his face. Izuku could feel his quirk. This boy was especially strong for his age. Heck, if he only takes account of quirk, the young Todoroki was stronger than Bakugo. If Izuku remembered the old article correctly, he got curious because Hawks mistook him for this kid. His name was Todoroki Shudo, and his quirk was a perfect blend of his parents. His quirk was half hot, half cold, right? This was a very wrong picture for Todoroki Shudo to have such a bad burn on the side that is supposed to be heat-resistant, very unlikely caused by his own fire. If by chance it was an accident, why didn't the flame hero do something about it? Endeavor was rich, richer than All Might, who donated a majority of his wealth for charity. Skin graft surgery would be pocket change for Endeavor. Maybe he was jumping to conclusions, but then when Endeavor addressed his son, the sheer coldness and distaste of the boy's body language hit Izuku like a blizzard. I hate being right for this kind of thing, I really dash. Then their eyes met. The boy looked confused by his stare for a second before freezing. Oh shit, he wasn't being subtle, was he? He never enjoyed being his father's tag-along kid. Shudo was unsure if there was anything he could learn from his father on the field aside from making civilians give him a wide berth simply for burning. It was quite a sight to see All Might beat Endeavor to a case, not to mention in a crime scene full of possible explosives, a flame hero couldn't get involved. It was done in record time, as expected of the man Endeavor would never beat. Shudo was surprised when an unknown boy who looked to be a budding scientist in his lab coat suddenly crossed the police's line and caught a man who tried to leave. They almost couldn't see the man, because he was crawling in all four and almost melted together with asphalt with his camouflage ability. He also thought it was suspicious the man tried to sneak out, but his father foolishly occupied All Might with a petty one-sided argument. The boy too calmly asked the man what's on Shudo's mind. Why leave if you're innocent? Shouldn't he need medical attention for that bad burn? Then the man tried to attack the boy, or perhaps taking him hostage. Shudo couldn't tell. His body moved before he could think, but it was proven unnecessary because before his ice could reach, the unknown boy knocked the squid man out faster than one could blink. His ice that had reached below the man's knee made the man fall backward in a weird angle. The boy slowly blinked at the squid man, looked over to him curiously before his attention was diverted by the police. It was surreal how nonchalantly the green-haired boy handled everything, like he had done it all his life. His father called the verdant-eyed boy, who is appropriately named Midoriya like his hair color, the mastermind. The boy looked half flustered, half offended by that title, judging from his eye twitch. Then he proceeded to ask for All Might's autograph in front of Endeavor, openly singling out the symbol of peace. If that wasn't a slap on Endeavor's face, Shudo didn't know what was. He was very tempted to take notes. The boy met his father and less than 5 minutes later easily annoyed the hell out of Endeavor. He didn't even get hurt for it like Shudo would if he attempted the same. He coughed to his palm, a rare display of losing his self-restraint. He almost laughed at the wide-eyed look on Endeavor's face, and if his father knew, he would pay for it with a painful training session. Then again, a front-row seat of Endeavor's public humiliation was worth it. Shudo felt someone's gaze on him. It was Midoriya. The boy was looking at him curiously, nothing rude because it was very brief and fleeting, not an open stare. Shudo, you shouldn't come so close, and what's with using your quirk in public? Apparently, his father didn't forget his ice. It's fine, Endeavor. I think young Todoroki saw young Midoriya in danger faster than we did and acted. That's a mark of a great hero, you know. If his body moves reflexively to save people, you have done well with your son. Shudo was very flattered by All Might's compliment but also frustrated when his father got the credit. He was as sure as hell didn't get his heroic drive from Endeavor. Then he noticed Midoriya looking at him again, openly staring this time on a certain part of his face. He would feel annoyed that the boy was staring at his scar, but then Midoriya looked back and forth between him and Endeavor. He wasn't curious about Shudo's scar, he wasn't staring because the burned skin was ugly. The boy was an open book, and Shudo could almost hear the clicking sound of Midoriya's mind gear and the following horrified expression. He saw through me and Endeavor. Shudo froze on his track as if imprisoned by his own ice quirk, and emotion called panic he never experienced since he was 5 almost overwhelmed him. Suddenly a very warm hand was already holding his cold one in a firm grip, and the boy was suddenly right in front of him. Hello, thank you very much for helping me. Huh. And just like that, his anxiety ebbed away, replaced by confusion. Midoriya certainly didn't need Shudo's help, so why was he being thanked? Why Midoriya was shaking his hand as if they had just introduced themselves to each other. I am Midoriya Izuku from Taiku, nice to meet you. Todoroki Shudo. He returned for the sake of courtesy, not even bothering to add his school's name. He was very confused, but the distraction was welcome. The boy lets go of Shudo's hand, not holding it too long to the point of being overfamiliar. However, the next thing he knew, Midoriya handed a small drawing pad to him. Can you sign it for me? Since you saved me today, you're a hero too. It was official. Midoriya was strange, but looking at the scrunched-up expression on his father's face beneath his fire mask made Midoriya the good kind of odd. Shudo couldn't bring himself to care if Midoriya was just trying to annoy the hell out of Endeavor, or being plain weird, or acting friendly. He just robotically wrote his name on Midoriya's pad, relishing the feel of his father's heated glare on his skin. It felt like the pleasant burn of the morning sun. Izuku, we gotta go for your appointment soon, called the friend with muscular tail Shudo almost forgot about. The boy was also getting an autograph from All Might and had followed Midoriya's example to openly ignore Endeavor. Midoriya made a face at that. Coming! He shouted at the boy, before beaming at Shudo again. Their fingers brushed as he took his notepad back from Shudo. It wasn't lost on Shudo that the boy's body temperature was higher than normal. This was someone who had flame quirk, or a variation of it. See you in Yudere, Todoroki Shudo-kun. Shudo stared bewilderedly as Midoriya gave him another gentle pat on the hand, a very comforting gesture that felt alien since his mother left. He is my age, but... Shudo's mind trailed off as he watched Midoriya's retreating back. Why do I feel like a grandson being comforted by my grandparent? Shudo, Endeavor called, snapping the dual-haired boy to reality. What do you think of the boy? Weird, but also a very pleasant person. He will make a good sidekick, said his father. Shudo couldn't imagine someone with that presence to be a sidekick. Yudata High School. It was his childhood dream to enter Yudata, participate in the sport festival and become a hero. For some reason entering Yudata's massive gate felt strangely mundane. As impressive as Yudata could be as a school, It was still a normal school just with extra courses attached built around the hero industry. Industry, for someone who had the memory of a world where heroism was an act and not industry, Izuku felt disparaging how quirks affected this world. Then again, he wasn't one to talk criticizing the industry because my previous life's self kickstarted the industry of violence. That was like the opposite of heroism and a super bad idea overall. Considering how Vongola went down the line, obviously, Giotto didn't think things through aside from doing what was right and helping people. I really have to start to think about the consequences of my actions, and not start a revolution. His mind was in a dark place after the Todoroki incident 1 hour earlier. Izuku almost stumbled when he noticed a particularly beautiful girl with lilac hair was watching him avidly. I hope she doesn't think I am weird. Then he got a text message from Senku and Futaba, wondering if they could break into Udate's security system of all things and asking about Izuku's opinion of their chance of success. Senku's mindset was too unrestrained, not caring about law and legality. Senku would be very much at home in Vongola. He was starting to speak like a vigilante, a criminal. At this rate, they would really be arrested by Tsukachi. That uniform is Taiku's. The beautiful girl hummed thoughtfully. That's very unusual. The blonde standing beside her perked up. Taiku? That's quite a grand name for a school. Emperor of Light, it sounded like a hero's name. What's so strange about students from there visiting Udate? Nijire. Nijire sighed. Togata-kun, with you at a reputation, there's no middle schooler taking a study trip to survey our school. She pointed out. Amajiki, who was on her other side, frowned, but if he can enter, that means he has permission. He was quite relaxed and walking around in the open. He certainly did not act like an intruder but an invited guest. The lone girl of UA's big three shrugged. I don't think he's an intruder either. It's just that Taiku is the school a cousin of mine went to. And? It's a very old-fashioned school. It doesn't care about quirk at all. Stuck in the age before quirks took over the world. In a sense, they don't want anything to do with quirks. A lot of schools are lenient about quirk as long as there's no harm done, but Taiku, it's an academic and sport-oriented school. The ban on quirks is really harsh there to the point they avoid accepting students with mutant quirk that can't be deactivated. Togata cupped his chin. It certainly doesn't sound like a school for heroes. More like school for athletes and civil servants. Nijire nodded, her curly hair bobbed with her head. It's quite a hardcore school when it comes to academics and sports. So it surprised me to see that uniform in you. She had considered going there because the uniform was very cute, but then she heard of their reputation. I wonder if he's going to general education or management. Amajiki turned to her. That aside, that boy just now looks like someone murdered his puppy or something. Nizu's office. What's with the dark expression on your face? Nizu asked as soon as he saw Izuku marching to his desk like a vengeful angel. Izuku distracted himself by adjusting his glasses, wiping them clean before putting them back on. I saw Endeavor and his youngest son. Nizu raised an eyebrow, and? Is the rest of the world blind, or am I the only one who thinks we should be concerned if the son of the flame hero has such a big burn scar on his face? And the father hadn't bothered to get skin graft surgery on him for years. Don't you think there's something really wrong when a kid gets so high-strung just by being compared to his father? Or how unnerved he was being approached by me, who is 4 inches shorter than him. Do you master? The principal became very quiet. Izuku, are you implying the number 2 hero abused his own son? Izuku didn't bother sugarcoating his words. Manners be d*med in this situation. No, I am asking you, why did no one see the glaring sign of abuse or question Endeavor's parenting skill? What else did you see? The green-haired boy inhaled deeply. Endeavor doesn't like All Might. He is dripping with bitterness just by standing beside All Might. He had calmed down now, not as ill-tempered as before when he came to complain. Also, Todoroki-kun's quirk is acting strange. As the boy had been registered for a recommendation, Nizu naturally knew the boy's quirk. It's a curious one, ice and fire quirk. What do you mean by strange? Izuku stopped at that, frowning as he tried to recall the impression of Todoroki's quirk. It's not balanced. His frown scrunched up his face. In the first place, dual elemental quirk is unusual, but I can understand if both sides coexist in a balance somehow. But in Todoroki-kun, the ice side feels more pronounced. If I am not looking, I would be fooled to think he is ice quirk used instead of dual fire and ice. Then his eyes sharpened. His father's fire quirk? Master, this is just too dash. Izuku-kun, do you want the public to know the true nature of your unique quirk? That stopped the green-haired boy on his track. Nizu sighed, you haven't been very honest about it, and I can understand why. Clairvoyance-type quirk like yours more often than not hurt the user in a way no one could understand. Night Eye is a prime example of this. Even a composed and logical pro-hero like him was traumatized by his visions to the point he doesn't dare use his quirk freely. The reason Night Eye hid behind All Might's shadow wasn't just his fanaticism. In the case of his disciple, his quirk was active 24. There wasn't much Nizu could gather about it, but the quirk was a prophetic danger sensor. That was the simplest conclusion, but then it didn't explain Izuku's sensitivity to humans' feeling, or his knack for comforting others by his mere presence. It also didn't explain the mysterious flame the boy never shows him, or Izuku's hesitation to bring it out. I hate it, he hissed. Why is that? To protect myself, I can't help others? Izuku. The boy wiped his tears, inhaling deeply. Fine, I will leave this be for now, but Master, Todoroki-kun would enroll in you. Endeavor was an alumnus, his son won't go anywhere else. Then he would be under Yudade's protection, even from his own father. If Nizu could, he would throw Todoroki Enji to jail himself. There's this pesky thing called the number 2 hero title, unfortunately. So heroes are above law now. His intelligent student obviously understood why they couldn't just bring Endeavor to justice. However, he was still young, and his heart was soft enough to feel pain for someone he just met. This boy was a natural hero. There's always a way if one is looking hard enough. Although, if being number 2 makes him so invulnerable, we just have to drag him down from there. Endeavor isn't the best at appealing himself to the general public anyway. Dear student of mine, attacking his public image should be easy enough, and Izuku-kun. Nizu snapped. Izuku flinched, turning slowly to Nizu. Yes? Master? You're not plotting for Endeavor's downfall or anyone else's. That's not a villain. Even if by right, Endeavor was a villain for child abuse. I may or may not have overlooked a certain mysterious leak of a dozen scandals online about a corrupt politician from 2 weeks ago. Izuku averted his eyes. Or how a report on illegal chemical waste from his factories mysteriously landed in police HQ. Izuku was looking down at the office's carpet now. Or an anonymous tip to police on his illegal businesses. Izuku trailed off. Well, Futaba-chan is well enough to go to the cafe for parfait now. Of course she is, after all. The truth came out that the rotten man had had her mother killed and is now serving a life sentence in jail. Right. Izuku-kun. The boy pouted. Yes, sir. I won't do anything without permission. Although, his tendency to skirt around the law was very not hero-like. If only Izuku had more fear of not abiding by the law, he would have been a perfect hero aspirant, his wish for early retirement notwithstanding. Come in, Nizu called out distractedly, feeling really tired from Izuku's antics. The door swung open. Nizu, I hope I am not. Young Midoriya? Wait, didn't Izuku mention that All Might was present in the incident with Endeavor, which means... His disciple's eyes had enlarged to the size of the dinner plate, and his mouth hung open. That voice, this dimming quirk, Izuku mumbled under his breath. All Might? What happened to you? All Might was stupid enough to respond, confirming it. How did you dash? Nizu just sighed. Oh well, knowing Izuku. It's pretty pointless to hide your secret anyway. Also, it was mostly Toshinori's fault for being an idiot. Yagi Toshinori had been hiding his deteriorating condition for years. So it surprised him when the unknown boy, young Midoriya, easily saw through him. He had overheard the sounds of Nizu arguing with someone inside, muffled by the door separating them. Never had he imagined Nizu was arguing with his student. He thought for a second that he slipped something up, but Yagi had seen the recognition and look of admiration in young Midoriya's eyes the moment he stepped in. "How did you dash? What happened to you, All Might?" And that was the very moment his body chose to choke on his blood. "Master, he is dying." After calming the boy down, Nizu sighed at him. "Well, in hindsight, hiding your circumstances from my disciple is impossible." He craned his neck towards the mumbling boy, who in a short time watching Toshinori's wheezing had compiled a number of theories. At least half of them were scarily accurate. Overuse of quirk that is taxing his body? Come to think of it, his time in action statistically dropped the last few years. It could be an injury procured during battle, which severely affected his vital organs, or is it a disease? Midoriya Izuku, also known as the mastermind of the Jabberwocky incident from a few months ago. A controversial case, where a notorious gang held over 60 civilians hostage. The case was broadcasted on national channels, courtesy of the gang themselves, to pressure both heroes and the police force to meet their demands. Even high-ranked heroes like Hawks and Ingenium were stuck in a rut to solve the case until the boy came in and proposed a daring plan. The material damage was astronomical, but no lives were lost after the plan was commenced. This earned the boy a reputation for his strategic mind and boldness. Not all rep about him was good. Some were skeptical of a teen who easily proposed such an extreme measure to accomplish his goal. Dangerous was the unanimous opinion of heroes who learned of his existence, but they also wanted the boy to stay firmly on justice's side. Hence, why Tsukachi lost sleep arguing for the boy's case until Nizu stepped in to take Midoriya under his protection. "It is more complicated than I heard," Toshinori couldn't help but say. He had a clairvoyance quirk like Yagi's former sidekick, something All Might just learned because Tsukachi refused to elaborate about the boy's quirk. "A bit similar to mine, but stronger and more troublesome. You'd think the boy has enough trouble without his quirk. Aren't they worrying a bit too much? The boy is young and his quirk isn't offensive. Unless equipped with a security system and weapons like Nizu." Nizu snorted. "His quirk is a strange blend of clairvoyance and elemental. His elemental side is offensive." Toshinori gaped at that. The huge golden fire on national television during the case a few months ago? That was his. A dual quirk? No, he says the clairvoyance part is an extension of the elemental one. Frankly, even with my high specs, I am at a loss to make heads and tails out of his quirk. Nizu sounded frustrated by the puzzle he couldn't solve. "Anyway, Izuku-kun," the principal called out, "before you figure out everything about Toshinori-kun yourself, please give him a chance to explain himself." Toshinori's sweat dropped, wondering if he was so obvious. It was a short story, so it didn't take very long. "That's what I thought. A strong villain seriously injured you and limited the use of your quirk." Toshinori turned to Nizu. "Is there any point in me telling the story if young Midoriya can guess it in less than 10 minutes? I need you to tell him about One for All Might." Nizu told him. That made the number hero freeze. "But that's... I know young Midoriya is an amazing hero candidate, but he didn't know the boy well. It felt wrong for the decision of his successor to be decided by recommendation of others, even if he trusted Nizu." Nizu gave him a pointed look. "You're mistaken. I want you to tell him so he could help you to choose. You're a good hero, All Might, but you're not the best judge of character." "Heh. I have suspected this for years, but what Izuku-kun told me today confirms it." "But I All Might, what do you think of Endeavor?" "Oh, Endeavor? He is a reliable hero, a bit cold, but he always does his best to save people. I really respect him for his strength and conviction as a hero. I think I would have had a hard time without him as number 2 helping society together." Young Midoriya for some reason buried his face in his hands. "All Might, you're really optimistic, aren't you? Well, that's why you're great and All Might, but still. Anyways, I don't trust you to choose your own successor, or at least, please get a second opinion on your choice. If Todoroki Enji was a good person to Toshinori, the number 1 hero really needs to get his eyes checked." Young Midoriya narrowed his eyes. "One for all for one." Both Nizu and Toshinori froze at the boy's words. Each individual should act for the benefit of the group, and the group should act for the benefit of each individual. What's so important about Switzerland's traditional motto? Toshinori felt cold sweat rolling down his face. It's just random muttering, but that almost scared me to death. He took a deep breath. It's the name of my quirk. The young boy's eyes swam at that. One for all. You always dodge the question on your quirk, so there are dozens of wild theories. The most popular and widely accepted is super strength augmentation, but the calculation on energy intake for that is too enormous to be just from your food, since your punch can even change the weather. So, the source of energy could be from somewhere like the sun maybe? Or even other sources of energy in nature and storing it inside you. Toshinori's sweat dropped. If I leave this boy to his own thoughts for 1 hour, he might figure out everything by analysis alone. He cleared his throat. Midoriya sputtered, I am sorry for rambling, I can't help myself. But, is it okay for you to reveal it to me? I thought it's a big secret so the villains can't take advantage of the information. Nizu snorted, that's correct. Now then, Izuku, how does one for all feel to you? Feel? Toshinori echoed in confusion. The boy beamed, it feels really nice. Huh. I am not really sure, but this quirk is the most harmonious one I ever felt. His eyes looked dreamy before it fluttered close, very strong, bright, overwhelming even, which is strange, but I can't put my finger on it, he trailed off. It feels like the sun, that's the easiest description to me. This boy, could he sense the nature of quirk too? Then Midoriya began to frown. Why does it feel familiar? He shook his head, a hand reached out to lift his cup of tea. Sorry, my brain and mouth run ahead of myself again. So, what does one for all do actually? Nizu just snickered. Well, it's a stockpile energy quirk, but the unique part of my quirk is that it could be inherited. The boy froze, which wasn't a surprise because it was unheard of for a quirk to be passed around. It's a stockpile energy quirk, as you have guessed, but it's powerful enough to make me the strongest hero because I am the 8 wielder, so there are 8 generations worth of energy in me and . There was the sound of the china cup hitting the table before rolling to the carpeted floor, prompting both Toshinori and Nizu to look at the boy. Midoriya's eyes were impossibly wide, hand hanging in the air as if he didn't realize he had dropped his cup. Quirk that can be passed inherited. So the boy started muttering shakily, and his eyes shimmer between the color of amber and his original green back and Izuku-kun? La Vongola la passa, forma non e lo stesso. He wasn't even speaking Japanese anymore, but some other foreign language that wasn't English either. No, nay. He stopped as if his whole body short-circuited, eyes rolled to the back of his head before the boy joined his cup on the floor. Izuku-kun? Young Midoriya? When it comes to the boy's quirky condition, the one they had to call wasn't Midoriya Inko but Ishigami Senku. Since Recovery Girl had diagnosed that the boy wasn't ill or injured, just faint from shock, Nizu was sure his student wouldn't appreciate worrying his mother to hysteria. So the only option was to call the genius. Said genius was also calm, overly calm for someone Nizu. He had met Senku a couple of times to convince him to join their support department. Knew was very overprotective of Izuku and overheard planning to hide the corpses of Izuku's bullies. One of many things Nizu overlooked for Izuku's sake. He was speaking in a foreign language? Well, I think you mean Italian, and yes, he does that on occasion. Nizu frowned. Where did he learn Italian from? That's not an elective in both middle schools he attended. His quirk is registered with an Italian name. At first, I thought he was just using it because it sounds cool, but he does speak Italian fluently. I am no quirk researcher, that's Izuku, so I can't say where it comes from, but, in the first place, Izuku's quirk sometimes feels like pulling knowledge out of nowhere. So yeah, speaking Italian is the least strange thing his quirk does to him. And him passing out? That's not strange at all actually. Well, Izuku has issues with his quirk. Did he ever tell you that he is suppressing his clairvoyance quirk 24/7 because it's too strong and gives him a bad headache? That made Nizu pause. Overtaxing himself with the elemental side would make him pass out of exhaustion or even put him in a coma if he pushed it further, so yes, he does that all the time. Nizu took a deep breath. And none of you brats thought you should tell me these things? Obviously, there was less tea drunk and more spilt that afternoon. The next day, Izuku didn't remember his dream, but he was sure he was dreaming of trying to throttle someone. Maybe his past life self, especially Giotto, for not reading the fine print on the Vongola contract. He woke up the next day and was very thankful that his master had told his mother they had an overnight training so she wouldn't worry. His master wasn't so forgiving though. Apparently, it wasn't acceptable to forget to inform him about his medical condition. It wasn't so important. He had to talk with All Might. Izuku had to know if the man really understood the meaning of passing the torch of his quirk. You won't talk to All Might, not before you explain the severity of your quirk side effect to me. I'd be dead if my first disciple died on me because of his distrust of his teacher. Izuku froze at that. Which is understandable because for most of your life, teachers are useless authority figures who never helped you. Izuku swallowed. It's not like that, I don't think you're the same dash. Nizu sighed. Izuku, for your sake, and everyone else who cares about you, I want you to trust me with this knowledge. Ishigami-kun is a trustworthy individual but he is still a child like you. Do you want him to shoulder the burden if anything happens to you? The verdant-eyed boy shook his head frantically. I don't want that. Nizu felt guilty pushing the boy but this was necessary. They couldn't afford secrets that could endanger Izuku's life. Very well. Now, can you tell me the true nature of your quirk this time? Izuku nodded. He couldn't avoid it anymore. My quirk is registered as Triniset Fiyama, but it just describes the offensive aspect of my quirk. He trailed off. A more suitable name for it is Dying Will Flame. Such a name. It's a quirk that uses life force as its fuel, manifesting it as a malleable flame I can control at will. Nizu frowned. That sounds like the quirk of one of our top third years. She too converts her life force to energy. But why the dying will, part of the name? His disciple's next line answered it. The trigger is a resolution as strong as a man in his last moment. He swallowed heavily, like the last burst of fire before it dies out. That's why you're thought of as quirkless for most of your life. It wasn't so rare for a quirk to require the user to be in danger to manifest. But if it strains your body to that extent, aside from the flame, there are lesser effects, a boost in power, speed, and quick thinking, just like the hidden strength people can pull out when they're in a pinch or are really focused. Izuku's eyes wandered to the side. Sportsmen call it in the zone, I believe. No wonder it was taxing to his body. His disciple was a healthy and fit young man in spite of his slender build. And your clairvoyance side? I call it hyper-intuition. It's a super extra sensory perception I develop because of the property of my flame. There's more? Izuku nodded at Nizu. Dying Will Flame only covers my flame. As a set, my quirk should be called Harmonia, which is the harmony property that characterizes my flame. Nizu frowned. I see. It's more unique than Nijire-kun's wave motion. Not necessarily a good thing. He made a mental note to introduce his disciple to Nijire later in April. But what does this harmony property do? The boy hesitated. Well, am I correct to assume like other quirk using vitality as its source, Nijire-san's quirk is limited by her stamina? The hybrid nodded. Yes. The girl has impressive stamina, one of our best. But due to this, she isn't suitable for long drawn-out battles. She would be out like the light if she ran out. In my case, that won't happen. Izuku trailed off, more like it won't happen after the first time. As you can see from the size of my flame in the Zen Plaza case, it's more vitality than my 15-year-old body can hold. Certainly, the torrent of flame that suspended Hawks and Midoriya Inko from the 20 stories fall was huge. It wasn't just the two humans suspended by its force, but also larger debris so heroes and police waiting below were unharmed. He held his palm up, and a tongue of flame appeared. The life force I use isn't all mine. My body takes most of it from my surroundings, the world itself, because my body and soul is in harmony with them, enabling me to use it to fuel my flame. which means, theoretically Izuku's power source was almost bottomless. However, I am severely limited by how much my body can take and channel. The young boy added sheepishly, as you can see if I go over my limit, I collapse. Nizu's eyes widened. Harmony. So your hyper-intuition is the result of you being in tune with the world itself. So that's how his flame and clairvoyance ability was connected. The intuition wasn't the real quirk but a side effect of his quirk. Izuku nodded, smiling. For example, if we need to find a villain's hideout, as long as I recognize villains who are in it, I can pinpoint them easily. In his previous life, this was one of many reasons why Vongola rose to power so quickly. That's quite, Nizu frowned, dangerous if it leaked out to the villain. He gasped, so the drawbacks? Yes, the world is noisy. Aside from a headache from sensory overload, I can't really notice some of the things the world makes me do. Like how I keep running to a criminal case. It doesn't help that this is the world of heroes and villains, hence, being controlled by the world itself. Nizu gave the boy a comforting pat with his paw. My dear student, I am so sorry to hear that. Nizu could say this was the first time he really felt sorry for a human. I can feel your sincerity, master. The boy had tears in his eyes now. Oh, have I ever mentioned that I am grateful you plan to exclude me from the practical exam with robots? Why? Nizu wondered. My hyper-intuition doesn't work with machines. They're not alive, no life force, so I can't predict them. Nizu smiled before whacking the boy upside his head. Next time, tell your master sooner about this kind of thing. Izuku looked bewildered, and Nizu regretted losing his temper. The boy nodded sagely to himself. Yes, this is more like it, like a home tutor. So, can I talk with All Might now? Sure. An hour later All Might was invited back in. The man looked nervous and nothing like the #1 hero he was known for. Maybe it was the lack of muscle and sunny grin. Izuku had no idea. It must be presumptuous of me, a 15-year-old kid, to tell you, the greatest hero of our age this. I have to ask you, All Might. Do you really? Nizu watched his disciple speaking to All Might with a slow and gentle tone, about the meaning of passing the torch. He wondered if the world told Izuku to warn All Might, or if the boy was talking from his own experience. The pain in his eyes as he questioned All Might be real, and their greatest hero was reeling as it sank down on him that passing his quirk wasn't just the matter of leaving a successor behind. He was the symbol of peace. Unknowingly, he had made a flawed system in hero society. All Might didn't mean it, but it still happened. It's not just someone suitable to pass your quirk you should choose, but also a hero who wants to shoulder the burden. All Might went home, swaying a little, but Nizu could see the hero was thinking deeply about what Izuku said. Suddenly, Nizu thought he didn't have to worry as much about All Might's choice. The man knew, desperate or not, he couldn't just change someone's life just because the world needs a symbol. Gran Torino got a call from All Might after an almost eternal silence from his former student. They had a long talk, and the aged pro-hero wondered what happened to make Toshinori talk at length with him about a potential 9th successor. He thought the brat had grown up enough, but apparently, All Might still had room to grow. Nana would be proud. If all else fails, I can always try to ask young Midoriya, but I most likely would be soundly rejected though. Who? Udata Stadium. All Might was going to teach at Udata next year, and as Nizu's disciple, he was given the inside information in advance. Izuku wasn't excited about this, however. He didn't think that the idea of being taught by All Might was good. Don't get him wrong, All Might was an amazing hero. Even if his master came really close in his personal ranking. Does he have a teaching license? Like the other pros teaching in Udata? Nizu sipped his tea. No. Master, are you sure his limited time is best used for teaching? All Might is a great hero because he is inspiring. He might not be a professional instructor, but it's in his best interest I hired him. So he could spend his limited time with the generation that would fill in his absence in the future, and possibly be finding a worthy successor. Izuku contemplated that. Yeah, I suppose. Who knows if he might be a good teacher too? Nizu nodded. Yes, in case he screws up, I am counting on you to clean up after him. The green-haired boy froze. Huh? Wait, master. I thought you said Dash. You're like his biggest fan. Surely you can cover for him. Niza beamed. A scholarship student shouldn't be picky about extra work. He supposes he could cover All Might if his time runs out or something. But All Might should have experienced teaching interns sometime during his career, right? Izuku never heard of any pro interning in All Might's agency during their school days though, but as much as he knew as a hero otaku, he couldn't claim he knew all about the inner working of the pro-hero world. Well, back to watching the exam, Izuku. Izuku turned to the arena, where the recommended future heroes were stretching for their next demonstration. There were many of them recommended by pro-heroes, but the examination through this route was even stricter. It really drives home how unfair my special treatment is. He didn't even sign up for it. So far, 2 examinees really stand out when it comes to physical ability. He commented, inclining his head towards the arena. Todoroki Shudokun and Dash. He flipped the papers on his clipboard. Yurashi Inasakun. Another elemental quirk. This one was also especially strong for his senses. Just physically? Then what about other students? Nizu asked. He was always interested in Izuku's input. Izuku flipped his papers until it stopped at one particular girl. This one, Yorozu Momo, she is a rare all-rounder. She isn't as flashy as the first 2, especially in the brute strength department, but how she utilizes her quirk is very diverse. If we just grade them on the versatility of their quirk, she will come on the top. She even already had a PhD in chemistry, as expected, considering her quirk depends on her extensive knowledge. Nizu nodded sagely. Very good, the 3 of them are most likely to come on the top of this exam. By the way, master, is there any reason why the exam for the recommended students is more lackluster but more well-rounded? Well, Dash. Tradition isn't an answer, and, from what I see, I am not needed here. So why am I watching Dash? Izuku became very still, standing up just in time to see Todoroki Shudo brushed off the other top contender coldly. That's not good. Nizu leaned forward, looking in the same direction as his student. Oya? What happened, Izuku-kun? Izuku shrugged. I am not sure, but Todoroki-kun has been a cloud of gloom since he arrived. You could tell. His quirk is elemental. That type is usually very affected by their emotion. He is basically radiating his mood for me to see. That was a breach of privacy, but it wasn't like he could control it. And just now, I am pretty sure Yurashi-kun's sunny self has turned stormy. Their moods match now. Nizu's sweat dropped. Now looking at the scene on his tablet from CCTV, it was obvious the smile on Yurashi's face froze at something Todoroki said. Humans are so unpredictable at this age. I don't think that's the problem, master. I will make sure to put them in separate classes at least. Izuku frowned. From his previous encounter with Todoroki, the boy wasn't very friendly, but not hostile either. For a 10 seconds exchange of words, a boy that didn't speak much like Todoroki shouldn't manage to make Yurashi hate him so much. Whatever Yurashi did down there, he just accidentally caught Todoroki in a bad mood. A week later the results were out and, much to Izuku's exasperation, Niza dumped the final interview to him. Yurashi wasn't coming, he rejected the admission. Yurashi-kun changed his mind and chose Shiketsu? Sheesh, what a petty guy. Just because one person said you off, you decided to go to a different school entirely? I am Midoriya Izuku, 3rd year from Taiku Middle School. We will become schoolmates in UDA by April. Nice to meet you. Izuku greeted them. The boy with no lips frowned. I didn't see you in the exam. While there were a lot of examinees, the top participants were easily remembered due to their outstanding performance. Yorozu Momo's eyes widened. Midoriya? You're Midoriya Izuku-kun? Yes. She wasn't going to call him mastermind, was she? Her eyes sparkled. I have read your thesis that was published by All Quirky from America. It's so amazing, your analysis on how quirks shape society and the effect for technology development. For a Japanese person to get a spot in their column is an achievement. I can't believe it. You're our age. Then she panicked. Oh, I didn't bring the magazine. If only I knew I would get to meet you today. Izuku's sweat dropped. He certainly had forgotten about that thesis. Especially since, as scientific and well put together as it could be to be published, the thesis was basically him ranting on how quirk should advance technology instead of the other way around. Senku was such a talented editor to turn a rant into a proper thesis. Like I said, I'm going to be in the same school as you, Yaoyorozu-san. You don't have to get my autograph. No. I certainly have to. She decided determinedly. Hanazuki still looked confused, a professor in the heroic course. I am a middle school student like you all, I don't have a master's degree. He waved his hand in denial. I am here to conduct the interview with you in place of my master. Master? Surprisingly, it was Todoroki who explained. He is the principal's disciple. That's why he can skip the exam? Hanazuki wondered. Izuku cleared his throat. Actually, this interview is part of my exam and please leave it at that. He cleared his throat. We will use that room over there. I will ask some basic questions, so relax. The interview was just to know the student better. It doesn't affect their admission at this point. Yaoyorozu-san, please follow me. Hi. The door was closed and the two students were left waiting in the lounge of the main building. The silence stretched like an eternity for Hanazuki, and he wondered if this cold atmosphere was Todoroki's fault. Todoroki, how did you know about Midoriya? Todoroki turned to look at the lipless boy. If he recalled correctly, his fellow recommended student was the nephew of pro-hero Potter Mulder, whose quirk was similar to the boy. From my father. He answered curtly. Oh, Endeavor. Hanazuki nodded to himself. So what is his quirk? It's so amazing he can just skip all examinations? I mean, not even Endeavor's son like you can enroll to UT without passing the exam first. That soured the mood of the bicolored boy instantly. It's none of our business. Hanazuki nodded again, this time stiffly. I stepped on an invisible mine. Yaoyorozu, please come back before I turn into a popsicle. Yaoyorozu was a very passionate girl, which was a surprise considering her lofty background as the sole daughter of a conglomerate family. Or it was because she admired him. She liked Senku's research too, and Izuku made a mental note to introduce them. It was a foreign situation to be subjected to this kind of attention. The basic questions Nizu prepared were quickly answered by the girl enthusiastically, and personality-wise, Izuku thinks she would make a good hero. She had good judgment skills, versatility in her quirk, and the right mindset. Izuku supposed Yaoyorozu had a lot of room to grow until she hit a wall at some point. Judging from her confidence that also had a touch of naivety, the ponytailed girl never met failure in life. In that sense, she was like Bakugo, raised in an environment where she is hailed as a genius. Her personality is still very charming though. Unlike his ex-childhood friend, she was proof that a genius could grow up in a pampering environment without developing an ego the size of Japan. Izuku would be overwhelmed by her passionate personality if not for Futaba, who was as clingy as a koala to people she likes. And he paused, before turning to look at the door connected to the lounge where the other two students were waiting. Speaking of another genius. Midoriya-kun? He smiled at her assuringly. Let's conclude your interview for today, Yaoyorozu-san. On behalf of my master, I welcome you to next spring. Hi. She nodded enthusiastically. I will not forget to bring the magazine next time. No. Seriously, he will spend 3 years in the same school with her, so what's the point of an autograph? Sure, please call Todoroki-kun for me on your way out. The other room had a steady drop of temperature and he'd rather not let Hanazuki or Yaoyorozu freeze because of Todoroki. With pleasure. Izuku heard the door close and open a few moments later. There he was, the problem child number 1. Well, Izuku was a problem child too, but according to his master, he was in his own class. It's been a while, Todoroki-kun. The boy looked tense as soon as he entered his line of sight. Typical, nobody likes it when an outsider knows your muddy home life. Let's start from the top. And oh boy, if UA cared about the interview part of the exam, Todoroki would have failed miserably. When asked about his reason to attend UA, it was simply because UA is the best school and they will help him to be stronger. He doesn't have a particular academic interest, which could be seen from his grades. He did very well on most subjects, a bit weak on literature, and Izuku could guess a lot of tests on this subject talked about describing the feelings of characters or the author. So when asked about his favorite book, Todoroki gave a long pause until he decided to answer, once again with nothing in particular, then added he had no time for it. When asked about what he does outside of school, it was all training under his father and his hobby was non-existent. A 180 from Yaoyorozu's passionate answers. No, more like dropping to Cositus from spring. Izuku wisely skipped the questions about family. He had a rough picture the moment he saw how Todoroki interacted with his father, and Futaba's intel on Todoroki family was just a depressing list. Todoroki's mother was in a mental hospital, apparently due to stress and trauma. His oldest brother was missing, but Endeavor didn't report it because Todoroki Tuyo was disowned. The second brother, Todoroki Natsuo, lived in a dorm even though his school was just 10 minutes walk from home, and his sister, Fuyumi, was the only family member left living in the same house as Todoroki and Endeavor. Yep, a complicated family life indeed. Perhaps it was a wise decision for Nizu to rope him in for this job. It would be awkward if another teacher who was unaware of Todoroki's family problem tripped on this particular question. Is there anything else you would like to ask about Yuta, Todoroki-kun? The boy just shook his head. His mood was still as somber as when he came in. That won't do at all. Shudo had been anxious when he entered the room. His mood had plummeted when Hanazuki unknowingly stepped on his mine. Judging from the concerned look on Midoriya's face, the other boy already knew as well. Yaoyorozu finished her interview at the right timing, before informing Shudo that Midoriya asked for him. Thankfully, Midoriya proceeded with the interview as if nothing was wrong. Then again, a flame quirk user won't be bothered by the temperature drop. The boy did look amused as Shudo answered his questions. Alright, before you go, the boy stood up and offered his hand to Shudo. Because the hand was offered, Shudo accepted it out of politeness. Then warmth stretched from Midoriya's hand, and he could see a small flicker of flame brushing his right hand gently. The color was orange like normal fire, but the hue and gradient shimmer like amber made it distinct from Shudo's own fire or Endeavor's. Whatever weighed his heart was soothed. It was still there, but Shudo didn't feel like wanting to lash out anymore. It became bearable. Your quirk is a healing flame, he murmured softly, and a mental healing flame at that. How unlike Endeavor's and his. Midoriya shook his head. Not quite. I am sorry for meddling without your consent, but you look like you need help. Yes, Shudo couldn't deny he needed that help because if he went home in that state he would anger Endeavor, which would result in harsher training for his rebelling behavior. Thank you. You're welcome. Midoriya beamed at him. Send Hanazuki-kun in for me, please. Shudo felt sorry when Hanazuki looked so relieved when he saw Shudo's face was back to his normal poker face. The other boy almost stumbled in his haste to enter the room, and Shudo supposed he had to be more careful around Midoriya. A few hours later, I skipped asking about Todoroki's family. There's no point. What happened? I asked Hanazuki-kun. He thinks he accidentally stepped on Todoroki-kun's mine. He mentioned Endeavor and Todoroki-kun's mood plummet below zero. Nizu just sighed and made note to start planning what to do if his student lost his patience and dragged Endeavor off of his number 2 throne, and also the possibility to get Todoroki Shudo to agree to go to therapy. The idea of a boarding school is becoming really appealing nowadays, especially since his students' little vigilante group came into the picture. All of them were problematic except for Ojiro Mashireo-kun, but he wasn't so sure. The boy only had an extra appendage as his quirk, nothing as worrying as Izuku's or Futaba's, but, Izuku-kun, would your mother be interested in a job to manage our dorm? That was the only reason why she finally agreed to let her only son, which she was very protective of, be in Yu's care. Nizu was starting to understand where Izuku's strangely brutal mindset came from when Inko threatened to shave him bald if he tried to take her son away from her, the government BGMI. The day of Yu's regular exam, February 26th. Izuku was running for his life because he was late. He was so screwed, Nizu was going to introduce him to the faculty members. While he was a reluctant future hero in study, making a bad first impression on his future teachers was out of the question. He had 10 years of experience of how miserable school life could be if the teachers were not on your side. Even if the principal was his master, it was better safe than sorry. He was already marked as a problem child by Nizu. It won't help his case if the rest of the faculty agrees. Oh, Mommy, where are you? And why did he have to run into a lost child? You'd think the MLSTR would be enough for his morning quota. So Izuku picked up the kid, whispering soothing words as he ran to the nearest police station that, thankfully, was in the same direction as UA. I found a lost kid, sir. Please help find his mother. And unceremoniously shoved the already quiet kid to the first officer he found. Then he ran into the purse snatcher. Seriously, this was too early for stealing a poor lady's purse. Izuku tripped the thief and ran with the purse before he once again passed it to the owner. He sensed a hero on the way here. That thief won't get far. Hopefully. Izuku could care less at this moment. He was late. He was so focused on running he didn't notice he ran past someone familiar. Unfortunately, the other person did. Yuade's entrance. Life didn't treat him like a king once he changed schools. While officially he didn't have a record, the teachers in the new school had to be informed that he was a problematic student. Katsuki also learned that apparently a teenager with his brand of special speech was a novelty no teacher outside of his old school would overlook. His school wasn't particularly prestigious. It was normal, but according to his mother's high praise, they took their job in educating their students seriously. So looking beyond his excellent grades, the teachers cracked down on his less than stellar manners. His parents always knew he wasn't a well-behaved child or particularly polite, but the new school and batch of teachers enlightened the Bakugo couple of their child's problematic behavior. At a new school and class, it's not unusual for transfer students to take their time to get to know their classmates, but your son, doesn't make any effort. It's been 3 months and he couldn't tell me even one of his classmates' names. Oh my God. He needs anger management classes, and I am not sure how to bring this up, but your son seems to be under delusions that he is the main character of a fantasy and calling everyone around him as either extras and cannon fodder. Well, isn't he too old for playing hero? Nowadays, being a hero is a profession. I don't think I feel safe if someone like Bakugo-kun wants to be a hero, no matter how talented he is. Are you sure he wants to be a hero? Yes. I'd say he needs a quirk counselor too. His mindset and his quirk are a dangerous combination, ma'am. Needless to say, that was the worst. Katsuki wondered how his life turned 180 in the new environment. People still admired his strong quirk, but as soon as they had a taste of his personality, they quickly questioned his resolve to be a hero. They didn't say it out loud to him, those pansies, but they commented on it behind his back so much he would be deaf to not overhear it at least once. It varies, but summed up to 3 kinds. A hero with that kind of attitude? Jerkish hero isn't rare, but Bakugo is so DMN temperamental. How is he going to handle fans or the media? I don't feel safe around him. It feels like he is going to hurt me just for breathing near him. His parents keep beating themselves up for it, wondering where they went wrong. It got to the point his mother stopped cursing at home. She didn't turn into a perfect polite mother, but she had toned down her rough side. Katsuki didn't like the change in his home, because suddenly everything he did was unacceptable. His school was suffocating and his home wasn't a home anymore. He couldn't catch a FING break. Fortunately, U.A's entrance examination was just around the corner, which means he will attend the School of Heroes and will be with other hero aspirants. They won't be as good as him, but surely the quality of extras should be on a more tolerable level, right? There would be no sneaky trash like. Then the very guy he wished wouldn't be part of his life just ran past him. He would recognize that bush of green hair anytime. How dare you come to U.A? But Deku didn't stop. The bastard just ran like a coward as usual. No, that wasn't quite right. Deku was usually too scared to move, not ignoring Katsuki. Deku's usual behavior would be stuttering and walking nervously to you, instead of running like he owns the road. Katsuki tried to chase after Deku, but he was getting better at running. Then, at last, Deku was stopped at the front door when he almost crashed into a glasses-wearing guy who came from the corner, and jumped over the guy with a flip in the air. What the dash? The guy Deku used as a vault was enraged. He was even louder than Katsuki. You shouldn't run like that. As future pro hero, it's unbecoming dash. Deku whipped out the lanyard around his neck. I am sorry, but I am your examiner. And I am late. Katsuki was halfway towards the gaping glasses guy, but he could see Udate's logo blazing on the lanyard with word examiner. How? Sorry, sir. I thought you're my age. I am. Deku was running on the spot. Gotta go, or my master will double my workload. He shouted as he ran to the hallway with familiarity. What the F dash? Nizu, their principal of an unknown species, at last decided to unveil his disciple for his faculty members to meet. Which, in Aizawa's opinion, was a frivolous secret considering Nezi wanted to put the Dmed disciple in Aizawa's class and not Vlad's. He was a bit problematic, Nizu said. Considering Nizu's taste in people, the underground hero was sure Nizu meant disaster of epic proportion by Aizawa's scale. Clue number 1, said student had been coming in and out of you at A unseen by teachers. Clue number 2, for some reason Nizu saw it fit to make the boy interview other teens his age. Clue number 3, being exempted from the exams without proper explanation from Nizu. The last one was giving Aizawa shivers as, according to Nizu, there was no point testing the boy. His quirk is quirky, and let's just leave it at that. Nizu had zen-like expression when he said that. Aizawa hated puzzles or any mystery he couldn't solve in general. Good morning. I apologize for my tardiness, said the boy everyone was waiting for, who promptly tripped on his own feet and did a spectacular fall while rolling down the stairs of their viewing theater. I am really sorry. When looking at the boy, the first thing that came to mind was clumsy, followed by harmless. He does look like a problem child, in a sense he would make you worry to death, but the way heroes talked about the mastermind suggests someone with dangerous potential. This harmless appearance with a disheveled white-blue uniform, a lab coat that is one size too big, fluffy curly hair and big eyes framed by glasses, if anything it made Aizawa even more wary. Why don't you stand on your feet first, kid? That was Midnight looking very sorry for the boy. Izuku, you're usually not this clumsy. Also your morning routine is taken into account when I tell you the time. You're just on time. Nezi said. The boy jumped to his feet, standing to his full height of an average 15-year-old boy. I turned it off so my balance is a bit dash. Nizu groaned. He looked so done with his student. Which was a novel sight. Nizu made people exasperated, not the other way around. Maybe you should inform me next time that your quirk also affects your sense of balance. He turned off his quirk? One that connected so closely to his sense of balance? That kind of quirk usually couldn't be turned off. That was like stopping one's heart from pumping blood. And turn it back on, I'd say your morning quota is done for today. Nizu sounded amused. So, how many? A lost kid and a purse snatcher. All Might beamed, very praiseworthy young Midoriya. I see. All teachers looked at their boss as one in disbelief. Principal, this boy is a vigilante. Except for the second case, the boy was a bona fide vigilante. Midoriya Izuku turned to Vlad, who was speaking out. I am sorry, sir, but the Inher is helping himself to a defenseless girl in front of me. I can't forgive myself if I leave her while looking for a hero with a license. His tone wasn't hostile but stern. The purse snatcher ran towards my direction. Should I make way for him or stop him? Also, I didn't fight with quirk, I abided by the law to the letter. Technically. Nizu added. Skirting with loopholes and dancing in the gray area, I am so proud. He wiped non-existent tears. Was that something the principal of the most prestigious hero school should say? Alright, get to work, Izuku-kun. The students are on their way to their battlegrounds. The brat looked forlornly at his clipboard full of papers with names, one all teachers had in their hand. Right. Aizawa didn't understand why the boy had to be in Yugi, and how Nizu was so attentive to the boy like a dragon protecting its hoard. 5 minutes to the physical exam, they knew why, and oh, what a relief that Nizu made the boy attend you. Most interesting, the quirk of examinee number 78 is very fascinating. Dark Shadow is a sentient quirk, it has its own personality. Could it be Tokoyami Fumicage's projection of ID? He calculates his route very well, avoiding a well-lit road, but he also avoids indoors even though his shadow quirk would grow stronger under the shade. Most likely a control problem. In that case, Tokoyami would have problems working at night. Quirk of duplicating arm, which means he can grow flesh, bone and nerves. There's a delay on his newly grown appendage. If he can regenerate, is it possible he is impervious to injuries on his dupli arms? What of his legs then? As expected of Ingenium-san's brother, HM, if the placement of engine greatly affected their fighting style, they're both still speed-based HM. The time needed for his engine to cool down is poor. I suppose that's what their full-bodied armor is for. Even All Might looked wary. You're very sharp indeed, young Midoriya. Who said the boy was harmless with a bit of vigilante problem? He was a disaster of epic proportion. Suddenly the reason Nizu wanted the boy in you, so much made sense. He was running commentary of every quirk that caught his attention and he picked them apart with terrifying ease. How could you be smiling when doing that? Nizu was enjoying himself. Have you done analysis on U.A's teachers? Of course I have. Eraserhead's quirk is especially fascinating. Did this boy seriously forget Aizawa was in the same room? It seems simple in first glance but so complex. The boy sighed in content, as if pulling apart Aizawa's quirk was like tasting fine wine. The trigger itself is fascinating. Target have to be the focus of his field of vision, so, even if it's called erasure, it's more like Aizawa-sensei is interfering with quirk factor. I'd say it's similar to plugging running water from the sink, hence I wonder if there's a possibility if one force through they could break the influence. The boy murmured to himself. He sounded very gleeful. After all, most emitter quirk that influence others in some way customarily could be broken by sheer will. Yep, forget the quirk or physical exam. This was the devil from hell itself. It made so much sense why this boy was not pitted to compete with other students. Who Nizu was trying to save from who was debatable, but Aizawa leaned on saving other students from Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa should sleep in his bed tonight so he doesn't lose sleep the next few weeks dreading the start of the education year with Midoriya Izuku in his class. From here the top scorer is quite clear. Commented Cementos, a relief from his mental breakdown. Bakugu Katsuki Ectoplasm hummed. His battle sense is well honed for a kid, mastery over his quirk, good mobility with brute power to match. I can't be sure without sound, but from the images alone, this kid needs anger management classes. The boy snorted at Midnight's comment before frowning deeply as the exam almost reached its end. What bothers you so much, Izuku-kun? All top scorers have rescue points, either intentionally or by accident, but for Bakugo-kun to score none at all is concerning. The boy was distracted by his own thoughts. He didn't answer their question as much as speak out loud. Temperature in the viewing room feels like it dropped below zero as the teachers let that seemingly accidental score sink. The implications were terrifying. The rescue points was a second part of the exam. It wasn't kept secret because they wanted to test their future students. It shouldn't need to be said because being a hero was all about saving. It was under the job description. It was above anything else. So for the current top scorer, Bakugu Katsuki, to go from the start to the end of the exam without a single rescue point raised alarm to the rest of U.A's faculty members. It wasn't rare to have unbalanced points, but surely Bakugu must have accidentally saved his fellow examinees at least once in the duration of the exam? Well, the boy will get in. It was Midnight who broke the silence. We will have to monitor him closely though. For a future hero to be so lacking in desire to help others was worrying. On the screen Bakugu Katsuki blew up 5 one-pointers in one go, which was impressive if not for the piece of robot sailing straight to an examinee a few feet behind it. The boy was the second placer, with an almost balanced score for rescue and villain. In fact, the boy made his bulk of rescue points acting as a meat shield for other participants from Bakugu's reckless explosions. Kirishima Ijuru, another good candidate and less worrying than Bakugu. All Might agreed, even if they were rivals in this exam, all heroes have an instinctive desire to save others. For this young man to score non-existent in that regard, it was a dangerous premonition no matter how you see it. Might winced when another shrapnel made its way towards Kirishima. Nobody noticed Midoriya Izuku face-palming with a pained look on his face. Yurei was a school of dramatics. From the start of the exam, Present Mike already made a jab on spacing out examinees waiting for a start signal. True, in real battle there was no signal, but they came here expecting an exam. For them to pass this exam, they need a combination of skill, speed, power, and focus. Said his master. That certainly is true. Just look at his childhood not-quite friend who racked up points like no tomorrow. He was like at least twice if not thrice the speed of other students. Then he noticed the screen keeping tally of the points, to be precise at the non-existent point in Bakugu's rescue box. You'd think after the disaster in their second year, Bakugo Katsuki would repent and change. Or at the very least reflect on his mistakes, but it seemed the lesson didn't sink in very well. In hindsight, Izuku should know that any attempt at teaching Bakugo the right mindset couldn't come from him. Bakugo Katsuki made the bulk of his gargantuan ego from stomping on Izuku. This was also why Izuku gave up trying to change Bakugo back then. Bakugo had to respect Izuku first for his opinion to be worth anything, but nothing short of whooping his butt could work. If Izuku defeated him, he knows he can. There were two possible outcomes. First, Bakugo's opinion would change and maybe he would start to see Izuku as an equal. Second, his defeat would turn Bakugo's world upside down and the explosive boy would try harder to put Izuku in his place as he knew it. Sadly, at this point, the latter was more likely to happen. Bakugo wasn't an idiot. The boy was very intelligent, but he also did a serious damage hampering that with his ego and tunnel vision. What a waste of his abundant potential. Master. He'd better not stress himself over Bakugo, not until high school started. Is there any particular reason to use robots for the test? Personally, I think something like a round robin would be better because some quirks only work on human opponents. It's not very fair for potential students with that kind of quirk. Izuku gave a cursory glance at Midnight and Eraserhead. Not to mention those kinds of quirk tend to be less destructive but effective in subduing villains. Especially in sensitive cases. Midnight beamed, nodding sagely at Izuku. Well said, Midoriya-kun. Eraserhead agreed. Well, we transferred from general course. It's a harder detour though. I know, Izuku-kun. Nizu heaved a sigh. But as a school, even you'd have to avoid serious injury in our exam. Robots are used because it's easier to set their parameters and limitations. They looked dangerous, but they had been programmed to not aim for vitals and miss their targets. They also would warn people before attacking, even if their choice of words don't sound like one. So that was the reason it made sense for Izuku. Especially with Bakugo in the exam, it was a super good thing it wasn't a battle against humans because that guy had zero restraint. On the flip side, whoever manages to pass this exam in spite of this handicap is exceptional. There was this invisible participant who used a metal pole she fished out from somewhere to poke the robot's joint. Quite a dangerous tactic if she didn't wear gloves. They can't be naked, right? Izuku doubted this particular examinee got clothes that cater for her invisibility on the market. And after a while the robots used in the exam get very predictable, their movement follows a simple pattern. They're big but it's easy to knock them off of their balance. Also, due to their programming. They actually freeze if their target didn't move from their attack's trajectory dash. And the rant went on and on. Midnight turned to Nizu. Principal? I think we all now agree that exempting Midoriya-kun from the exam isn't special treatment. Nizu nodded to himself. It would be a waste of time. Izuku winced when he saw a participant had to dodge a flying robot's limb after Bakugo was done with it. Thankfully this exam was determined by scoring points and not taking away, because Bakugo was a hazard for other examinees sharing the same space with him. It wasn't like he was out of control, in fact he paced himself very well. On purpose of reserving his stamina, not for others. However, controlled explosion or not, the flying parts and shrapnel he caused were dangerous. That guy with red hair was racking up rescue points because of Bakugo though, and his score was super close with the blondes due to that. Oh my god. Bakugo unknowingly helped someone. Depending on timing, Kirishima-kun could surpass his score dash. Izuku was shaking with silent mirth. Basically, we're conducting the exam in a safe and controlled environment with not even a 1 mm mistake. Power Loader explained proudly. Putting faith in machines, Izuku's mind wandered again, and a flash of a bulky robot with a tube-like mouth came to mind. I don't know, Master, but considering who one of my closest friends is, a hacker who waltzed through the strongest firewalls like a ghost. I harbor skepticism for anything controlled remotely by computer. The last failure with Senku's robot was painful. It would have exploded in Senku's face if not for Shiro batting it away in a home run with his tail. Nizu cackled. Ha, isn't it because you can't see through machines, Izuku-kun? Izuku frowned, not even noticing Vlad King turned to ask Cementos and Power Loader. Can't see through the machine, what does that even mean? I have a bad feeling all of a sudden. Nizu's laughter stopped abruptly, and other teachers stilled too because their boss looked terrified. Izuku-kun, are you sure? I wish, but he fidgeted nervously. Izuku-kun, I am sure the danger you sense is from the colossal villain robot. We also have full control of that. Nizu assured him, and it's almost time to activate them. And his master brought out a cliché-looking button. I think this is a bad idea. Izuku pleaded, looking pointedly at the red button. Can I call Futaba-chan first? Just in case. Nizu's smile became stiff. I am not giving that little girl a free reign of U.A's system. However, in light of my faith in you, feel free to call her but promise me to convince Futaba-chan to come to school. I will do my best. Izuku promised, pointedly ignoring the confused looks from his future teachers and made the call. Futaba picked up at the second ring. Aizu? Hey, did you see Shiro kicking butt in U.A's exam? It's so cool his tail can make shockwaves like you said. Izuku's mind blanked. Futaba's sound effect mimicry sounded far away as the implication sank. U.A's firewall is good but not good enough. Don't tell Nizu-sensei though. He thinks I can't get in and I didn't correct him Nizu heard everything. Izuku-kun? Why did that demon girl already sneak in without permission? Izuku wanted to dig a hole. She was already inside U.A's system. I am so sorry for her. Why in this life was he doomed to manage unmanageable friends too? Furuchan, we will discuss this later, but I would like you to be on standby, in case something went wrong. Futaba sputtered. Most likely she heard Nizu's voice and knew how much trouble she would be in after this. Is it possible for you to check if there's no tampering on the robots that are still functioning? That's a lot of robots. You promise me I won't get in trouble if Nizu interrupted. Furumo-kun, you're welcome to join us if you want to watch Ojiro-kun's test so badly, yet you went through the back door as usual. So all you will get is a 1-hour discount of lecture for your assistance. Silence. 2 hours. She haggled. 1.5. Deal. The exam was reaching the last stretch, and it was becoming obvious which 36 students would earn the right to bear U.A's name. This year the spot for the regular exam should be 35, but due to Yarashi withdrawing, there was one more free spot. Now, this was the last chance for every participant to turn their luck around. And here we go. Nizu pushed the button with his paw. The colossal zero-pointers, executors, made their epic entrance, and Izuku couldn't help but sweat dropped at the sheer difference in size. The other villain bots were about the size of a 1 to 2-story height building. The zero-pointer was as tall as a skyscraper scattered all over the replica city. The presentation slide and flyer distributed to students had the gall to show all robots as the same size, and judging from the look on participants' face, they were quite hurt by the deception. On the print they look about the same size as other robots. Izuku couldn't help to keep the accusation from his voice. Teach the students not to assume Eraserhead grumbled. And second-guess their superiors? Did they want the students to develop trust issues so soon? All Might's voice boomed, plus ultra young Midoriya. It's our school motto. Their size was ultra indeed. Izuku had to agree with that point. Futaba, everything's okay? Yes, so far? I didn't detect any bugs or viruses, and the robots including the giant one is responding to command dash. Futaba's sudden pause made Izuku's heart gripped by worry. Futaba-chan. Did the programmer of 0.executor.07.11.16 put an Easter egg as a joke in their bots? What does that even mean? Futaba-chan, Don't launch a technical explanation because I won't get it. Is it dangerous? Maybe yes, maybe not. It's like that one time Senku's bot started to squeal like a pig out of nowhere. There's code slipped into the system of Zero Pointer. It didn't do anything and I didn't think meddling was a good idea. Izuku looked at the horrified expressions of Power Loader and the rest of the faculty members. Now what? Stop the exam? In the background the Zero Pointer was rampaging, and the teacher in charge of support department paled beneath his large helmet. I found it Dash, he had his own laptop open. We'd better stop before Dash, he in the air sharply. Oh my god, that freaking foreign code just Dash. That didn't sound like a good premonition. On the other end of the line Futaba shrieked, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear as the phone was on speaker. IT deactivate all safety mechanism of your robots. Izuku, get Shiro out of there now. All Might succinctly summarized their predicament. Sheet. Midnight jumped to her feet. Just now that kid almost got stomped. The robot didn't stop. It shouldn't move that fast Dash. They had watched Zero Pointers in action often so the teachers were familiar with their movement. Power Loader. Shut down all Zero Pointers by force if you must. Now. Nizu ordered. Power Loader almost destroyed his laptop in frustration. It rejected my command. I can't deactivate the robots. Futaba. I am trying. Why did you have to send out so many stupid big giants? 5 minutes on each robot. I can't do them all in one go so. Futaba was stuttering. No, maybe 10, but by the end of the day they would be scrap metal so I can just add in command for it to walk away or something. Yes Dash. The teacher looked like he wanted to slap himself. Yes, it won't enable the safety mechanism back, but we should be able to reroute it. Nizu asked, will both of you make it in time? Before the executors inflict permanent damage on the children. I don't know. I will try our best. If Shiro gets trampled by that robot, Izuku hissed to himself, he didn't even want to imagine his friend broken. I am diverting their route away from the contestants. Most of them, I am directing them to meet each other in some random spot in U.A's vast forestry. Hopefully they will beat each other up. Power Loader deflated, he was helping Futaba from his end. Dear me, if any of our robots harmed the children permanently, he shuddered to himself. Huh. Now what? Izuku didn't mean to snap, but every pause either Futaba or the teacher made always meant trouble. It didn't help that dread was still swimming in his stomach. The Zero Pointer in Area B can't be diverted, it has refused to give me access. This one is programmed differently. Oh shit, I think this one won't stop until it kills something on its path. Izuku turned to his master, this isn't an accident. The other malfunction was a diversion to buy time. The exam time limit was ticking. If they didn't eliminate that robot before it ended, the participants would notice something was terribly wrong. The panic in the exam area was a controlled one, as the students had faith UA had everything in control. Letting them know would make the situation worse. This was Jabberwocky's case all over again, throwing the regular procedure out of the window and proceeding for swift execution. The teachers in the room were already running, none of them but All Might had the mobility needed to travel all the way to Replica City. The one who had the longest reach here was Snipe, but a rifle could hardly. An image of a blond man in an army uniform using a massive rifle flashed on his mind. Snipe-sensei, lend me your best rifle. The sniper had been silent since the start. Young man, what would you do with it? It's a hero-grade weapon, so it should be fire-resistant to some extent, right? Yes, but... All Might rushed to the door. I will be there for them. No one gets hurt on my watch. Izuku panicked. His quirk is about to dim again. He apologized. I am sorry, sir. I will borrow it. Snipe stared at his empty hand and at the young man who jumped to latch on All Might. I am going out through the hulul. And the hole the number 1 hero made on the wall. Nizu shrieked. That problematic disciple of mine. You're in trouble, young man, if your mother finds out. He shuddered to himself. All of you, make sure the Zero Pointers under Futaba-chan and Power Loader's control didn't go off of their course. Be discreet. Yes, sir. Replica City Area B. All Might Airlines had terrible service, and Izuku learned a couple of things about flying or moving at high speed in altitude in general. Something he had no worries about in his previous life as a sky and a natural flyer. Air pressure was a beach without thin flame coating Vongola emitted naturally warding it off. Inertia, temperature drop, gravity. So yeah, flying without hyper mode on was a terrible idea, and shall not be repeated even in emergency. Young Midoriya, this is dangerous. What's dangerous is you. Idle or not, idiots deserve reprimand even at 400 feet above the ground. You almost ran out of energy. How could you not notice? It seemed he had really forgotten. Crap, at this rate in our next landing. I will take care of it. Brace yourself, because I am bad at dash. All Might found out what the unfinished sentence meant, because when they were near the ground Izuku let out a burst of soft flame to cushion their fall. It propelled them a few meters above the ground before they crashed again. All Might was already in his skeleton form. Young Midoriya, your landing is terrible dash. His back was in pain, he was really getting old. Cough, cliché. Just stay still all dash. Someone was coming, and this presence. Sir? What are you doing here? A familiar-looking face of a boy with engine quirk popped up around the corner. All Might had ducked behind the debris to hide. Ingenium's brother, Izuku couldn't believe his luck and he didn't bother correcting Ida's way of addressing him. Ida-kun. How did you know my name? Seriously? As if square-shaped eyes and engine quirk didn't scream Ida family. I need you to bring me to the 0-pointer. This is an emergency. As expected of the boy raised in a hero family, he didn't ask further questions. Yes, sir. Izuku turned to All Might. I will take care of the rest, sir. Just stay still dash, in case All Might did something stupid. All Might just raised a trembling thumbs up. Luckily for him, the robot was so big and All Might chose a good landing spot so Izuku could easily reach the scene. Ida trailing behind closely, and Izuku hoped there were no participants to save that require Ida's speed. Unfortunately, they were. The girl with puffy brown hair was stuck beneath the rubble and couldn't get away. There goes the plan of playing bait. Not only the girl was on 0-pointer's warpath, this road was the one big enough to accommodate its size and the closest intersection was hundreds of meters away. And Ida-kun's speed also can't be used here. He could reach the girl faster than Izuku, but that mountain of rubble burying half of her body had to be cleared up carefully or it would collapse on her. The girl saw them, her eyes widened with hope. Help me. I am stuck. Miss, in 1 to 10 scale, in how much pain you are? He asked as soon as they reached her. The girl answered shakily, for I guess? The pain isn't so bad but I just can't move. Which means she could hold on staying in that position. Akun, get her out as careful as you can. I will handle the 0-pointer. Ida looked at Izuku as if he was crazy. By yourself? He ran ahead of Ida, there was no time to lose. A gargantuan robot without a limiter on the loose wouldn't wait for him to explain. Izuku summoned his past life knowledge, and hoped he didn't get it wrong. He did have good understanding in how to wield a gun, a rifle however, not as well. It was one of those skills a mafia boss candidate was taught but never touched again. He knew how to shoot with a rifle. It was a good thing the robot was such a big target because Izuku was sure his accuracy was questionable. Alright, now, focusing on how to store flame inside the bullet. First, he had to store a bit of flame so the bullet would be flame conductive. Don't melt, don't melt. He chanted in his mind before he put the cartridge back on. Here goes dash. The robot locked on him, and there was no going back. Izuku poured his flame onto his weapon. His mind went haywire when he felt the rifle's temperature rise. Ga, hero-grade weapon or not, Snipe's rifle wasn't made for dying will flame. I'm forgetting something dash, he pulled the trigger, and the familiar beam of flame shot towards the robot. Hush. Izuku watched wide-eyed as the torrent of flame took out a large chunk of 0-pointer's head, and the gargantuan robot fell backward with a loud thump. Oh dash. Strong. Ida breathed out, stopping from digging the girl out of the rubble. The robot, in one attack just dash, the girl whispered in awe and shock. Ida snapped out of his reverie. I am sorry. I will get you out now. It's fine. Ida had removed most of the wreckage piled on top of her, so she could pull herself out with a little help. Phew! The tall boy beamed. It's good you're safe now, and dash. He stopped on his track when he saw Izuku walking towards them. Sir! Your right arm. Huh! Izuku turned to look at his right, and indeed, the hand holding the half-melted rifle was hanging awkwardly. The sharp pain on his shoulder and arm told him that he had dislocated his shoulder. Ah, so that's why no one in the family uses a rifle, and not until the 7th generation have a Vongola used firearms. The recoil of using flame-amplified firearms was too strong, especially for Vongola who favored using their dying will flame for wide-area attacks. The rifle on their family symbol was pure aesthetics on Jato's part. Don't worry, I can fix it. Much to Ida's and the brown-haired girl's horror, the green-haired teen promptly popped the dislocated bone back to its socket. Ouch, that's quite painful to you. Recovery girl, who arrived a few minutes later, was very unhappy to learn about Izuku's self-administered first aid. Your master will hear from me if he doesn't curb this stupid habit of yours. You hear me, young man? But my shoulder is fine now, and I have first aid dash. Your first aid certificate doesn't cover fixing your own dislocated bone. Recovery girl whacked Izuku upside his head with her giant needle. Also, why didn't you wait for me to fix it for you? Because he didn't want to sleep through the night recovering. I want to rewatch the entrance exam video. I can't miss it. More quirks to see and research. Recovery girl was ticked. So you're that type, huh? God forbid Nizu let All Might anywhere near you. In the background, All Might wisely made himself scram before the youthful granny could catch him. Snipe looked very distraught, as much as one with a mask could be, when Izuku handed him what was left of his beloved hero-grade weapon. I am so sorry, Snipe-sensei. The sniper hero shook his head. I assume both you and I thought my rifle can survive whatever you plan to put it through because it's a hero-grade weapon. Obviously, both of them thought wrong. You will give the support department a headache when developing your weapon for you. Izuku turned to look at Nizu hopefully. Can I get a gun, master? Smaller firearms like one used by the 7th Vongola boss should be safer to use. It made channeling flame much easier than using his own fist. Is this one of those things you forgot to inform me again? Nizu asked sweetly, veins popping all over his head. Izuku averted his eyes. No. More like I didn't remember I could do it until just now. Right. When he was on the way out of U.A's building, Shiro was already waiting with his karate uniform bag over one shoulder. Shiro! Let's go home together. He beamed. Izuku smiled at him, walking side by side. You look very spirited after a grueling exam, very confident of your scores, Shiro? He joked. Nah, if I did badly, someone would act awkward the moment they see me. Shiro snickered at Izuku's red face. The tables had turned. I trained with you all the time. Senku uses us as his robot's training dummy. Pretty sure the odds are good for me for the practical exam. The green-haired boy sweat dropped at that. If you put it that way, Shiro wasn't wrong to be confident, not to mention because he was around Izuku all the time, the tailed boy took helping people as part of his daily routine. Pretty sure he had scored highly for rescue points. Izu, during the second half of the physical exam. Shiro trailed off. Did something wrong happen? Green eyes narrowed. You noticed? He nodded. Considering the exciting life I have led since I befriended you, I started to pick up this kind of stuff. Yamamoto-sensei said I have a good instinct. Well, Shiro was pretty sharp even if he was no Izuku. Since it's Shiro, I will tell you but keep it to yourself. The taller boy nodded. Someone tampered with U.A's 0-point villain bot. Those bots were rampaging the stage without their limiter on. Shiro looked calm from outside but inside he was shocked. So Futaba-chan helped to clean up the mess? Yes. Izuku answered, I had a bad premonition so I suggest a pre-launch check for those bots. If I didn't, it's likely nobody would notice they have been tampered with. Shiro frowned. That's so unlike U.A's support department to be so careless. They're not. Izuku refuted. Those bots are meticulously programmed so they can be used safely for exams, and they had been cleared for operation 1 hour before the exam. he cupped his chin, which means dash. The culprit got to the robot after. Shiro groaned, which means dash. There was a traitor in Udata High School and attempting to terrorize the school from within. Not to mention this year All Might was going to teach heroics in Udata and that couldn't be a coincidence. Master, I cannot blame All Might for being the symbol of peace. I admire the man who brings safety and stability to the world. However, the world with one strong pillar as its foundation is fragile. The villain side couldn't help but see him as the king piece. Just like how the sky used to be in Mafia society. If we take out All Might, that's it? You're saying Udata becomes a dangerous ground because of All Might. Izuku looked up. Shiro, you, Futaba, Senku, he murmured softly, you three don't have to come to you, I will negotiate with my master to let you guys off. Shiro huffed. What are you saying? Just because Udata will get dangerous, it won't stop us from coming with you. Izuku blinked at that, tears started to wet his eyes again. Pretty sure danger is part of our friendship deal. Aizu is a trouble magnet, Fuchan is a socially crippled hacker, Senku is a mad scientist, Shiro listed on. Isn't it too late to warn us off? Sob. Izuku cried, Sure. Thank you. Though you insulted us all in one breath too. I am so glad. Shiro just nodded sagely as returning the awkward hug. I get it, though, are you sure the waterworks aren't part of your quirk? It's not, sob. A few days later Izuku got a sneak peek of the exam results by email, with a note to keep it a secret from Shiro attached by Nizu. He had been part of the committee that marked the participants' heroic act for grading, but because Shiro was a participant, he wasn't involved with the grading process nor did he know the system. So, he had no idea of how the ranking of U.A's entrance exam looks like. Izuku was more interested in the bottom rank, which consists of students that barely make the cut. The invisible girl, mute boy who could communicate with animals and the boy with giant grape for hair had occupied the last 3 spots. It made sense, considering invisibility wouldn't help much against robots. I should rewatch the video. I am curious how animals help defeat those bots. Shiro was ranked 13, very close to top 10 with rescue points making up the bulk of his scores. The gravity girl, the unlucky one they had to save, also made it to top 10. It seemed the reason she got stuck was because she was saving other participants, hence her high rescue points. Ida Tenya was in the top 5 too. Because Izuku got him involved, he had scored rescue points too. However, as Izuku himself noted, Ida Tenya, unlike his brother, had one track of mind and suffered from inflexibility during the exam, which was why his rescue point was low. Before Izuku dragged him on rescue attempt. Oh well, this ranking doesn't matter so much by the end of the day, only to those who care about competing. The top dog only gets right to give speech in the sport festival and bragging rights anyway dash. His heart almost stopped when he saw the top 2 above Ida Tenya. Kirishima Ijiro 39 VP 39 RP. Bakugu Katsuki 77 VP 0 RP. Ida Tenya 52 VP 20 RP. He rubbed his eyes and mentally calculated the points. It still says that Bakugu took second place and Kirishima was first with 1 more point. Did I dash? Bakugu could be surpassed by Kirishima by accident if the blonde kept throwing chances to score rescues to him. That was what Izuku thought back then. Did I jinx Katchan? Izuku wondered out loud timidly, unknowingly using the old nickname. Nevertheless to say, Shiro and Senku were confused to find their friend during lunch break looking torn between crying and laughter. And a few days later, in a different part of Tokyo, Bakugu Katsuki exploded his bedroom. What the F are rescue points? His mother had moved to the dorm ahead of Izuku, because unlike Izuku, who will become a student in April, his mother had to start acclimating herself with the new job of dorm manager. At the moment, Udata had 1 general dorm, which housed students of the heroic course from 1st to 3rd year. She had quickly become popular with the students there, especially with the Big 3, who had decided to take advantage of the dorm for their last year in Udata High School. It's the pants guy. That line had slipped the moment he met Togata Mirio face to face for the first time. Togata looked very embarrassed. Yeah, my quirk and clothes don't mix well. He was really sorry for that comment and learned the interesting effect of using one's DNA material as part of the costume. Looking at Mirio's short hair, he couldn't help but wonder if the guy went bald in his first year for the sake of making a costume. His quirk was very strong and fascinating in the application, and also proved to Izuku that his hyper-intuition couldn't really rate a hero's power accurately on quirk alone. Togata's quirk was very unobtrusive to his senses, like something formless, flexible and intangible. The unassuming Amajiki-senpai's was more pronounced. It was also as scary as hell. Everything he ate became part of him in a literal sense, hence his hero name. His quirk made Izuku imagine an amoeba surrounding its food and taking on shape after shape, and it gets to the point of auditory hallucination of someone munching and gulping whenever he was walking past the timid third year. The big three was very surprised when Izuku absent-mindedly asked if Amajiki-senpai needed to eat, and they found out that he could sense the quirk characteristic. That's so awesome. How does mine feel? Togata-senpai was very enthusiastic, but deflated as soon as he heard Izuku's description that he felt like vibrating air. That's very accurate, but still dash. Amajiki-senpai looked sick. I didn't mean to give out such a disgusting feeling. No, I didn't say that dash. Mine? How about mine next? Hato-senpai pointed at herself enthusiastically, her whole body vibrated with excitement. Futaba, who was hiding behind him, poked her orange head out. It's so big and bouncy. Izuku slapped his hand over her mouth. Futaba-chan, we will review manners again later. Where did her fascination for melons come from? All of her closest friends were male, but none of them ever behaved pervertedly around her. What did Sakura-sen just say? Nijire swore she heard something amazing that shouldn't come out of a little girl's mouth. Don't mind. Izuku almost squeaked. Haru-senpai's quirk is unique. It's bright and strong. It also gives me a sensation of dizziness after spinning really fast. Just trying to feel it too long made him dizzy. Togata-senpai was still a bit depressed. So, only my quirk is not leaving a very strong impression? Sorry, but it does feel like a vibrating phone you would ignore to Izuku's senses. Izuku-kun is a scholarship student and a disciple of mine. Nizu introduced him, very pleased the big three already had a rundown of his ability. He has a multifaceted quirk called World Sync. Apparently, the misleading name he used for his quirk was unacceptable and he had to update it. Thankfully, there was no demonstration needed. Also, the use of Italian was a no-no. To be honest, Izuku didn't think the name made it stand out less. Because the name was a curious term, people would wonder what the heck it does. I am so not looking forward to repeating the long-winded explanation of hyper-intuition and dying will flame. Seriously, why was his power so complicated to explain when what it does was so simple? Basically, he was in sync with the world and drew energy from it. He can use it in the form of flame and ice. He also got the bonus of super intuition. It also came with drawbacks like how his body was still acclimating to using flames without prior adaptation training all Vongolas went through, sensory overload and the world getting to boss him around. I am teaching him to be a hero versatile in strategy and intel. Izuku-kun will also work closely with the police force along with Futaba-chan here. Nizu continued, I will introduce him to Night Eye sometime this year after he gets more training, so look forward to working with my student, Togata-kun. Togata-senpai was brimming with excitement. Midoriya, your quirk sounds really cool. Is it something like Sir's? Sir? Knight? You're the former sidekick of All Might. What was his quirk again? Nothing physical from what he knew, the man was incredibly intelligent and the brain in his partnership with All Might. Togata nodded. Some sort of clairvoyance? Sort of. It was almost prophetic, but it wasn't looking at the future. Oh well, at this rate he didn't have to worry about the internship PRD. Hawks nagged him too much to intern in his office at the first opportunity anyway. He'd like other options than Nizu's and Hawk's office if possible. Haru-senpai asked if he knew how to make her shockwave come out not in spiral shape. It gets really slow. It could catch villains with average speed, but not so much against agile opponents. Mine come out in the shape of flame. It's malleable, but a shockwave. Izuku trailed off. Once school starts I can help Senpai experiment. Thanks, Midoriya. Apparently, Haru-senpai had been pretty fed up with the limitation of her quirks. Amajiki-senpai still made sure to keep 3 meters distance from him, as if Izuku's range of hyper-intuition was that short. He felt quite guilty for making the dark-haired senior so wary of him, even if Togata-senpai assured Izuku that the Sun Eater was like that to everyone he was unfamiliar with. Here, senpai, it's not much of an apology but I got my friend to make these. He handed Amajiki 3 bottles of capsules. Togata blinked curiously. What are these? There's a label with a picture of an elephant, cheetah, and eagle. Izuku frowned, wondering if it wasn't obvious. These are supplements mixed with DNA of elephants, cheetahs, and an eagle. I thought it would be very useful for Amajiki-senpai's manifest quirk. Amajiki-senpai stared unblinkingly at the bottles. I've never eaten those animals. Because they were never part of the cafeteria menu and he wasn't desperate enough to eat elephants or cheetahs. Also, since it's in tablet form, I think the effect lasts shorter than food you consume normally, but I hope it will work well for you, senpai. Izuku continued to explain. I hope they will serve you well, though, my friend would be very happy if you drop by to tell us how effective they are. Also, if there's any other animal or plants you're interested in to add in your repertoire. We have friends in the Wild Animal Reserve and Mustafu Botanical Garden. Oh, Midoriya, this is very useful. Later when Izuku was out of earshot, Mirio spoke to his childhood friend. Well, at least you don't have to force yourself to eat too many variations of food every day. Sometime before the mission his friend had to eat some unholy combination of food. Tamaki looked down. I never thought of this. And it was his own quirk. This is certainly more agreeable for my stomach capacity. Sir would love the little guy for sure. Considering his own height at that age, Tamaki would like to correct Mirio that Midoriya has a respectable average height for 15 years old. Though, are you sure Midoriya and his friends didn't just make me their guinea pig? Tamaki wondered out loud. Mirio and Tamaki exchanged looks. He is nice, maybe not. Somewhere in the support department's dorm, Senku was cackling madly. It seemed he would have a good dorm life. The fact his mother wasn't alone in their home helped. His master had been toying with the idea of a boarding school and making all heroic students live in dorms mandatorily. It would be easier to keep an eye on problematic ones. Izuku would like to imagine that beady eyes didn't give a pointed stare at him. Nizu also said unless the circumstances forced it, the idea won't be implemented until Izuku's 2nd year. Shiro lives near you today, so he wasn't going to live in the dorm. Senku was coming because his foster father would live in Russia for a while before going to the space station in a few months. Not to mention the idea of getting access to Yu'ei's lab and resources was too mouth-watering for Senku. Futaba's placement in the dormitory was mandatory like Izuku. The technopath was a disaster with 2 legs due to her quirk and lack of common sense. Her foster father was a very good father, but a cafe owner had no clue how to keep someone with quirk as powerful as Futaba's in line. Not to mention, Futaba had to go to school sometime in her life. She could skip high school straight to college with her intelligence, but that wasn't the point of formal education with Futaba. She was in school so she could socialize with her peers that weren't their little vigilante group members. She needed a normal and positive influence because the guy closest to normal in their group was already corrupted beyond help. Power Loader Sensei looked pretty resigned when Nizu introduced him to Futaba and Senku. I already dread this year because of Hatsum Mei, the recommended student for my department. If he was only looking at their abilities and accomplishments, Power Loader would be over the moon. Senku was an all-rounder in the field of invention. He could build the whole civilization from scratch if he put his mind to it. Futaba has a rare quirk that controls technology and is also a genius programmer. Their personalities, on the other hand, his body is disproportionate. Won't his head fall off with that helmet on? Futaba asked curiously to his face. Senku nodded in agreement. It couldn't be healthy for his neck. Maybe that's what stunted Power Loader Sensei's growth, Futaba said seriously. Though it's already too late for a costume change at this point. Izuku was already bowing profusely beside Nizu. I am so sorry. They have no manners. He barked at them. Senku. Futaba. Apologize. But we're being honest. 10 billion% honesty. I thought you said it's the best policy for dash. Izuku glared at them, his green eyes blazing. Apologize. He had worked so hard so they wouldn't get arrested, so God help him so his friends could be released to society as upstanding citizens. Aizawa Shoyuda, the Eraserhead, looked almost gleeful that someone shared his pain this year. Izuku would feel sorry for Eraserhead if his misery wasn't because he would get Izuku as his student. Seriously, it's not even April yet and Eraserhead already thought the worst of him. Udata High School, 1A class, April 1st. April has come and Izuku marveled at the sight of pink petals dancing in the warm wind of spring after he stepped out of the dorm. It was such a beautiful sight, but it also represented the transience of the world. Such as how frail the peace and quiet was, because starting from today, he was once again sharing the same classroom as Bakugo. He could try asking his master to move one of them out of Eraserhead's class, but that would be misusing his position as the principal's disciple. Not to mention, with Bakugo's explosive temper, someone like Eraserhead would be more suitable to rein him in. Izuku was fine with the idea of being taught by Vlad King, but Nizu was adamant to push Izuku to Eraserhead. It didn't help that Todoroki Shudo was in 1A2, and Izuku himself was the one who wanted to keep an eye on the boy. Then there's Shiro. He'd rather not imagine what his increasingly dangerous karateka friend would do in the same class as Bakugo if Izuku didn't keep him in line. He missed the pure and chivalrous Ojiro. This new Shiro was starting to develop a black heart that didn't match his nickname. He heaved a sigh as he rested his forehead against the window of Class 1A, watching the pink petals fall as if mocking him. The confetti of nature, as if today was worth celebrating. Well, this was supposed to be the big day of his life if he was the same Midoriya Izuku when he was 13. The first milestone of his dream to be a hero, but that wasn't his dream anymore. I am half threatened, half bribed to come to this school. The old him would be ashamed, and Izuku once again questioned his resolution. It should be fine as long as he could protect his mother and friends, no more dreams of Messiah's grandeur. He might as well slip in Senku's grand ambition to travel beyond the stratosphere somewhere in his life plan. Must be nice to leave the earth. Shudo had run to Yaoyorozu 1 hour before class started, and both of them were so early on their first day for a completely different reason. Yaoyorozu was plainly excited for her first day and planned to explore the school before class to familiarize herself. In Shudo's case, he had woken up earlier than usual simply to avoid Endeavor's redundant lecture about his conduct. Even though he detested getting into UA by Endeavor's recommendation, this was still the school of his dreams. He rejected Yaoyorozu's offer to explore the school as he wanted to find their class first. So they walked together to class, and surprisingly they weren't the first one to arrive in class. There was no mistaking that green hair and lab coat. It was Midoriya Izuku. The boy was sighing in a melancholic fashion as leaning to the window. He and Yaoyorozu, by a silent agreement, tiptoed to approach the shorter boy standing at the back of the class. Then one line slipped from the boy's mouth, "Must be nice to leave the earth." Shudo wondered if it was normal to wish for space travel first thing in the morning instead of more snooze time he often craved, but his shitty old man never deigns to spare. "Oh, Todoroki-kun and Yaoyorozu-san." The boy called their name out before turning to greet them. "Good morning, you came very early for your first day." Shudo looked out the window. The weather outside was so sunny there was no chance the window was reflective enough to serve as a mirror. "Morning," he returned, staring impassively at Midoriya. "Do you have eyes on your back?" "Todoroki-san." Yaoyorozu looked scandalized by his question. The boy didn't look offended, so Shudo was sure he didn't commit a social faux pas or anything. "Oh dash," he laughed softly, "it's one of my quirk's facets. I am very sensitive to people's presence, especially those with strong quirks like yours." Yaoyorozu looked very impressed. "That's wonderful, Midoriya-san would be skilled in recon." His eyes narrowed. "And to emotions, I presume?" Midoriya looked sheepish. "Ah yes, I am sorry that my quirk is intrusive to privacy, but I might." His face darkened. "Kill myself if I turn it off, so sorry I can't turn it off." Shudo flinched. I am sorry, I didn't mean that. It's okay as long as it's on a flat ground, I think. Midoriya trailed off, rubbing his head, and Shuto spotted a small trail of flame from his fingertips. Oh, did you come early to explore the school? Yaoyorozu nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Can you be our guide, Midoriya-san? You seem pretty familiar with U.A already. Of course. Midoriya started to walk away, depositing his bag on the second chair from the right back corner. Shuto tossed to the one next to Midoriya's, and Yorozu put hers on the other side of Midoriya's. Midoriya was only 5 feet away from his original spot before he tripped over his own leg and kissed the ground. Midoriya-san. Yayorozu shouted in worry. Are you all right? Midoriya stood up shakily as Shuto pulled him up. Apparently I can still trip on flat ground. Midoriya lamented with the most pitiful puppy eyes they had ever seen. Sorry, just activate your quirk back? Invasive or not, Midoriya wasn't kidding of how reliant he was to his quirk. It's not like you're the type to gossip. Midoriya was the meddling type who couldn't leave people in need alone, but he didn't pry on privacy. So far he hadn't asked Shuto about his scar or his father, even if the boy was observant enough to piece the clue together. Which in Shuto's opinion was even more annoying, because usually when people pry he had all the right in the world to shut them down. In Midoriya's case, it made Shuto feel like he owes the green-haired boy something instead for helping him without asking for details. So where do you guys want to go first? They couldn't cover everything in one morning, so Midoriya suggests they stick with facilities they would use most often, such as general training ground, audiovisual room, infirmary, cafeteria, faculty room, etc. The dorm is over there. He pointed at a smaller building in the distance. So far we only have a dorm for heroics and the support department. I also live in the heroic department dorm. Midoriya explained. A dorm, if only. Endeavor would give consent so he could get out of the house. Yairozu-san has to be careful when you walk past the support department area, you might get kidnapped, Midoriya warned her seriously. Yairozu's eyes crinkled with mirth. Midoriya-san, you have a wonderful sense of humor. She laughed daintily. Shuto had a feeling Midoriya was deadly serious and most likely right. Their last stop was the faculty room. The school wasn't as empty anymore and most students had arrived. Midoriya knocked on the door, startling him and Yayorozu as they thought he was just going to show them where it was. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei asked me to pick him up? Why was there a question mark in that sentence? Ah, young listener, hello. That was the present mic. Taking advantage of your student on the first day? The voice hero shook his head. Your homeroom teacher is that yellow caterpillar over there. Midoriya, Yayorozu, and Shuto turned to the right where the biggest caterpillar in the world laid. Our homeroom teacher? Yayorozu echoed in wonder. A hero with a scandalous outfit poked her head from the table across present mic, the R-rated hero Midnight. Just drag that yellow bundle, no need to be gentle or anything. Was it all right to treat a teacher like that? Midoriya accepted that advice and proceeded to grab one end of the yellow caterpillar, dragging it across the room. Midoriya-san, that's... Aizawa-sensei won't dislike me any more than he already does for this anyway, he said in a deadpan voice. Shuto contemplated for a moment before lifting the other end. At least now they didn't drag their teacher. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. Yayorozu couldn't help but comment. This isn't how I imagined we will meet. Our homeroom teacher. A soft snore could be heard from the cocoon. Shuto couldn't see their teacher's face, which was covered by his thick black hair. Don't worry, I am sure your first impression of him would go much better than mine, Yayorozu-san. Shuto shrugged. Aizawa-sensei. He wondered which hero the content of this sleeping bag was. I don't think this counts as meeting him. Shuto was pretty envious of extra sleep their homeroom teacher got this morning. Not to mention, Wham! Yairozu covered her yawning mouth. Excuse me. I'm sure it's still a bit cold outside, but inside the temperature is comfortably warm. Yurei has excellent temperature control. She wiped her tearing eyes daintily with a handkerchief. Even back during our interview the temperature was excellent. The yawn was infectious as Shuto followed her example. Indeed. Midoriya just laughed sheepishly. Ha ha. Shudo chose not to tell Yaoyorozu that Midoriya was a walking heater. Midoriya embarrassed himself enough for one morning. When Izuku and the two recommended students arrived in their class, they were greeted by the sight of Bakugo arguing with Ingenium's brother of all things. The topic of argument was also super petty. Ida disagreed with Bakugo's chosen footrest, and the blonde mocked him for coming from elite private school. The brown-haired girl with gravity quirk, Uraraka Ochako, Izuku reminded himself, was trying and failing to mediate the argument, and at some point had taken Ida's side because the other boy was being a mean JRK. The redhead, Kirishima, took her place as the peacemaker. He didn't do a very good job either. Chaos, summarized Todoroki-kun curtly. Izuku didn't think he should speak up here, so he gave Yaoyorozu a pointed look and, bless her quick uptake, she stepped forward and spoke out in a stern voice. Our teacher is here, please be seated, everyone. Bakugo looked ready to snap at her before he processed what she just said. This was Uda, and he knew better than starting a problem with an authoritative figure so early. Izuku would laugh at the wide-eyed look from Ida and the Uraraka at his entrance. Aizawa-sensei, wake up please. The situation wasn't a good time for laughing, however. The giant caterpillar wiggled from their hold and Izuku watched bemusedly as the pro-hero stood up to his full height, still wrapped in his sleeping bag. Good morning. He unzipped the bag at last and Todoroki followed Izuku back to their seats. Izuku high-fived Shiro, who was sitting in front of him, wisely walking on the left side of his table's row to avoid Bakugo. Izuku didn't put it past Bakugo to not trip him or something if he walked past the blonde's desk. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Introduced the dark-clad hero. Welcome to U.A, and without further delay. He whipped out U.A's sports uniform. Put this on and we will begin our assessment. What about the opening ceremony? Uraraka asked. It's a waste of time. The principal does it every year and the content of his speech never changes. Trust me, you don't need it. Then Eraserhead gave Izuku a pointed look. Be a good messenger boy and pass that to your master, will you? Izuku waved his hand in negative. As a student, it's not my place to send a complaint on behalf of a teacher. Aizawa rolled his eyes. None of you have common sense, judging from your display of behavior this morning, and I could almost believe Midoriya has it if his diplomatic answer is anything to go by, but the rest of faculty know better by now. As one, all eyes turned to him. Bakugo's eyes were twitching. Shiro had an understanding look in his eyes and nodded sagely. Where did my chivalrous friend who will never mock people go? Izuku lamented. He stopped on his tracks. You'd think living in a dorm would spare him from his morning quota. Apparently not, as this familiar feeling of dread alerted him of disaster on the horizon. There was a bad feeling of something dangerous would happen to people he cared about. There's an annoying twinge of not-so-urgent call for help like cats on trees, or villains incoming. This one, however, it was something I don't want to get involved with is happening alert. Hell, Eraserhead. Skipping orientation as usual, said the flamboyant voice as she slammed the door open. Every single year you never fail to skip it. It was midnight, and she looked amused by the attention she got. Eraserhead frowned. What do you want, Kiyama-sensei? She grinned. Don't worry, I am not here to rain on your parade. I need to borrow Midoriya-kun over there. Heh. Midnight turned to his direction. Midoriya-kun, there's a case that needs your assistance for a bit, so you will be excused from Aizawa's shoddy test. My test isn't shoddy. Izuku stood up, his eyes wide in alarm. Can I not? Hopefully he didn't stutter or squeak that line. Duty calls, what can you do? The underground hero, of course, wasn't going to help him. It's a good idea anyway. There's no point testing your quirk considering how you got here. He heaved a sigh. Midoriya, get the hell out of the class now, jerking his thumb at the door. Izuku would rather stay, to be honest. And Aizawa, I bring you a student. The principal forgot to drop him off to this class. Midnight stepped aside. Look and behold. In unison, all students in 1A stood up from their seats, eyes glued to the four-legged figure walking to the class with his head raised high. Gao! AF lion cub? Natsu! The girls burst to a loud squeal. So cute. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, accepting the note from the R-rated hero. This is Nizinsu. He let out a snort at the made-up surname. He is the principal's adopted son. A mouse adopted a lion? I think our principal is a dog. He had pause. Isn't he a bear? The ears looked like bears. He cleared his throat again, silencing the class. This cub has a quirk, and he will join our class as a special student. Silence. Izuku wondered if it was just his imagination, but the underground hero looked at Natsu with an adoring look. Said cub, of course, was making its way towards Izuku and jumped to his desk. Natsu, not on my desk. Then he jumped to Shiro's head. The taller boy became very still. Aizu. When he was on Izuku's head, Natsu was being affectionate, but in the case of Shiro, however, the cub was looking down on him. Natsu, Shiro isn't your chair either. Come down now. Then Natsu locked eyes not with Izuku but with Todoroki, who was sitting on his right. Neither of them blinked, staring at each other silently. That's enough. Izuku lifted the cub off of Shiro's hair and deposited him on his desk. He'd rather not have Natsu gauging Todoroki as a rival or something. Sorry about that, Todoroki. It's fine. Natsu was different. Izuku always knew the name wasn't because he found the cub in summer but because it was the name from his past life. Natsu in this life was a proud little king, a sucker for attention from Izuku and looked down on everyone else that wasn't Izuku, Inko or Nizu. Any objections for Natsu to stay? Aizawa-sensei interrupted his thought. The hell dash. Whatever Bakugo said was drowned by the roar of approval from girls and more than half of the boys, in particular from Ida and Kirishima. Lion in class? So manly. As expected of you to give us experience interacting with an animal with quirk. A valuable experience. At some point, Izuku was dragged out of the class by a very amused Midnight, and Aizawa-sensei looked too happy to replace Izuku with Natsu. What had he done to deserve to make Aizawa-sensei bully him like this? They were ready after changing their clothes, and waiting for Aizawa to come back from the supply room for testing equipment. Before anyone does something they regret. Ojiro Mashireo began because he was really worried by the fawning look of his classmates at Natsu. The cub was wearing a vest version of their gym clothes. Natsu isn't a domestic animal, quirk or not he isn't tamed, so don't even think about petting or picking him up unless he lets you. Shiro pointed at the cub, who once again used his head as a resting place. Majority of the class gave him a disbelieving look. The cutie is napping on your head, Ojiro. He is being affectionate with you. I am so jealous, said a pink-haired girl, Ashido. Natsu let out a snort, and Shiro sighed. He is using me as a chair. This little king isn't as cute as you think. Pretty sure Natsu thought of him as part of the pride or something because their tails were similar. Shiro was deemed to be bottom rank by Natsu though, much to his shame. All of them heard the snort. He understands human speech? Bakugo scowled. Glad to hear that, so the flea-infested feline would know I don't like it in class. Natsu turned to face Bakugo and growled. Growling? Kodai stepped forward and started to speak with Natsu with his quirk, and holding up a notepad. The king didn't ask for your opinion. The class burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did Natsu just diss you, Bakugo? We have a little king here. He has a big head all right, but since he is too cute he is forgiven. Of course my king. Hagakure, the invisible girl, was swooning. Ashido added, your wish is our command. Shiro groaned, don't pamper him. Aiza would be very displeased if their classmates spoiled Natsu rotten. On the other side of Tokyo, while his feline sidekick was enjoying life, Izuku was miserable. Life was cruel for one Midoriya Izuku. After all, it wasn't his idea of the first day in school. Hawks! Did you just drop Ingeniumson? I didn't mean to. A miserable howl could be heard from below. Jaya, get me out of here. This must be karma coming back to bite him for not appreciating his school life in you. Or something. Back in Udare. His classmates felt bad for racing against Natsu for their assessment, which was silly. You can't win, seriously. What do you mean, Ojiro-kun? Ida, the excitable guy asked. Shiro looked up. Natsu, we're racing, get down and make Izu proud. The cub hopped off of him, and the moment its paws reached the ground, it had transformed into an adult lion with a golden mane. Gao. That's more like it. Shiro nodded to himself. Ida, Siro, Satu, and Mineta gaped at the full-grown lion standing between them and Shiro. It's. Natsu's quirk is growth. He can transform into his adult form as long as his stamina lasts, Shiro explained gleefully. Well, then, anyone confident they can outrun the king of the jungle even with quirk? Bakugu jumped at the opportunity. I can beat you anytime, you hairy kitten. Gurgao. Kodai once again wrote the translation in his drawing pad. Be silent. The race resulted in Bakugu and Natsu reaching the goal at the same time. There's no way I will let Deku's cat beat me. Shiro frowned. Bakugu Katsuki. Bakugu is seriously competing with Natsu. This is surreal. Siro couldn't help but comment. Natsu seems to see him as a rival too. Kirishima glanced to the side. On the other hand, in the shade, several guys were resting, waiting for the girls to finish their assessment. One of them was Todoroki, and the aloof guy was nodding off after he finished with the grip strength test. Not so far from him was Natsu in cub form. The little guy scored well too in the same test using his bite strength. Said cub was also nodding off in the same rhythm as Todoroki. Why is Todoroki so in tune with Natsu? Shiro was also confused. Maybe they share the same wavelength or something? It wasn't like Natsu and Todoroki were instant friends. If anything, there was a very strange tension around them. Though, for some reason, Natsu didn't think Todoroki is Izu's minion like he does to the rest of us. 5 minutes later, Todoroki was competing with Natsu for a long-distance jump. Todoroki was using his ice as a skate ramp while Natsu used a flame-powered jump. Todoroki won, but he didn't look very happy after he realized he just competed seriously with a big cat. Shiro's sweat dropped. On second thought, never mind. Shura's POV. Maybe this year wasn't so bad if he had a cat in class. A very big cat, but it made up for the trouble of Midoriya Izuku. Well, the boy wasn't the only problem child. From this assessment, he already could spot a number of them. There were many with a minor problem he could overlook and correct easily, like Aoyama's dramatics, Ida's rigid mindset, Kuda's timidness, and there are glaring ones Aizawa had to wreck his head on where to start with. Mineta Minoru's perverted behavior. Shoyuta wasn't going to demean a teenager for finding their opposite SEC attractive, but it was completely different matter altogether if a hero in training couldn't be trusted to behave around women. Todoroki Shudo seemingly had no problem, but Aizawa noticed that in all tests he was using only his ice quirk even on a test where his fire was more suitable. The boy wasn't stupid, so there must be a reason for him to cripple half of his quirk. And there's Nizu's request to keep an eye on. Todoroki. Sensei. And here comes the biggest problem child in his class if he discounts Midoriya. What do you want, Bakugu? The test hasn't finished yet. Bakugu swallowed a scowl. There was hope for this boy if he knew enough boundaries to not make an enemy with his teacher. He paused. Why is Midoriya Izuku in you? The guy is quirkless. That confused Shoyuta for a moment before he recalled Nizu's briefing about Midoriya's history, a late bloomer due to the tricky trigger of his quirk. The boy also had a long history of bullying, hence the occasional nervous tic and tendency to avoid attention. I see you're one of Midoriya's bullies. The boy looked like he had been electrified by Kaminari's quirk, and Shoyuta could see a flash of fear in his eyes. I don't care very much about your past. My job is to guide you in the present for your future. Shudo told him sternly, but the past is connected to the present, and I would hate to expel you if you let your history with Midoriya get in the way of your hero education. It won't. Bakugu hissed. You have not answered my question, sensei. Shoyuta snorted. Bakugu, this is Yuta. I am here to teach and guide you, not bending over your demands. It's weird. The boy hissed again. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless, and yet, he is accepted on recommendation. Shudo guessed Bakugu looked up on the entrance exam ranking. Midoriya, along with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, weren't on the list. As shown in this assessment, the 2 recommendation students were the cream of the crop. Bakugo must be smarting from it. Midoriya Izuku is accepted to you, not because of his quirk, I can tell you that much. Huh. It confused the boy even further. Shoyuta heaved a sigh. He is accepted for the same reason as the rest of you, we see heroic potential in him so we take him in. The boy's potential was enormous. Combined with his quirk, it was becoming a hazard if the boy and his little group weren't kept in line. As for his quirk, Shoyuta trailed off, sighing. Frankly, Ine doesn't even care if Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. It would actually be better if the boy was quirkless. It would be easier to keep an eye on him. Also, let me warn you, Baku. The boy looked offended by another warning. Midoriya, from what I see, wants to let the past be dash. He avoided Bakugo and tried to not draw attention to him. You'd better do the same for your own good. He glanced at where Ojiro Mashireo was watching from a distance. Nizu was so wrong to think the tailed boy was a safe one. Under that composed exterior was a hidden righteous fury. Then there's the other 2 from the support department that made Power Loader his company in misery. Ishigami Senku was a troll scientist too happy to skirt around the law, and Sakura Futaba would chuck both law and common sense out of the window whenever given the chance. Bakugo opened his mouth and promptly closed it again, and Shoyuta had a feeling whatever the boy wanted to say would be something he regrets. At least the boy was smart enough to know when to keep his mouth shut. For now, Shoyuta will keep an eye on the boy. He had potential with his powerful quirk and battle sense to match, but that was his worth as a fighter, not a hero. If it was just a matter of power, it was abundant even in the Gen Ed department where they reserved the majority of the failed heroic department applicants. Not to mention with several heavy hitters like Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki in class, he wouldn't feel it was a big loss if he had to let Bakugo go. He knew he could speed up the process by letting Bakugo know how precarious his position in 1A no matter how strong he was, forcing the boy to reflect on his weakness. However, that would be Shuta's last resort. It would be much better if the boy fixed the issue himself, a much more valuable lesson. Is that? The boy looked startled. Deku? Midoriya had returned from his job. The boy was unscratched, but he looked off. Izuku walked unsteadily towards the gathering student. His uniform was slightly crumpled and his lab coat was gone. His classmates wondered what happened to him, and for some reason, of all classmates of theirs, Midoriya staggered to Ida's direction like a dry leaf blown by the wind. Midoriya-kun. Ida caught the boy before he could fall over. Are you all right? If Ida was expecting yes or no for his inquiry, Izuku gave him neither. Kun, I am so sorry about your brother. Ida froze. After meeting Midoriya Izuku, he had asked about the boy from his brother and found out Tensei had worked a couple of times with the boy's assistants. So if Izuku apologized to him for Tensei, Midoriya-kun, what happened to my brother? He shook the limp boy back and forth. Izuku was snatched from Ida's tight grip by Shiro and Natsu. The lion was growling. Watch it, Ida. Their teacher sighed. Careful, you have irritated them. See how their tails swish. That means they're angry at you. Sensei. Shiro looked scandalized. Even if our tails look alike, I am not a cat. Izuku blinked owlishly, eyes widened in horror. Wait, Ida-kun. The boy had his phone out and ready to call his parents. I mean, your brother is fine. The green-haired boy stuttered. Mostly fine. Ida stopped like a robot that had been turned off. Huh? Mostly? What do you mean my brother is mostly fine? Izuku averted his eyes. He glanced at Eraserhead, who shrugged. We just finished the test. And whatever the boy wanted to tell Ida, it seemed urgent. He swallowed. It would be on the news now about the abandoned factories south of Mustafu. Ida promptly searched for the news, and it happened, less than half an hour ago. A group of heroes which include Ingenium, Hawks, and Gang Orca had foiled a terrorist attempt by a villain capable of breeding and controlling insects. Of all species, the villain had chosen to breed the Madagascar cockroach and set it loose to demand ransom in astronomical amounts. Izuku was called in to pinpoint the criminal. They would have gotten ragdoll of pussycats, but they came up short with the identity of the culprit and rendering the pro's search quirk ineffective. They managed to find the culprit hiding a few miles away, but their road to reach the culprit was full of hissing and trauma induced by the sky filled by the flying black insect. It says my brother is unavailable for an interview. Izuku nodded. I am sorry. Because the culprit could use cockroaches as some sort of flying carpet and since us coming, we're forced to resort to pincer operation. Ingenium-san and Hawk-san act as pursuers to lead the culprit to Gang Orca. Aizawa hummed. If it's just strategy, he is on the level of a pro hero already. At the time, Hawks sort of forgot that cockroaches can fly. After all, the creepy crawler usually would just run to the sewers or other small places when they see humans. He and Ingenium-san were ambushed by a black cloud and Hawks. Izuku covered his face with both of his hands as if it could protect him from the horrifying recollection. He dropped your brother when flying over a cockroach-covered ground. Ida looked pale. Nissan. He is fine, mostly, but he is pretty scarred mentally. Izuku looked pretty ill himself, and his costume would be permanently out of commission. Last time Izuku saw him, Ida Tensei couldn't shake the feeling of hundreds of creepy crawlers getting inside his costume. I am really sorry for making him Hawk's backup. Next time, he will send the flying chicken alone. Hawks didn't look very repentant for traumatizing Ingenium even if he did say sorry. Eraserhead patted Ida's shoulder. You can go home now, you're not on the bottom rank anyway. Ida bowed deeply before speeding towards the classroom to pick his belongings. Hey, Midoriya's back so? He isn't going to take any test? Kaminari Denki wondered out loud. Wait, more importantly, why does Midoriya work with pros already? Shiro was quick to defuse the situation. Aizu has a very convenient quirk to search for villains. Working under supervision is within our right, you know? Besides, it's not like Aizu gets to fight, his job is in the rear. Like Deku can fight in the first place, Bakugo grunted. Also a quirk. He is Dash. Aizawa clapped his hands, stopping the explosion user from finishing his sentence. All right, gather around students. I have finished grading and ranking you. The rank was revealed and Bakugo scowled when he saw he was third, right below Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. I am not number one again. He sort of can accept Kirishima coming first. He was still the strongest as he beat more villain bots, but this? Shudo was slightly disappointed he was second, but it made sense because Yaoyorozu's quirk allowed her to have a very large repertoire of tricks. My ice can't be used for side jumps, for example. Though he wondered where Midoriya would be if he joined the test. He already knew from Endeavor that Midoriya was more of a strategist than a frontline fighter, but the green-haired boy wasn't a slouch either if his ease in disabling villains was anything to go by. Not to mention, the boy was already working with pro heroes as a strategist, so when it comes to field experience, Midoriya was above everyone in the class. The last rank was Mineta Minoru, in which his quirk only helped him inside jump and nowhere else. As promised, Mineta, you're out of the heroic program. Izuku pried one eye open from his position leaning on Shiro's shoulder. Seriously, Eraserhead-sensei is enjoying this a bit too much. I really have to ask Master if making your students skeptical of everything you said won't be counterproductive in the long run. The underground hero was testing Mineta's resolve to be a hero. He wasn't going to expel anyone. Izuku could see the glint of amusement mixed with determination in Eraserhead's eyes with this ruse. The last rank student had to stand up for their dream, maybe even resort to challenging Eraserhead themselves and not bending down to his sentence. At the same time, Eraserhead showed the rest of the class they need steel-like resolve to continue on this thorny path to becoming a hero. He is a good teacher. If this was the standard of today's teacher, Izuku was getting really worried for All Might as he was the only teacher without a teaching license. Oh well, I will think about it later. Soon this drama should be wrapped up. All Mineta-kun have to do is showing his resolve, and dash. The short boy with grape-like hair started to beg and whine pitifully. But, I just got here. How can I get popular with girls now, and I didn't get to enjoy the high-level girls in our class yet? And he jinxed his last chance spectacularly. If his childhood friend Bakugo Katsuki was the aggression with 2 legs, Mineta Minoru was energy in human form. The comparison was jarring, But Izuku could imagine the anime and Lovecraft's lover in Futaba would comment about the two boys being one of the 7 sin avatars. Wrath and lust to be precise. It was obvious from Mineta's speech the boy had no filter and most likely a mild case of mental issues, which made his mind wander once again to a certain orange-haired girl he had adopted as a little sister in spite of being the same age. It doesn't help Futaba develop a strange interest for a certain body part of her gender. Without any chance with girls, what should I live for? On second thought, he'd rather not see Futaba in Mineta Minor. His honesty for an impure reason to be a hero is quite amazing in a way. After all, almost every hero and heroine training out there would answer with a variation of wanting to help people if their purpose to be a hero was asked. Izuku included, but well, he was never a good example considering his past life as a half-baked messiah. How should I know? Eraserhead asked back gruffly. This is unfair. Mineta sobbed again. Life is unfair. You think a hero's work is ever fair? He looked at the whole class in front of him. Villains, natural disasters, random terrorists attacking our society is a form of unfairness on its own we heroes have to deal with. Izuku could agree with that, as even justice the heroes sworn to protect wasn't a form of fairness. That's why Vongola was born. Mineta ruined Aizawa's epic speech with latching on the man's leg, his pop-off quirk stuck stubbornly on Eraserhead's pants. The entrance exam physical was hard for me. My quirk wasn't suited for combat at all. I worked really hard until I bled to get here. Come to think of it, Mineta was one of the injured participants listed by Recovery Girl. Actually, Izuku could imagine how devastating Super Sticky Ball would be with correct application, especially if one was logged on someone's orifice. Or if it gets someone stuck to a train or other dangerous surfaces with no escape. Aizu, Shiro called him, snapping him out of his musing. You're scaring our classmates. What did we tell you about letting your train of thought run ahead of you? And indeed, as Shiro said, they were looking at him with various degree of horror. Midoriya, cease your muttering, especially if it involves using someone's quirk to kill. Eraserhead's voice looked impassive, but Izuku could tell from a slight shake and his dilating pupil, the underground hero shared everyone's sentiment. Sorry. He covered his mouth himself. Bakugo looked especially terrified. Izuku couldn't help but note. You dash. Mineta was borderline hysterical. I always throw lots of them when I am in a panic. He trailed off. If someone got stuck during the exam. He looked ready to faint. Apparently the great boy never imagined what an accident hazard his quirk could be. Even if they were newly formed, at that moment one, as shared a united thought. It's super lucky he hasn't killed someone by accident. On the other hand, Midoriya was scary. Why did his mind go there when thinking of Mineta's pop-off quirk? Midoriya, for safety's sake, all suggestions on quirk you give should be documented and given to me before you pass it to your classmates. Did he get another rule made up on the spot just for him? The teacher then used his quirk to make Mineta's sticky ball to slide off of his leg. As for you, Mineta winced as he fell on his butt. How? Perhaps your potential isn't zero after all. At least the boy showed care of what accident his quirk could cause. That was good enough for Shoyuta at the moment. But you're still on thin ice. The dark-haired pro sighed. Well, the expulsion threat is a logical ruse to draw your full potential in the first place. Izuku's sweat dropped. He wanted a drama and yet he gets tired, so he cut it short. He blinked when realization sank in. Did I help Mineta-kun by accident? Mineta collapsed in relief. My dream is still alive. Aizawa just had to rein the parade of relieved students. Like I said, you're not safe yet. He repeated, a probation PRD so to speak. That silenced the rowdy students in an instant. Don't think your high rank in this test means you can rest on your laurels. Bakugo in particular flinched when Aizawa's eyes glanced at him. Today what I measured is just the versatility of your quirks, not your potential as a hero. As a school, I will do our best to polish the rough diamond in you, but, he flashed gleaming red eyes at them, if you're just worthless pebbles that couldn't live up our school's motto, plus ultra, I will cut you off. Eraserhead finished, making a beheading motion with his thumb. The warning was loud and clear. Even if they made it to the top percentile of this prestigious hero school, they still had a lot to live up to earn their place in a heroic course. I knew it. Aizawa-sensei wasn't serious about expelling the last place. Yorozu Momo said as the group who sat in the back picked up their bag after changing out of their gym clothes. It's a logical ruse indeed, and even now, Aizawa-sensei made that threat to keep us on our toes. Jiro Kyuka, the girl with long jack earlobes, approached Yaoyorozu. Is that so? He sounded like he really meant it. Izuku was honestly worried for Yaoyorozu now. She was too overconfident with jumping to that conclusion. A reality check would be harsh on her sometime this year. But that was life for you. Well, the threat was taken seriously by Mineta and Bakugu at the very least. The blonde didn't even confront Izuku after Aizawa dismissed them. But if he avoids me, that means whatever the blonde up to wasn't on a civil ground, and it was just a matter of how long Bakugu could keep his temper in check. Midoriya. Todoroki-kun. The others had gone ahead of them, including Shiro, who had an appointment with their martial arts teacher. What is it? Todoroki glanced around, making sure the class was empty aside from them. Aizawa-sensei, he is serious, isn't he? Well, the boy was certainly sharper than Yaoyorozu when it came to reading between the lines. Then again, with an abusive father like Endeavor, Todoroki had to be. Why do you think so? You didn't say you agree with Yaoyorozu's analysis. Izuku chuckled softly at that. She is half correct that he wasn't serious about expelling Mineta, but that's because he does have potential. He is, after all, one of few non-combat candidates who make it past the entrance exam that is geared towards combat quirk. Aizawa himself didn't make it when he was a student, but Mineta did. But Aizawa-sensei won't hesitate to expel anyone with no potential. He certainly has done so last year. He expelled the whole class. Even Todoroki looked surprised by that revelation. I see. Their homeroom teacher was toying with them from the start. Still, your intel is amazing. Then again, your principal's disciple. Izuku stood up with a sigh. Knowledge is a weapon, one I wield as my strength. I can see that. Mineta's seemingly useless quirk's devastating potential came to mind. He sweat-dropped at that. Haha, I'd better get going. A senpai wants my advice on her quirk. Do you remember about Aizawa-sensei's rule? She is a senpai. Aizawa only mentioned classmates, not Udate's students in general. And you're exploiting loopholes in his rule. Todoroki noted as he hoisted his own bag over his shoulder, before walking towards the door himself. You're quite a dangerous person, Midoriya. Izuku just smiled wanly at that. I get that a lot. More often than he wanted to. Udate Heroic Department's dorm. How is your first day, Midoriya-kun? Asked a very cheerful Hato-senpai, who was happily hugging the paper containing Izuku's ideas on how to get around her quirk's lack of speed. Izuku became silent mid-bite of his katsudon. I got called out for work before the start of the class, and Eraserhead is famous for making his class skip the opening ceremony. Togata-senpai winced. Don't tell me, the emergency mission is one from the abandoned factory in South Mustafu? At Izuku's nod, the blonde senior shuddered. That would go down in history as the worst case no hero wanted to be involved in. Hato-senpai was also shivering. Is Ingenium Pro okay? He is not available for the interview, but I doubt cockroaches can hurt him. Amajiki-senpai looked at the sole female member of Big Three as if she had gone crazy. Cockroaches can bite, you know. I thought they're just disgusting and they can't hurt us. Any animal can hurt humans if they try hard enough. As the owner of Manifest Quirk, Amajiki-senpai knew this better than most. So how did it go? The aftermath, I mean. After getting familiar with Izuku, the timid senpai could speak normally with him at least. Most of us came out okay from that, but no one wants to see the creepy crawly for a long time to come. As the Big Three glanced at the grocery bag full of anti-cockroach supplies on their pantry's counter. I see. They were not against cockroach-free dorm, especially after they watched what villains could do with it. Ingenium Pro gets the worst of it, but that's only because Hawks Pro dropped him too. Izuku stopped himself from finishing it. Next time, I won't trust him to carry anyone off of the ground, absolutely not. They sweat-dropped. Well, If they ever found themselves working with hawks, they won't ask him to help them up in the air either. It was a good thing Nijire and Tamaki could fly themselves. They changed the subject. Nobody wanted to remember the case from this afternoon if possible. By the way, with All Might in town, the crime rate sharply dropped in Mustafu. Togata-senpai began. As expected of the #1 hero and the man Sir respected. Izuku frowned at that. Is that the only reason? Heh. The drop in criminal activity because the presence of All Might is definitely the case. Izuku stated confidently, however, the timing is wrong. If it happened a few months ago when All Might just arrived, I could understand, but since the exam started, All Might has been very busy preparing for his job in UA to teach in our department. Togata cupped his chin, and yet, it's steadily dropping according to Sir's statistical data? And that data also includes low-level crime, right? Togata looked up at that. Ah, I see. Amajiki frowned at his childhood friend. What do you mean? It might seem a bit petty, but All Might don't really go out his way for low-level crimes like purse snatcher or minor thugs prowling in the back alley of city. He is a top-ranked hero, and it won't look good if he didn't let his juniors to have some action themselves. The sad side of the heroic world where everyone saves people because their income was on a commission basis. Even the symbol of peace has to be considerate of his inferiors. Which is why Master and I got suspicious of this phenomenon, and he has checked with the police force. The number of arrests for criminals below B rank has dropped to almost nil. In fact, Izuku hadn't run to those kinds of criminals at all lately, hence why he noticed when his morning and afternoon consist only of perverts, cats, and lost kids. Togata smiled at that. If we're being positive, they're all repenting in fear of All Might. If only. Izuku snorted. My guess, he trailed off. They're up to something, and someone with big influence is planning something big so these criminals lay low to avoid arrest so they can become part of the plan. Hado-senpai looked pale. That's an ominous prediction, Midoriya-kun. Amajiki-senpai didn't look better, and I hate how much sense that makes. Did the principal ask you to tell us this? He shrugged. You will know soon anyway. Master will inform all intel-based hero agencies about this. If Nitai Pro didn't figure it out himself. He certainly would. Then it would go to the heroes with the best patrol record like Fat Gum, which would involve Amajiki-senpai. Then to heroes who specialize in organized crime like Ryukyu Pro. And ended with Hado-senpai's mentor. All Might's presence in UA will be a catalyst to change the underground world. Now that the hero had a permanent living arrangement. The big three winced. That's a bit unfair to blame All Might. Nobody blames him, but it's a fact he is a walking trigger to villains, being the pillar of society and everything. Togata's frown was getting deeper. Sir would be very displeased. Aren't we all? Izuku heaved a sigh. It will be a very busy year for us. Nizu already got Futaba to investigate an underground forum frequented by criminals, and while the hacker girl hadn't found anything concrete, she had mentioned the criminals from top to bottom have been strangely more active lately online. That wasn't a good sign for sure. I am hungry. As one Izuku and the big three jumped on alert, startling the hell out of innocent Uraraka Ochako who came down from her room for a snack. Silence fell in the pantry, and broke as Uraraka's stomach growled in protest. Oh! Uraraka-san. She beamed, her cheeks pinker than usual. Midoriya-kun. You live in the dorm too. Hado-senpai gushed. Who is this cutie? Her cheeks were round like mochi and this adorable kohai just gushed happiness by her mere presence. Can I call dibs? Her mentor would love this girl. Nijire, don't scare our kohai. Hush. Hado-senpai scoffed at Togata-senpai before offering the bubbly girl the plate of mom's homemade cookies. Have some cookies, dear. It would be a while until dinner, so don't eat too much. Uraraka's eyes widen with gratitude. Thank you, senpai. And she start to nibble on the black sesame cookies, filling her cheeks like a squirrel. So delish. She was even crying tears of happiness. She must be terribly hungry. Izuku definitely had to introduce Uraraka to Futaba. This girl was a bundle of positive influence Futaba needed. Hey, can I call you by a nickname like Ojiro-kun does? She asked in between nibbling cookies. I don't know anyone else other than you and Ida-kun and... She trailed off. deflating. Ida-kun won't let me. It was impossible to refuse her when she looked so much like a squirrel. Sure. Ida must have a heart of iron. She was beaming again. Mito-kun, Izuku-kun, Dori-kun. An image of a spacey blue fish came to mind. Izuku-kun is fine. Then she gave him an expectant look. Izuku didn't need hyper-intuition to know she was waiting for him to nickname her. Cha-cha. Hadu-senpai decided for him. She reminds me so much of this magical girl show I watched as a child. That was a bit too NTMT for Izuku's taste. Cheiko-san. He tried. That's cute too. Well then. Deku had changed since 1.5 years ago, and it showed by how the extras in their class flocked to him. Not just extras, the top 2 who ranked above Katsuki sat beside him and talked with Deku amicably. Though in the case of the half-half BSG it was more like he only talked more than one sentence with Deku, and ignored everyone else. Katsuki could see why. Deku had connections and heroes need those. Then there's his sidekicks, the monkey and the lion. Katsuki really hated that cub, maybe even more than Deku. The little sheet was so full of itself, and the majority of the class was head over heels for it. Not that Katsuki would do anything stupid. To Yuta-A's principal's son, how an unknown species of a mutant like Nizu adopted a lion was a mystery. The monkey, however, was a different case altogether. After his transfer, his parents tried to enroll him in a more traditional martial art class in the hopes it would teach Katsuki better DSPLN than modern ones like boxing he attended prior to the incident in middle school. It didn't work so well for Katsuki because most of the teachers were stuck-up prudes. They all complained about Katsuki's conduct and didn't want to deal with him. The last one lasted longer until Katsuki's temper got the best of him, this time because a senior wanted to bully him and they ended up expelled together. In that short PRD of training, however, Katsuki got to watch a tournament where a senior represented their dojo in the Kanto regional competition. That was where Katsuki saw the boy with a tail. He was the winner of the Kanto District Karate Tournament and won the middle school level national championship in his 3rd year. The monkey was undoubtedly one of the best hand-to-hand combatants in class if they discount quirk. And he is Deku's sidekick. Then again the guy was from Taiku. From what he heard it was a private school too and on the same level as Glass's old school. From his observations, Deku had 4 sidekicks. In their first few days in 1A, the other 2 had visited a couple of times. Both of them were part of support department and had quickly become famous enough to be called Triple Ace with some other girl. There's one guy with crazier hair than hair for brain in their class, and another was a shut-in orange-haired girl. Futaba, you can't send a robot to replace you in class. Deku howled to his phone on the 2nd day of the school when real classes started. Should I pick her up from the dorm? Asked the monkey guy. Deku looked conflicted. She has to grow up, at least she should start with walking to her class herself. The crazy hair guy nodded sagely at Deku. So true. On his hand perched an octopus-shaped robot, which apparently was supposed to be some sort of drone to broadcast the lesson for the shut-in. You don't get to say that Senku, Deku looked said, which was a strange expression on the nerd's face. We could have started on baby steps with you escorting her to class. But then you just take that stupid drone with you to class instead. Making Futaba do anything she doesn't want is too troublesome. The guy rolled his eyes. You spent the whole day weaving bamboo to make a replica of the non-inflated wheel NASA made. That should be more troublesome than getting a high school girl to go to class. About half an hour later, a girl with big doe eyes wearing fancy headphones poked her head when a class was ongoing. Aizu, I don't know where my class is. That's a lie and we all know it. The monkey told her, rolling his eyes. She stuck her tongue out. Shiro, you meanie. Then she turned to the teacher, which was midnight. Can I use my quirk to navigate school? The pro hero shrugged. Sure, just report to Power Loader soon, you're giving him an aneurysm. The girl huffed before her hands swept over the empty air and glowing lines like computer windows appeared. Ja and Aizu, Shiro, let's have lunch together later. Midnight whistled after the girl closed the door of their class. And that's class is a technopath. One of rarest type of quirks that controls technology and also one that greatly contributed to the foundation of modern hero societies. What the F-? 1A, Foundational Heroic Studies. Izuku wasn't surprised when the door of their class was opened with a dramatic slam on schedule. "I am here." And coming through the door like a normal person. A normal person should just come through the door, they don't run and announce it loudly for the world to hear. At least All Might didn't get a background music to go with his entrance. He failed as a normal person for sure. Izuku blinked when he noticed All Might was wearing his Silver Age outfit. How nostalgic. Not a bad move to get his classmates to see it to bring up the mood. Alright, now we will be having a mock scenario as your first lesson. He flashed a card with golden letters. A battle simulation. All Might grinned pointedly at him as if asking if he had done a good job. Izuku honestly thought while the scenario was exciting, maybe they should start with a patrol or rescue scenario instead of telling a class full of hot-blooded teens to beat each other up on the first day. And his master wanted Izuku to back All Might up. Seriously, how to back him up in this kind of case? Well, the majority of his classmates seemed to be the sensible sort sans a couple of problematic cases. As long as All Might didn't pit Bakugo as his opponent, all should be well. His costume was stored in a suitcase with a number 15 on it, his seat number. Izuku opened it and marveled for a while at another milestone he had been dreaming of since he was a toddler. This costume Senku and members of support department put so much effort on looked nothing like the doodle in his childhood. Some part of him was saddened by the lost chance, but for the most part, he was relieved. "Izuku, this is the kind of costume you want? What's with that look? Senku Futaba? Is the costume I drew ugly or something?" Izuku had gotten very good at drawing after years of making notes on heroes and villains. The two geniuses exchanged a glance before saying, "It's far from ugly, in fact it looks more sophisticated." Futaba decided on the word to describe Izuku's costume. "Then majority of things your classmates submitted." Senku nodded. "Especially the one that girl Yaoyorozu asked for, it's sorta practical for her but dash." He shook his head. "If you take the cloak off it doesn't look like hero costume anymore and even with it dash." Futaba added, "If you don't mind we will add some decorations so it won't look plain. As long as it looks nothing like Senku's doodle." Oi. Speaking of added decoration, they placed a symbol on the upper part of his sleeves. He could see Futaba all over it. I wonder which game she took this motif from? Izuku's sweat dropped. Wait, isn't this the symbol that represents harmony, perfection, and balance in alchemy? It looked like capital 2 mirrored capital D and larger Roman number for 1 in the middle. He chuckled softly. Senku and Futaba are as thorough as ever. "You're like wearing almost nothing," Shiro commented at Kirishima. The redhead shrugged. "With my quirk, wearing armor or skin-tight suit like the rest of you would be pointless." Kirishima whistled when he observed the costume of their choosing. Wow. Bakugo's clothing screams explosive and manly. "Huh." Bakugo snarled at them. "Are you that bored of living, fuckers?" Kirishima had to say Bakugo got his costume down with the explosive theme. Now if only he didn't get angry all the time, he would be popular. Kirishima knew he was first by pure fluke. In terms of raw power, Bakugo had him beat. I will never tell him that my rescue points are thanks to him. More of their classmates emerged from the changing room. Some of their designs felt plain lazy to be honest. Not that Kirishima thought he could talk. Sada was just wearing a plain yellow tight suit. Kuda's was just slightly better. The color was very cheerful and clashed a bit with his shy personality. At least he could tell it was a costume. Kaminari and Jiro could pass their costume as street clothes. Ojiro just added some fur in his karate uniform. His belt wasn't a plain black belt but a utility belt with a lot of pockets. He was also tapping some part of his muscular tail. "Kirishima, look at Todoroki," whispered Shiro to him. The redhead turned. They had been curious of what the top-ranked folks got for their costume. Bakugo's was cool but Todoroki's? All white and half of him are iced. Was that his own ice? Without it, Todoroki would be just wearing a white dress shirt and pants then? It was sorta similar to what Ojiro did, just some touch to normal clothes to give personality, but Todoroki was a whole new level of lackluster. Then again, maybe because he was so pretty he didn't need anything fancy. Go figures, the Bishinen folks don't need cool clothes to look good. Speaking of being fancy, Ida and Aoyama went all out. Aoyama is one thing, but Ida wore a full suit of armor, Shiro added. If the guy wasn't so loud they wouldn't recognize him at all. Then again, his robotic movement was very telling. His armor made him even more robot-like. Yo boys! It was Ishido, and her costume fit her personality to a T. The alien theme really fits Ishido. Thanks. Ajui's costume was very appropriate for her mutation quirk, so was Uraraka's. Uraraka looked like an astronaut, which was one of the smarter themes to go for a costume with her gravitational quirk. He and Shiro became speechless at what Yaoyorozu and Hagakure wore, or rather the lack of it. Is that even allowed? Ishido whispered, Dunno about Hagakure, but she is invisible so maybe that's why it's okay. Then she added, as for Yaoyorozu, apparently the support department covered more than what she asked for obvious reasons. They had seen her using her quirk and how she needed exposed skin, but still. A good thing too since we have that guy in class. As one they glanced at Mineta who was wearing his own costume, which consisted of a tight skin suit in the same color of his hair and a bow-like armor for his bottom. The guy was panting as looking at oblivious Yaoyorozu and bubbly Hagakure. If energy has legs, it would look like Mineta Minoru. Izuku's costume looks really neat. Look and behold, the most mysterious guy in their class emerged in his costume. Midoriya's choice of costume was different. It was a suit in a dark green color that matches his hair. He had a mint-colored undershirt and black tie with the flame motif. The jacket suit reached halfway to his thigh. The sleeve stopped a bit past his elbow and there was a white-colored symbol on his arm. There was a utility belt like Ojiro's but strapped on his right thigh instead, and his feet were wrapped in dark green knee guards and black boots with the same flame motif on the soles. Thanks. If it wasn't for the decoration and boots, the costume could pass as formal clothes. Is it normal in this age to wear suits for hero costumes? It wasn't uncommon for adult heroes, but for teenagers like them, it looks odd. So Senku and Futaba couldn't veto the tie and dress shirt collar? Ojiro asked, snickering. Midoriya shrugged. They said it would be an accident hazard if someone pulled it or something. I can manage. I am not so stupid as to let people use it against me. They did a big favor with making your costume look as heroic as it could. The design you gave them almost looks like a uniform, you know. Well, I am used to fighting in it. What? In hindsight, Senku and Futaba saved him from dressing like a typical Vongola. I just can't stop the habit. Fighting in a suit that was quite a restricting choice of apparel was a tradition, and some part of Izuku felt like he was cheating if he didn't wear it. Like I broke some school regulations. But his friend had a point about the tie and collar shirt. At least his costume managed to squeeze into the well-dressed category somehow, so he could wash off the niggling feeling that someone would kick him on the back of his head for dressing sloppily. He missed his hoodie and other comfortable baggy clothes, but he couldn't bring himself to wear them anymore since he got his past memory. Oh, I almost forgot. Shiro passed him a suitcase, which was about half the size of their costume suitcase. A drone just flew this over. It's from Senku and Futaba. Izuku accepted the suitcase and keyed in the password he always used. He opened it and promptly closed it again before anyone could peek over his shoulders. They could have given this to me somewhere more discreet. Shiro had a eureka look on his face. Oh, the thing you asked Senku and Metallurgy Division of Support Department to figure out how to make? I heard you objected to using tungsten since it's too heavy. And using that won't work anyway. In the first place, dyeing will flame wasn't a natural flame, and dealing with it using the metal of highest melting point wasn't a solution. High temperature resistance wasn't equal to dyeing will flameproof. Not to mention he was a fighter that prioritized agility. Anything heavy on his person would be a hindrance. Speaking of fighting, since they were in the urban area, the battle would most likely be indoors. Their regular exam was already outdoors, so All Might would want to see how his students work in contained space. Several individuals in 1A would be already handicapped by that alone. If All Might add material damage on top of the handicap, that would put all heavy hitters in a tight spot. That won't be a problem for Todoroki and Bakugu. They had brute power, but they also had the brains to back it up. He opened the suitcase again and pulled out a pair of gloves, which was half of the contents. was made of flame-resistant leather and metal. Thanks to Mirio-senpai, I remember my body is flame-resistant and my blood, in particular, is a precious material in the Vongola line. His body was changing, hence the drawback of flame overuse was getting milder along with sensory overload. I am not looking forward to explaining I sneak into the UA lab to mix my blood into metals and cloth. Whoa, that's super cool. Kaminari approached them, eyes shining when looking at the gloves Izuku was putting on. Maybe I should ask for some from support department next time. That made Izuku frown. Doesn't your quirk rely on skin contact? You still have to be careful, especially with body parts that get in contact with others a lot. Kaminari looked confused. Izuku gave a brief scan of Kaminari's costume. You must be very skilled. I didn't see any directive tool for an element as unstable as electricity on your person. Flame was wild and breathing, but its movement could be directed, but electricity only moved in a specific direction through medium, but directing it in open air? Even if it was a quirk, it wasn't an easy task. Silence fell between them. Shiro was looking at Kaminari as if he was insane. Oi, Kaminari. The boy looked sheepish, which meant the guy knew his quirk easily went out of control. Doesn't that mean you can only attack by becoming a human stun gun? Yeah. The blonde beamed. It was super effective in the entrance exam. You! Someone shouted in the background. As one Class 1A looked at the newcomers who were a few steps behind All Might, they looked very unhappy. Students! Greet your comrades from the support department. It was Futaba and Senku, along with an unknown pink-haired girl with yellow pupils. They come to review how your costume and tools work for you on behalf of Powerloader. Futaba was pouting. Would be nice if that's the case, but Sensei just realized some of the designs you sent are at the height of idiocy, like the lack of safety mechanisms or even lacking enhancement for your quirk. Futaba was glaring at Kaminari now. We got sent here because we blew up our lab again. The pink-haired girl was giggling. Apparently this was the notorious Hatsum Mei, Futaba's new buddy. Senku huffed. Basically you guys are our extra credit. And because there are idiots who don't know your costume should be more than just clothes. Futaba looked to be the most upset by the arrangement. Injustice. The shame. Senku joined Futaba's and the pink-haired girl's woe for the heck of it. Kaminari looked like he was about to melt from shame. Coulda too. Izuku supposed he didn't have anything on him to help his voice-type quirk either. Ida looked thoughtful. It seemed he was also wondering if he missed something in his costume. So much research time was wasted. Ultimately, that was the biggest regret of the three young geniuses. Izuku's sweat dropped. Well, they're only involved in some of our costumes, not all, but now they have to review them all. Senku and Futaba were obviously involved in his and Shiro's, and perhaps Izuku could see some traces of their work in Uraraka's too. Ahem. All Might cleared his throat. Anyway, let's start the exercise. You see, the cleanup job we usually see in the media is done outdoors, but a majority of villainy is committed indoors. In the background, Futaba brought out a large screen that showed said statistical data in a graph. More often than I like, Izuku grumbled under his breath. All Might turned to Izuku, right, Midoriya? Yes. Then he caught All Might's expectant look. Indoor battle means we have to exercise more caution depending on our environment. More often than not, villains use abandoned buildings which present problems if it's not a well-maintained structure. Ida was taking notes? Why? But if it's in a normal civilian building, that means hostages. Depending on the quirks of villains and heroes involved in the clash, the collateral damage could spread to the neighborhood, so in either situation, we have to exercise utmost caution. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Well done, young Midoriya. Izuku ignored Bakugu's scowl of show-off in the background. I will have you all split into hero and villain roles. It's a 2-on-2 battle. How about foundational studies? Asked the frog girl as this is foundational. Izuku face-bombed. It's not foundational if you jump straight to simulation. Do the students here even know there were parts of a building they could and couldn't destroy so the building won't topple over them? Or how to evacuate civilians in this scenario? Or securing the perimeter? Nada. Zilch. Zero. The students started to throw a barrage of questions to All Might. Yaoyorozu's inquiry made sense, but All Might would explain it later anyway. As for Ochako's, All Might was an Aizawa-sensei. Bakuga's question was valid, but considering he was the one asking, he just wanted to maim his opponent. Ida's question was the same case as Yaoyorozu's. Even if you didn't ask, that All Might would tell them how the team would be decided anyway. Why did Aoyama even ask All Might's opinion on his cape? The scenario itself was pretty cliché, and Izuku had a feeling if he dug through cases All Might solved before, he would find a similar one. The villain team had to protect their artifact of doom, namely a nuclear bomb. The hero predictably had to stop the villain either by capturing or taking the bomb from them. That's super stupid. Came from their resident inventor and scientist. Do you even know how sensitive nuclear is if handled improperly? Keeping it in a building that looked like it would fall apart no less? The villain isn't even wearing a hazmat suit. All Might was flustered. Luckily all that muscle hit it well. Futaba, Senku, it's just an exercise, don't nitpick on it. Senku scoffed. I am just saying other kinds of bombs that are safer to control and make more sense. All Might jolted. He is right. He coughed. Anyway, let's start choosing the team with a lottery. Futaba displayed a randomizer program, right ahead of you. But I want to use this. All Might had boxes with holes on top. It's classic. It's lame. She told him. It's up to All Might Sensei, but you see, according to their registered quirk, I can make the best match for the team and opponents so they can display their full potential. This is your first class. You would want to see both their strong and weak points, not to mention we need the data too. All Might looked almost convinced, but he really liked his lot box. Most likely the guy made it himself. Pro heroes are, more often than not, teamed up with other heroes they didn't know very well, so it would be good to use a manual lot instead. Izuku had a soft spot for All Might. It should be fine to spoil the guy this one time, right? Or so Izuku thought. Ute A, Replica City Area B. All Might had both hands inside the two boxes of lots, and Izuku tried really hard to not laugh at the utter joy the pro hero was emitting just for using the handmade lot box. The guy, for all his glory, was very simple at heart, almost like a kid. Team A, Shiro Hanta and Jair Kyuka. Vs. Team B, Yaoyorozu Momo and Mineta Minoru. Shiro grinned at Jair. Nice, let's work hard, partner. Jair grinned back. We have a tough opponent. Mineta looked over the moon. His eyes were glued on Yaoyorozu's exposed skin, then his eyes accidentally met Izuku's. He gulped when Izuku motioned his eyes to go up, and smiled eerily at the grape-haired boy. The boy obviously had an interesting cocktail of fear and awe of him, most likely because he helped the boy to stay in heroic department and at the same time made Mineta aware of the dangerous side of his quirk. The boy wasn't a completely hopeless case for a hero, but if Mineta stepped out of the line, Izuku would build up a case against the boy himself. So Mineta would be better to learn to keep his energy in check or else. Shiro whistled. Midoriya is scary alright, in a good way though. He looked like a harmless good guy, the type who helped grannies to cross the street and fed stray cats. They learned soon enough that Midoriya was anything but harmless. Jairo nodded in agreement. Mineta is looking at Yamamo's face now at least. She had been worried because her friend was overly comfortable in her CC costume. Now, I have a $1 coin with me. All Might brandished the US dollar coin. Why a dollar and not yen? Class 1A couldn't help but wonder. Head or tails? The one who wins gets to play hero. Yaoyorozu, who was placed the highest in the quirk assessment, got the right to make the call. Tail please. All Might flipped the coin. It was heads, so Team A was the villain. The team quickly made their way to the building, and 5 minutes later, the hero team followed as the rest of the class watched through Futaba's drones. They had been startled silly when Senku and Hatsum unveiled a gigantic spider robot that bore passing resemblance with of villain bots, and it started spawning smaller spider robots that crawled towards the designed building. Creepy. Shiro whistled. Is it just me, or did your taste in robot design get worse? And we thought that gorilla tank was already bad. All Might cleared his throat. Young Sakura, all set up? Futaba nodded. They had set up numerous screens to show the building in all angles. All cameras online dash. She could have used her quirk for the monitor, but that would take a toll on her body. I am assigning 3 cameras to follow the hero team and another 3 for villains. All Might beamed. First battle. Start. Replica building, 2nd floor. I would rather play a villain actually, Zero couldn't help but say as he and Gyre walked side by side. I am more of a defensive guy considering my quirk. His tape was good for ambush and capture, but in this scenario the villain had the first move. It was more likely for the villain to ambush them rather than the other way around. Gyro nodded. I get what you mean. Her quirk and Zero's would be a killer combination for trap. On the other hand, their opponent was also a trap nightmare combi too. Observational area. Considering Zero-kun's mobility quirk, they shouldn't have taken the entrance. Izuku murmured to himself. Todoroki, who overheard him, asked, "Is it a bad move to stick together?" Zero doesn't have a lot of firepower while Gyro's working closely also removes the possibility of ambush. Because Gyro's quirk could work for recon. Izuku hummed at that. If they're fighting heavy hitters, their move isn't wrong, but both Yaoyorozu-san and Mineta-kun manifest their quirk as tools detached from their body, so they should look out for traps instead of ambush. The pair didn't have to be there to fight Gyro and Zero. Going through that route is more dangerous. And indeed, since the hero entered the building, the villain team didn't move from their evil lair together with the bomb. At least it's shaped like a rocket. Not the giant meatball of doom. There's not even a launching pad for it. All Might looked ready to explode with shame himself as the support team nitpick his choice of bomb's shape. Yaoyorozu is multiplying the bomb, Todoroki muttered quietly. In parts. Because there's not enough surface on her skin to materialize the whole solid bomb. He wondered about the maximum size of object Yaoyorozu could materialize from her torso. As she had made the objects bigger than herself before, the skin surface was more like the gate. As long as it could be pulled through that gate, it would materialize. Didn't that mean if she was fatter she could make bigger objects? That would be very rude to suggest to a girl anyway, not to mention considering what she used as fuel. Yaoyorozu was unlikely to get fat. He had been getting used to tone down his volume when muttering, but unfortunately Todoroki was close and his ears were sharp enough to pick Izuku's rant on Yaoyorozu's quirk. If it makes her stronger, why not? Then again, it would compromise her mobility if she dash. Izuku shouted over Todoroki's unfinished words. None of that. Todoroki-kun, girls are sensitive about that kind of thing. Is that so? He asked so innocently, thoroughly confused. Yes. And with that they turned their attention back to the screens. Yaoyorozu had Mineta pinned inside of a cardboard box she found lying around the building so he wouldn't peek at her. The bomb is a fake made of papier-mâché, she can easily duplicate them in parts. The camera also thankfully avoided showing risque images of her. Young Midoriya, it seems you have excellent insight on your classmates' battle. Izuku shook his head. I don't. Yaoyorozu-san can be predicted to a certain extent because her quirk is versatile and she is efficient at it. Hence, she wasn't so unpredictable. She will choose the most effective tactic to win this, but Gyro and Zero weren't like that. As we can see, she laid traps in the windows, predicting Zero-kun would use it, but he didn't. And he avoided that trap because of it. The villains didn't go separate ways to confront the hero, Ochako murmured. This will take a while until the real battle starts. Kaminari yawned. It will get boring until they do. Of course they won't. If they get separated, the hero team, who has Gyro-san, will get an upper hand to ambush them. Izuku pointed out. On the other hand, I suppose, the window is pretty orthodox for a quirk user with good mobility like Zero-kun. Senku, who had been pretty quiet, added his own 2 cents. Your tape classmate should have done so, orthodox or not. If he is smart he would stop at the 4th floor to avoid the trap. Kirishima turned to his fellow spiky hair comrade. But slow and steady is good, right? The smarter portion of their class looked at him with pity. Remember the condition of winning for both sides? Shiro pointed out. Bakugo scowled at Kirishima. I know you're an idiot fucker, but your IQ is below standard too. Do you have to be so mean? Kirishima looked scandalized. I will call an idiot accordingly to your FNG level of intelligence. Bakugo growled at him. The hero has a time limit to win, while the villain has all the time in the world. The hero side doesn't have freaking time to take a walk in the park for this med scenario. Oh. Kirishima now understood why wasting time was a bad idea for the hero team. That's why. Oh, your butt. You hair for brain. Futaba interjected. Did you kiss your mom with that mouth? Futaba. Izuku snapped. Bakugo also snapped. I don't kiss that old woman. Good for her, your mouth is full of sheet. Futaba said, heaving a sigh of relief in mockery. Shiro and Izuku sensed the direction of this conversation was going downhill. Don't dash. Like yours is any better, you shouldn't. How about your mother you kissed with that? The next thing Bakugo knew, his mouth was covered by Shiro's tail. Futaba smiled eerily at Bakugo. She was murdered 2 years ago. I can't kiss my mom with my filthy mouth, so it's fine. Silence fell heavily in the air at her flippant revelation. By unspoken agreement, even Bakugo dared not to continue conversing. Todoroki was shocked, although his impassive mask held on. On the screen, Gyro had opted to break the wall with her quirk to get to the room next door. The hole was just big enough for Shiro's tape to go through for a surprise attack. Yaoyorozu was quick to move behind one of her bomb replicas, but Mineta was slower. He got caught and in his blind panic pulled on the tape that caught him, a combination of adrenaline of his body weight causing Shiro's hand to get stuck on the hole along with his head. Gyro, who saw her partner stuck on the wall, quickly made the hole bigger to free Shiro. Unfortunately for her, that action made her open to Mineta's barrage of sticky ball. Remembering what the ball could do, Gyro freaked out and ran to dodge the ball. She tripped on leftover tape of Shiro's and crashed into one of Yaoyorozu's fake bombs. Said bomb was the one Yaoyorozu used to hide, and both girls got stuck. Yaoyorozu was underneath the crushed bomb, and Gyro was rendered immobile by a combination of Mineta's and Shiro's quirk. Shiro was also stuck by the wall because of Mineta's pop-off, while the great boy was in a similar fate from Shiro's. It's a double knockout. Izuku concluded, being the one who found his voice first. All Might was as shocked as his students. First battle, the result is a tie. Later, I suppose matching up two quirks with sticky properties is a bad idea. Summarized Futaba once they finished cleaning up the aftermath of Team A versus Team B. Really bad idea. All Might coughed. Well, all things considered, strategies on both sides were well thought out, but the execution was very clumsy. Rather than recklessness, it was more of misfortune and blind panic working against them. Yaoyorozu looked very depressed. My first match was so shameful. Mineta didn't look better. I am already on the red line as it is. Shiro and Gyro weren't as depressed. We all failed for our first simulation, but still. Yaoyorozu looked ready to cry. I left Mineta-san to fend for himself, and that's what made our battle end in disaster. I throw my pop-off blindly at you all. I didn't even aim. I almost killed Shiro and Gyro. He was crying a river now. Shiro had to say when the ball got his face stuck on the floor, it was a bit suffocating, but he could still breathe through his mouth. I was not in that much danger actually. I think even though I got stuck too, the one who almost suffocated was Yamamo. She was under that fake bomb. And at some point they lost track of which bomb was real. Izuku commented, it's not a bad idea, but you could have moved the bomb out of the room and guard the fakes. But won't we leave the real bomb defenseless? Asked Mineta. Yaoyorozu answered that herself. That's fine as long as we keep Gyro-san and Shiro-san occupied until the time runs out. Of course she couldn't tell Izuku that she had lost track of the bomb as she multiplied them. After all, even the real one wasn't real but a fake bomb too. I should have used slightly different materials to build it. It wasn't like the hero team, who never got a close look of the fake bomb before the simulation started, would know. Izuku saw her blushing face and kept it to himself. She rushed to duplicate the bomb and lost track of the real one, hadn't she? Then again, the fake bomb was so simple in construction, he didn't think they could tell it apart anyway. Maybe Aizawa-sensei could nullify the construct made by Yaoyorozu's quirk, but that begs the question if the finished product of her quirk could be affected by his erasure. That he wanted to know so bad Yaoyorozu wouldn't mind. The girl was a researcher herself, but Aizawa-sensei would be harder to convince. She lost track of it from the start, Todoroki murmured to himself from beside him. Hadn't she? Shoo, Izuku shushed him. She is depressed enough as she is, let's pretend we don't know. Todoroki looked at him with a frown. You're being too soft, too gentle. He'd rather be gentle than harsh any day. Not really, she already knows her mistakes. He laughed softly. Besides, she is being too honest. Since most likely All Might himself couldn't tell fake and real fake bombs apart, it doesn't really matter which bomb survived the confrontation. Yaoyorozu of course was too pure and honest to cheat like that. Then again, as the villain, all should be fair in love and war. Izuku was nodding to himself, too distracted to hear his friend conversing among themselves. No one else could be as devious-minded as Aizu and still have an angel heart, said Futaba. Senku nodded in agreement. Izuku is so kind to a fault, but he is also the type of guy who will stop at nothing to achieve his goal. He also conveniently forgot from whom they learned that law exists as guidelines to exploit from. And he wonders why his alias is Mastermind in the pro-hero circle. Shiro was shaking his head, exasperated. At this point, all three of them were getting too familiar with how Izuku's brain works. Their friend and leader was a fearsome individual indeed. Their discussion was interrupted by All Might pulling the first name for the next round. Team C, Nizunatsu and Natsu too? The cub was napping on Futaba's head, wearing a green vest the same color as Izuku's costume and visor with flame theme on top of his cute little head. All Might beamed. If he is to become a hero like our principal, he has to learn to work with others too. I suppose he does have to learn. The cub was pawing on Izuku's left boot, visibly upset. There's not many animals here, so, if All Might Sensei don't mind to be lenient, we can put Natsu in Kuda-kuin's team. Iya. Ashido looked disappointed, while Kuda was almost in tears. That's unfair. Shiro snorted. Natsu is very intelligent because he has quirk. He won't be as affected as other animals by Kuda's quirk. Kuda nodded, agreeing with a soft voice. Natsu-sama won't. Sama? Izuku glared at Natsu, who averted his eyes and pretended to groom his paw. Where did I go wrong with you? Izuku lamented. I'm starting to understand the Bakugo couple's feelings. You could wish your child to be good all you want, but you can still go wrong somewhere with no idea how to make it right. All Might sweat dropped. This little kitten will boss young Kuda around for sure. The addition of this little king to his team could go good or bad. Next, Team C versus Team D. Kuda and Sato. Team D, Kirishima and Kaminari. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to use a lot for random team-ups. In case of this arrangement, Kirishima and Kaminari were noted by Aizawa for not being particularly bright. Kuda was timid and Sato's quirk was overly reliant on brute power. It was also mentioned in Aizawa's report that both Kaminari and Sato had drawback that affected their brain. Overuse will leave them temporarily incapacitated. The heated stare, I told you, from young Futaba was particularly scorching to his back. Team C wins the coin toss, so Team D go ahead and enter the building. Surprisingly, this match was straightforward and didn't go wrong like the first one. Kaminari and Kirishima duo surprisingly didn't resist a frontal attack. They tried to lay traps by taking apart cables from the building to use with Kaminari's quirk. Yaoyorozu had perked up when All Might mentioned that analyzing the battle would give them extra credit to make up their original score for this exercise. That's not a bad idea, but Kirishima-san is very rough when taking them apart, and he is taking cable to the top floor where the bomb is being kept. That was very reckless. Young Futaba was grumbling. He wouldn't need to do such a crude thing if he is smart enough to ask for tools to direct his electricity. I suppose that's right, Sakura-san. Agreed Yaoyorozu. Young Midoriya was very quiet as he watched the hero team parted ways on the second floor. Most likely he was giving his classmates a chance for extra credits. How heroic and fair of him. Kuda listened to Natsu attentively and Sato was resigned that the one making plans was a cat. You will pounce the enemy from the back, and this king will hunt the prey from the front line with the sweet-smelling gorilla. Kuda translated. Sada pointed at himself. He means me. Surprisingly, the cat has a sound strategy. He sniffed at his hand. Do I smell like sugar or something? Neither Natsu nor Kuda answered Sada's question. In the building, the Kirishima Kaminari duo barely made it in time to set up their trap and waited to catch their opponents, which was set on the stairs to the top floor. It didn't take long for Sada to get caught, but Midoriya's kitten was walking a few steps behind and ready to rescue Satu. The kitten had grown to his adult mode and roared at the trap. The video feed was clear, but it was unknown what the lion did to remove the trap. What was that? Young Jairu wondered out loud. No one could answer her, and their attention was once again drawn to the screen where the hero and villain team clashed on the top floor. Kirishima was fending off Natsu while Kaminari was using a cable as a whip to catch Satu. Kirishima is quite badass. He didn't flinch against Natsu. Shiro commented. Kaminari isn't so bad either, he makes do with what he could get there. Cheered Ishido. Natsu was very nimble and Kirishima barreled to a pillar, trying to get his punch to connect. Izuku stopped being silent. Kirishima-kun just now has damaged all the stub columns in that room. All two of them. Everyone took notice as this was the first time Izuku said something since the second simulation began. Stub? What is a stub column? Asked the invisible girl. It was Senku who answered her. It's an extra column added post-construction, usually added if there's extra load than planned. For example, he pointed at the top where they could see a water tank. That's an addition made for one reason and another, so the existing columns aren't sufficient to support it. Wait, said Jairu, paling rapidly. Won't the building, or at least the room, collapse because of that? This was why. Before simulation with a delicate scenario like this, they should be taught about what they should and shouldn't do indoors when fighting. Fortunately, the almost forgotten Kuda emerged from the window and touched the bomb, ending the simulation with hero team victory. They were pretty confused when All Might asked all of them to rush exiting the building. I think we did pretty well. Kaminari didn't seem very upset that they lost. But Kuda, seriously, you're so quiet, man. I forgot about you, Kirishima admitted sheepishly. Then again, with Sada being so manly and Natsu roaring. Sada puffed his chest. Kuda is no Hagakure, but he is good with stealth and recon. Kuda looked plain embarrassed. Natsu was bouncing towards Izuku, eager for compliments and petting. Yes, you did very well. Your tactic is sound. All Might complimented. However, at the very moment, the room they had occupied a few minutes ago collapsed with a boom. The four heroes in training gaped in shock at the building. It was still standing, but a small chunk of the top floor was gone. As you can see, the damage on the structure is unacceptable. That's big minus points for all of you. All Might said, any input, students? Yaoyorozu raised her hands. While it's difficult to lose, Satu-san and Natsu-chan. Chan? She called Natsu with Chan? They should lose quickly to focus the attention of Kirishima-san and Kaminari-san on them instead of prolonging the battle. Kuda-san too, you should have taken an earlier chance to grab the bomb before your teammates and opponent cause further damage to the structure. Ida followed suit. It's very commendable of Satu-kun and Natsu-kun to play bait. Kirishima-kun and Kaminari-kun also worked together very well in spite of the odds against you. Of course, you should have more situational awareness. You could have avoided damaging the structure. As heroes in training, we should be very careful. In real life, this mistake could mean casualties, not just in material but civilians as well. Very well done. Both of you. All Might praised. I am at a loss of words of what to say now. They said it all. Izuku was staring at Kirishima curiously, and the redhead beamed at the attention. What is it, man? He knew Izuku was very insightful, so he was curious about what the guy wanted to say. I better ask it in private. It's fine, man. Constructive criticism is always welcome. Izuku hesitated before asking. Could you use your quirk again and repeat your habit of sharpening your hand against each other? Kirishima tilted his head to the side in confusion. Sure. His skin became jagged like a cliff and crossed his arms together, making friction that sent little sparks. Your hardening quirk is the stone type? The sound his arms made wasn't that of clinking metal. Kirishima nodded. I am as hard as the strongest rock. Oh. Yaoyorozu unsurprisingly was the second one to notice what Izuku was getting at. I see. She looked sheepish now. Kirishima looked back and forth between Yaoyorozu and Izuku now. Ida, Todoroki and Bakugo weren't far behind. Oh. Bakugo groaned. You're really a hair for brains. What why? Kirishima demanded. The blonde roared. If your freaking hardening is like stone. He trailed off. You're resistant to Pikachu's electric attack, you doofus. Pikachu could have just shocked the whole floor and it doesn't matter how many opponents there are, and you could have won. Idiots. Kaminari and Kirishima exchanged glances, and then they reached out for a handshake. A blitz of electricity later, Kirishima was just lightly smoking but unharmed. You're right, Kaminari didn't shock me too badly. I can take it. Wow, so I can just go crazy and you would be okay. Kaminari nodded to himself. They were quiet for a moment before perking up. Lesson learned. Wow, so we can be a great duo. Hell yeah. While it was good and all they weren't depressed like the Yaoyorozu Mineta pair, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if the two forgot they would have a huge point deduction for the structural damage they had caused. The next match was Azui and Tokoyami partnered up against Aoyama and Ishido, the first being the hero and latter the villain. Izuku pondered who had the upper hand in this combination. If they looked at versatility alone, the hero team had the advantage. Azui had a multifaceted quirk of a frog, so she had a variety of skills. She wasn't very strong on offense like Tokoyami and Aoyama, but her mobility was one of the best in class. Tokoyami had that avatar of his Izuku scene in the exam. It was versatile, but since Tokoyami had to bait robots to go to dark places, he was most likely weak against light. He won't fare well against fire-type quirk. Aoyama had the light to deal with Tokoyami's dark shadow, but his accuracy and control was most likely nowhere as refined as other heavy hitter like Todoroki-kun and Bakugo. His pose said a lot of how inflexible his aim is. Not to mention in an enclosed environment he'd be better off not using that laser. As for Ishido, she seemed to be naturally fit. He had seen her using her acid in similar fashion as Todoroki used his ice. However, it shouldn't be hard for Tokoyami and Azui to dodge her attack. And here is another idiot. Futaba was marking her checklist. Does she think she is a tentacle alien that can spray her acid for mid-range attack? I don't see such an organ anywhere near her. Hatsum was nodding. Also, she didn't have any container to store it either. She is a walking hazard considering her quirk. Ochako shuddered. Ashido-san isn't even here, and you guys are so harsh. Ida objected. Uraraka-kun. It's troubling our comrades from the support department. They should be responsible for their own equipment that would help their goal to be a hero. Futaba rolled her eyes. Says the guy with engine on legs but no cooling system whatsoever on his costume. Ida froze at that. Strange thing is, the guy with the temperature regulator is the one with the ice and fire quirk. Ida choked. My humblest apologies for my oversight. In the opposite spectrum of Ida's reaction, Todoroki was pointedly ignoring Futaba's remark. Izuku supposed it confirmed his guess that the device on Todoroki's back was indeed a regulator. Handicapping yourself for the sake of spite is very unproductive. A memory flashed on his mind of a blonde man getting kicked out of an office for early retirement. That he wasn't one to talk about daddy issues and spite, was he? Hero team wins. He missed the flight. What happened? Aoyama blasted the bomb by accident. Said Shiro. Apparently Tokoyami had been creative in his partnership with Azui. Utilizing her maneuverability at its fullest, Tsuyu had destroyed a number of light bulbs on their path. The building they moved in now was facing north, west of where the sun was at the moment, and was shadowed by taller buildings. So Tokoyami was strong enough to overwhelm the villain team. Aoyama didn't get the memo that his naval laser was no good for this exercise, so when Dark Shadow came towards him, instead of dodging he had blindly shot his laser at the bird-like creature. He managed to fend off Dark Shadow, but also blasted their bomb by accident. Ishido was occupied to fend off Tsuyu. They were evenly matched because Tsuyu couldn't disable Ashido with her tongue due to her acidic skin and Ashido was no match for Tsuyu's speed. All Might complimented the three who had done their best and scolded Aoyama for not learning from the previous battle. I am not sure what I should do if not sparkling my best. The usual case of someone who didn't know how to work without their quirk, a sadly common case even among pro heroes. And that's idiot number 5 of class 1. Grumbled the support team. Seriously, you have a laser but no way to adjust the output. Futaba was especially irate. Or even think of how to aim better. Senku added. Another hazard. The next match was Shiro's turn and he was partnered with Mizo Shuji, the teen with many arms. His opponents are Todoroki and Hagakure. Todoroki won the coin toss so he got to play the hero role. Izuku ignored the niggling feeling of dread, the inevitability that Bakugu was also going last. He couldn't choose which was worse, partnered with Bakugu or against the explosive boy. This is going to be an interesting show. Futaba cheered. Izu Shiro can win this, right? Izuku shrugged. Who knows? Todoroki had walked away towards the entrance with Hagakure in tow, gloves and shoes floating as she moved. Quirkwise, Shiro's team consists of formidable fighters, but both of them are close-range fighters. On the other hand, Todoroki is a long-range fighter with elemental quirk. The rest of 1A student perked up. Izuku had been quiet after the second match, so when he spoke up for Shiro's battle their interest was tickled. Not to mention, the battle was between Todoroki and two of the best close-range fighters in their class. Turu-chan isn't much of a fighter. Ashido hummed, so she will have to stay out of it and sneak in when the boys are busy, I suppose. But even if it's Todoroki, Shiro trailed off. He will have a hard time fending off two big guys like Shoji and Ojiro, don't you think? Todoroki wasn't short, he was one of the tallest guys in class, but the other two were more intimidatingly built, especially Shoji. Even Shiro had an extra appendage that was all muscle, so imagining the more slender Todoroki against them was a bit. Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement. Also, with Shoji-san's quirk, Hagakure-san won't be able to sneak in easily. Considering the objective of their respective mission, the class seemed keen to side with the villain team. Izuku heaved a sigh. Well, that would be the case usually, but Todoroki-kun dash. On camera, Todoroki was telling Hagakure to stay back, then immediately froze the whole building from bottom to top in record time. Futaba's glasses fell off. Holy! He is like me. Technology-related quirk like Futaba was really rare, but one on her level where she was a walking supercomputer herself was almost one of a kind. Fire or ice quirk like Todoroki wasn't rare, but it was more common to see them on the level of making air hotter or cooler, or like Izuku's so-called father, breathing out some fire. Todoroki was already on the level of changing landscape if he so wished. You're kidding me? The rest of their classmates were gaping in shock. Not even Bakugu was an exception. On the assessment, he didn't show this terrifying level of prowess, simply because he didn't have to. Todoroki-kun is so composed, but he is the type who resorts to calculated amounts of brute force. Then again, if the boy went as far as crippling half of himself just to spite his father, Todoroki had his aggressive side beneath that icy exterior. What? Why did Senku and Futaba look at him like that? Aren't you even worse? Excuse me? Shudo was fully expecting to see both Ojiro and Shoji to be trapped by his ice. After all, none of them came down to ambush him. So, imagine his shock when he was almost sent flying halfway on stairs leading to the top floor. A muscular tail almost whipped him on the face, and he narrowly avoided it as the additional limbs swept empty air an inch from his head. How? He asked curtly as Ojiro threw him a barrage of punches and kicks. They were fighting on stairs, giving Shudo difficulty to dodge on the narrow passageway. Ojiro laughed sheepishly, not even pausing in his relentless attack. Iza made a comment that you're very powerful. What? He only gave that compliment to kids our age once. And that's our Futaba. Shudo sent a wave of ice, but before it could grow bigger, Ojiro spun and destroyed it with a powerful sweep of tail. That's all. So Ojiro used physical prowess to stop the ice from trapping him. Yeah, I imagine the worst, and since Futaba is a walking supercomputer, Ojiro trailed off. I was prepared if you turn this building into a giant freezer. Aizu? He meant Midoriya, right? I forgot. That guy can sense quirk and most likely power level too. He shouldn't underestimate Ojiro, a close friend who was likely also a sparring partner. Shido hasn't seen Midoriya using his flame for offensive purposes, but Ojiro was definitely experienced in fighting elemental quirk. He won't give me any opportunity to use a large-scale attack again. Shido jumped back, landing on the 4th floor. Oh no, you don't. The martial artist shouted almost too gleefully, and Shido once again barely avoided concussion. That tail was strong enough to break his ice. If that heavy hit connected, Ojiro knew quirk-wise he was severely outmatched, so it was very fair to use full force of his own quirk. He also knows that if I catch his tail, he is done. Shido was impressed. He didn't expect anyone in class to give him this much trouble. If you keep dodging, time will run out for you. Todoroki! Over here! Yelled a feminine voice followed by groans of pain. As one, both Ojiro and Shido looked to their right at nothing? No, that was Hagakure. She had sneaked in but tripped on a slippery iced floor. She must have ditched her shoes, which was the wrong move as it exposed her whereabouts. Get out of here! Shido barked. At last he had a chance to send a barrage of ice towards Ojiro. The tailed boy rolled over to dodge, and then grabbed onto the protruding steel pipe on the ceiling to dodge another. He jumped down and was about to attack Todoroki before something tackled him to the ground, most likely Hagakure. That was all the opening Shido needed as Ojiro didn't block his way and rushed with his ice to the top floor. Shoji saw his arrival, but unlike Ojiro, the guy was wholly unprepared when Shido used a blast of ice to pin him on the wall. Gah! Sorry, but I am in a hurry. And he touched the bomb, finishing the simulation with victory for his. Shiro clicked his tongue, annoyed for giving Todoroki the slip. Cooled. He stopped on his track and saw thin ice in empty air, showing the silhouette of an arm and hip. In any other situation, Shiro would be embarrassed to death. Todoroki! He roared. At least unfreeze your freaking ice first. Todoroki must have heard him as soon. The whole building was full of steam. Shiro sighed as he heard Hagakure let out warm, I am back to life. He had to say Todoroki and Hagakure deserved this victory. Futaba groaned. Shiro lost. He did well though. All things considered, any other guy would be frozen and helplessly watching Todoroki claim the bomb. Supplied Senku with a shrug. And we found another idiot of one, seriously, invisibility quirk and her costume was only gloves and shoes. Who the heck let a naked girl, unseen or not, walk around like that? Hatsum was giggling. How scandalous. Futaba snickered at her friend. A floating costume will leave little to the imagination, maybe that's even worse dash. Ida was furious. Such indecent comment. Cease talking about our fellow students that way. The technopath raised an eyebrow at Ida. It's not like she got nothing I don't have, you must be a virgin. She pointed at him triumphantly. Ida was as red as Kirishima's hair now. Well, of course I am. Why am I even telling you? That's none of your business. Right. Izuku took pity on the boy and reached out to calm him down. Ida-kun, Futaba is just trying to get a raise out of you. They were 15 for Triniset's sake, and heroes in training no less. It would be more questionable if an underage student like them already had SXL experience. The engine boy looked like he was about to faint. Yes, of course. I should have seen through your scheme. Shido was not happy his victory be dmed, because the regulator wasn't working as well as he thought. It did emit heat, but he was still cold. His teeth gritted as he pondered if he still had to use his left side. He had asked for the device for the sole purpose of completely abandoning the BSTRD's legacy. He had used some flame to unfreeze the building, but the temperature of his body was still low, demanding him to use more of Endeavor's accursed side. It irked him. The mechanism of his half-cold and half-hot body made him unable to survive without the fire side. Senku, the regulator didn't work right for Todoroki-kun. He almost jumped when he felt a hand on his, and the familiar warmth of Midoriya's flame trailed through his right side. Of course Midoriya would notice, and the review session was stopped in favor of bringing him to the side towards the support team. Senku, or Ishigami as the boy with towering hair introduced himself, was frowning. It's not my work, but I recognize this device. It's very simple, so nobody in our class can mess this up. Yeah, it's basically just replicating the air conditioner anyway, take and give heat, added the girl with pink hair from support. The one named Futaba was frowning too. I found the problem. Oi, Todoroki, did you explain in your request form of how your quirk works? How is that a problem? He had specified that his right side produced ice that, when overused, made his body temperature drop dangerously low and his left side emitted fire. Midoriya shook his head. In general, ice quirk works with taking the heat in the air and freezing moisture to produce ice, and it works the other way around for fire quirk. Most likely the person in charge of your tool assume your quirk is simple exothermic and endothermic at work, but if you have to consciously regulate it with your other side, he trailed off. This type of regulator is the wrong one for you, not to mention they also didn't expect your quirk was on such a level. Midoriya was holding up something, but Shudo cared more for the part that the regulator he requested was useless. Thank you. Midoriya even went as far as warming him up, and Shudo was getting envious of Midoriya's flame. Unlike the harsh and wild heat of his and Endeavor's, it felt more like a warm embrace. Then again, since he got the flame from his old man, of course it wouldn't be like Midoriya's kind flame. Young Todoroki has done the best job so far for this exercise. Even when your plan doesn't work, you keep a cool head and wait for your chance to succeed. All Might complimented. Young Hagakure did her best to give her partner an opening. Though, maybe you shouldn't be that reckless. Yayarosa hummed, but Hagakure-san's decision to hinder Ojiro-kun is superb. After all, the one guarding the bomb is Shoji-san, so she will have a hard time getting past him. Hagakure's glove was clenching, right? Izuku's sweat dropped. I can't see her face, but I can feel her nervousness in waves. She most likely didn't think that far. She just saw the fight and tried to help Todoroki. Well, Todoroki-kun also froze the stairs, so it won't be easy for her to walk up there herself. Ojiro-kun did well too, complimented Ida. I am surprised Todoroki-kun's ice didn't catch you. You even risk letting him come so far to ambush him in the unlikeliest place so he won't notice you and Shoji-kun are free. Shiro smiled sheepishly. You're bound to pick up one or two things around Aizu, the blonde was nodding sagely. Especially in deceiving your opponent. Was that a compliment? Shoji was sighing. I didn't do much. Actually, you did what you could do best with guarding the bomb. Izuku interjected. With both Shiro and Todoroki-kun occupied, Hagakure-san is free to sneak in. If you jump in to join their battle, you will leave the bomb defenseless. All in all, their battle was the best one, with good planning and counters on both sides. Ojiro-kun, thanks for your karategi. It's not so cold anymore. You're welcome. Shiro was blushing as putting his GI back. Oh, so spring has come for Shiro. You're right. Standing beside Midoriya-kun is really warm, whispered Hagakure, who was standing between him and Shiro. Forget spring, summer please come quickly. He wasn't a heater DM it. Next is the last simulation. All Might shouted dramatically, interrupting Izuku's train of thought. Let's decide the team dash. Bakugu interrupted. There's no chance in hell I will team up with him. Young Bakugu, the chance is 50-50. All Might told the boy patiently, and pulled the lot, ignoring the younger blonde's protest. Team K. Bakugu Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Which means, Team J are Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Bakugu looked at Ida, Izuku and Ochako. I will take what I can get. He grumbled to himself. Ida was offended. Bakugu-kun, you're very rude. Waving his hand in sharp movement in protest. Ochako obviously was very hyped up with this arrangement. Let's do our best. Izuku-kun. Of course. Bakugu-kun seems very angry. That was his default mood. He will be angry, whoever he is partnered up with. Especially him. Bakugu called the coin toss as he was ranked highest in the group for quirk assessment. He lost, so he played the villain. How fitting. Ochako couldn't help but say as they watched Bakugo and Ida entering the building ahead of them. I didn't mean Bakugo is evil, but he is just so Ochako trailed off. Murderous all the time? Well, Izuku could understand where she came from. It was hard to see a hero in someone who was more likely to bite your head off instead of saving you. Now, he had pondered over what to do if he was pitted against Bakugo, which was 10 billion points easier than working together with him, as Senku would put it. Did he want to win and made Bakugo hate him even more? As if the boy didn't hate him enough. For a hero, winning was saving people and not just defeating villains. So yes, he will defeat Bakugo Katsuki with his all. Chako-san. The girl as always was very eager. What should we do, Izuku-an? Win. All Might overheard and grin at them. That's very bold of you, young Midoriya. Considering your wealth of experience, I am not surprised. But, careful. Your classmates can surprise you if you let your guard down. Izuku smiled at the hero. I am not. It's foolishness of the highest order to think you have won before a fight. Well said. All Might Sensei, Bakugo-kun is strong, firepower-wise. He is one of the best in our class. He acts temperamental all the time, but he can judge situations well. Even with the firepower he has, he doesn't neglect strategizing to win. He is also very well trained in utilizing his quirk and mastered both his strong and weak points. It's not a stretch to say in a straightforward battle he can win against almost anyone in class. All of them were gaping at him, with the exception of Todoroki, who just looked thoughtful. Wow, Midoriya, you're singing praises for Bakugo. He doesn't need any more ego boost. You know, said Shiro. Kaminari nodded in agreement. He will be crushed underneath his gargantuan ego, and in his tombstone would read, Kaminari swept his hands apart as if imagining text written on empty air. Here lies Explodaboy, death by huge ego. Everyone burst into laughter at that. Shido decided to stand near the support team. They weren't the quietest bunch, but not rowdy like Kirishima and Kaminari. Not to mention they were resourceful, and Yaoyorozu enjoyed her discussion with them. Best of all, they didn't mind his silence and were not intrusive. So, how long will the walking bomb last? Sakura Futaba wondered out loud as Midoriya and Uraraka entered the building. Ojiro was grinning, and everyone in class inched away from him. Depends on how long Izu wants it to last. Then it would be as soon as possible. This is a simulation of a real mission. As shoddy as capturing people with tape could be, Izuku won't play around. If the other guy thinks they can monologue or pull any dramatic villain sheet, they can kiss the ground 10 billion times faster than they can blink. Shido could see Midoriya's friend had a full faith in him, which unnerved the rest of their classmates because Ojiro and Ko didn't put Bakugo in their eyes at all. They seemed to think higher of Ida, but they made it very clear Bakugo would be a quick work for Midoriya. This was the person who ranked just below Shido and Yaoyorozu in the quirk assessment, and the same person Midoriya himself praised. Then again, what Midoriya said before he left. I'd rather he don't face me in this simulation, because he will throw all his best potentials out of the window when I am in his sight. What a waste. They had a history, that was obvious. After they reached the top floor, Tenya approached the fake bomb curiously, wrapping his hand lightly against the surface to test the durability. It pains me to be a villain, even if it's just training exercise. Tenya couldn't help but utter his thoughts about his role. Bakugo was muttering to himself, and Tenya didn't expect him to talk strategy anyway. So, he has a quirk all along, huh? What did that even mean? Of course he does. He and Uraraka had been told to keep the incident during their entrance exam confidential. He was disappointed of Yue's carelessness, but since they dealt with it properly before anyone could get hurt, Tenya could accept it. I don't think he would be able to work with my brother and other pro heroes without a quirk of his own. Though, considering Midoriya's intellect, maybe he didn't need it at all. That's Bakugo growled. I will take him on. That's a bad idea. Did you hear what Ojiro-kun said during our assessment? Midoriya has a sensory quirk, which means his quirk was a multifaceted one like Azui or Gyre. Not to mention firepower-wise. Bakugo Katsuki was strong. Tenya couldn't deny that even if Bakugo's conduct left a lot to desire. Just from a few days in the same class with Bakugo, Tenya could already tell that Bakugo wouldn't know what teamwork was even if it bit the blonde's haughty posterior. Or so Tensei once commented about Endeavor on the subject of humility for treating Tensei like a sidekick on their joint mission. His brother was quickly reprimanded by Mother for speaking ill of his elder, but Tenya also didn't miss the silent agreement shared by their parents about Todoroki's father. Just get comfortable and sit your elite butt here. Forget sidekick. Bakugo had zero respect for Tenya. Wait, Bakugo-kun. It's best to stick together. Midoriya was strong and Uraraka had a quirk that would make reaching this floor easier. We need to work together. Bakugo scowled at him, and Tenya wondered if he had said something offensive by accident. He had done that a lot back in middle school even though he meant well. I want to beat Deku. Deku? Oh, that was Bakugo's nickname for Midoriya. Yes, that's why we have to stick together. We can't win against him one-on-one. Midoriya had both firepower and brain, not to mention real-life experience working with pro heroes neither he nor Bakugo had. So I am thinking Tenya never got to finish his line when a small explosion popped up dangerously above Bakugo's. Listen here, stuck-up elite. Tenya didn't think Bakugo had the right to point finger when arrogance was concerned. I will defeat Deku. I will show you I don't need your help. Just guard the bomb and don't let Round Face get a drop on you. He growled. You rank just below me for that test from Aizawa-sensei, you should be able to do that much. Turbo leg. And he ran off before Tenya could object further. Bakugo-kun, are you crazy? Image of a headless gargantuan robot came to mind. Taking Midoriya-kun head-on. I can't depend on him at all. It would be counterproductive to chase Bakugo. Tenya should take this as a lesson on how to make the best of an unexpected situation like this. One way or another, someone of Bakugo's caliber should be able to delay Midoriya. So he had to try his best against Uraraka instead. Hopefully the time would run out or he could catch Uraraka first before Midoriya was done with Bakugo. Mastermind-kun? He is the #1 guy I don't want as my enemy. That's how I will describe him. A person even someone as strong as Tensei didn't want as an enemy. Tenya was both eager to test himself and scared to because he was Midoriya's enemy in this scenario. Hopefully Bakugo kept their opponent company long enough. Tenya had some spring cleaning to do. In front of replica building. Ochako watched in awe as Izuku's eyes changed hue to amber. They were so pretty when mixed with the tint of his original verdant color. His eyes are like jewels. Bakugo-kun has left their villain base. He told Ochako, Ida-kun is getting busy upstairs all by himself. Izuku was snickering at the last part. She couldn't help but wonder. Bakugo-kun really left Ida-kun. Even Ochako could guess he would do that even if she wasn't Izuku. Poor Ida-kun. So what Ida-kun is doing upstairs? Spring cleaning most likely. Izuku's eyes were fluttering as he said this. I can feel him moving back and forth restlessly, in preparation for Cheiko-san most likely. Ochako pointed at herself, so Ida-kun was removing all the ammunition she could use. How clever of him. I see. Hero team. You may enter the building. Shall we start? Izuku had relayed their plan to Ochako, a very simple one even someone like her could understand. 3 minutes later, Bakugo jumped from a corner, yelling Deku at Izuku. Bakugo, it's a bit sad how predictable you are. If he wasn't Ochako's opponent, he would feel very sorry for the blonde. All fair in love and war, so Ochako quickly slipped away to check on Ida-kun and picked some ammunition for herself on the way. Bakugo-san doesn't know Midoriya-san can sense presence, does he? Yaoyorozu asked. Shudo scoffed. I don't think Bakugo cares. Midoriya did imply Bakugo would be beyond reckless against him. Still, it's very foolish trying to ambush anyone with a sensory quirk. The chance of counter-ambush wasn't worth it. Bakugo couldn't possibly think he can overpower Midoriya so easily. Jairu, who was standing beside Yaoyorozu, joined in. Ojiro did say his quirk can track down villains. Come to think of it, he is always quick to notice people in class. Midoriya-kun is very alert even when I try to be quiet. That voice was Hagakure's. I am invisible but I can't rely on my quirk alone so. I am used to walking as soft as I can, cat steps and all. Which was true. Shudo suspected her loudness and upbeat persona was so people couldn't notice her when she was quiet. Midoriya-kun always spots me very quickly, so it always surprises me when I am behind him and he just turns to speak with me. So, the observant folks in their class did notice. But Bakugo and Ida are both crazy strong. Shiro cupped his chin. I know Midoriya is smart, but can he win against both? I am not sure how Uraraka can win this either. Sakura Futaba snorted. From the looks of it, this Baku guy won't stand a chance. She turned to Ojiro. So I bet 1 minute once he makes contact with Izu. Give him some credit, explosions are useful when applied correctly. Said Ishigami, 1.5. Apparently credit was worth half a minute to him, and the majority of Class A gaped at blatant disregard they displayed for Bakugo. All Might cleared his throat. Young Futaba and Senkt, perhaps you shouldn't underestimate Team Villain that much. Ojiro spoke up, 30 seconds minus Bakugo's monologue. Young Ojiro. Shudo now was sure Ojiro had a black heart underneath his genial disposition. He was the most ruthless in Midoriya's group if he tried. There were too many things Izuku wanted to say to Bakugo. On the top of the list was, did you forget the goal of this exercise wasn't beating Deku to SBMsen? Or openly displaying personal grudge for the whole class and their teacher to see was plainly a bad idea. Did you even listen to the warning on collateral damage? Of course, all of these were irrelevant to Bakugo Katsuki, who saw his favorite punching bag in reach. Bakugo Katsuki Katchan wasn't a fool, far from it, but due to their toxic relationship starting from the young age of 4, Bakugo acquired a very twisted worldview when Izuku was concerned. For example, the stunt he pulled in their old middle school year. Bakugo had enough sense to not even touch a cigarette even if his friends offered it. Heck, he even didn't want them smoking it around him. Yet, Bakugo had the gall to suggest jumping off of the roof in a room of people just to be cruel to Izuku. So yeah, actually it was Izuku's existence that was toxic to Bakugo, not the other way around, at least not anymore. Bakugo couldn't pull out the worst in him anymore, but it was still the same for the temperamental teen. If this was a friendly spar, Izuku would say something for advice. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on how you see it, a simulation of real-life battle meant Izuku couldn't afford to deal with Bakugo's emotional sheet. So after Ochako was far enough to scout Ida, Izuku turned to Baku. Maybe you should think through your tactics some more, Bakugo-kun. Izuku had one hand at the back, fingering the capturing tape, sticking the end on the pillar he was leaning his side to. Who the hell do you think you are, Deku? Bakugo growled at him, brandishing his arm that was wrapped in a grenade-shaped device. I don't give a f of who you are now, I am still the best and I get to have a say while you, useless Deku. Your name next to number 1 on the entrance exam. Predictably Bakugo jumped with a roar at him. For that remark, and Izuku pulled away from the pillar so Bakugo was jumping straight on the path of the stretch tape. Of course, the other boy didn't fall for that. Even if all the blood rushed to his head, Bakugo still had an excellent battle sense. He halted mid-air, using a small explosion to propel himself away. Izuku had rushed ahead and was on Bakugo the moment he landed. The boy saw him coming, and with how quickly Bakugo had to react, the blonde had no choice but to make a wide swing with his right hand. It was a habit and knee JRK response, exactly what Izuku wanted. He twisted his body to the side, letting the punch pass harmlessly before pulling on Bakugo's arms. Red eyes widened in shock as Izuku knocked the boy off of balance and pinned him to the floor. Katsuki knew he had fed up. He had seen Deku's knowing look the moment he threw that first punch. I can't die in peace if I don't give this my all, Deku said as he knocked Katsuki off of balance, pulling his arm and kicking his legs. Katsuki felt numbing warmth on his back and then he went limp. What the dash? His body disobeyed him. Whatever Deku did, it was as if they shut down after that hit. Deku had a heartbroken smile, the same one he had when they parted without any farewell. It didn't take a minute and Deku had disabled him. Deku dash, he was still smiling as if he was sorry. As if Katsuki's defeat meant nothing, his pride Deku trampled. After all, as a hero with responsibility, I can't be considerate of a villain's pride. And all went dark for Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, captured. The rest of Class A watched with muted shock at what transpired on the screen. They had watched Bakugo lunged for Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu protested about how the blonde looked like he was seriously trying to deal a fatal injury on Midoriya. Kirishima tried to be positive and said murderous was Bakugo's default mood. Then Midoriya turned the situation around in record time. Bakugo almost ran head first into the capture tape line before propelling himself away. But then it was Midoriya's turn to charge on him. Bakugo tried to punch Midoriya only to be captured and knocked out. Class 1A watched in both awe and horror as Bakugo fell like a puppet cut off of its string, limp on the floor before their other classmate. One of the strongest guys in class. Just like that. In instant. Yep, 30 seconds like I said. Ojiro, who was at the back of the group, said his jovial mood was a contrast to his fellow heroes in training. Pay up. He held his palm up in a give-me gesture. The support team grumbled as they passed a couple of 100 yen coins. I will treat Izu to some gari-gari after school with this. He beamed. Cheap. I wanted some Godiva ice cream, protested the girl with glasses. While Ojiro argues with Futaba over the cold treat in spring, students of Class 1A continue watching the spectacle on screen. Midoriya was sighing before taping Bakugo's arm with capture tape. Then, without hesitation, he unclasped both grenade-shaped bracers from Bakugo's hands. He shook it lightly, most likely gauging how much liquid Bakugo stored inside. Then he walked away with both, a skip on his steps. Shiro was sweating as he found his voice at last. Bakugo is ranked third just below Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, right? He is strong, right? Yeah, he is super strong. Agreed Kirishima. But Midoriya just he trailed off, unsure if he could use the word curb stomp in the same sentence as Bakugo. It wasn't like they couldn't believe Bakugo was defeated, but it was just so swift and barely could be called a fight. It was so anticlimactic, with non-existent drama. Midoriya didn't even use his quirk. Midoriya made Bakugo look so easy to beat. Ashido added hesitantly, isn't that a bit mean? Bakugo obviously hated Midoriya. The green-haired boy seemed quite chill about it, but how he dealt with Bakugo when given the chance. Ojiro as always was quick to defend Midoriya. He had that coming. On first day I told all you Izu can track down villains like a hound and Bakugo is stupid enough trying to ambush him. They winced at Ojiro's harsh tone. Surprisingly, Todoroki was adding his 2 cents too after Ojiro. Considering the objective of this exercise, Midoriya's method is correct. There's no point in dawdling for a battle if it can be avoided altogether. Hence, his own initial strategy of freezing the whole building. With a time limit, that would be the hero team's automatic loss. There's more reason to not waste time. Not to mention, Yaoyorozu trailed off. Even though Midoriya-san said Bakugo-san has sound judgment, he certainly doesn't at the moment. A villain on rampage with destructive quirk inside a building is a recipe for disaster. So I agree that Midoriya-san's move to subdue him swiftly is for the best. The more emotional members of the class quieted down at that, but they couldn't help but feel bad for Bakugo. Yes, all of them had made mistakes in their own simulation, but none of them were knocked down as harshly as what happened to him. Ochako shared her classmate's sentiment when Izuku reported that he finished with Bakugo. That was too fast, and Izuku wasn't kidding about not using his powerful quirk to subdue Bakugo. She couldn't disagree that using it on humans was a bad idea though. Bakugo-kun was a JRK, but he didn't deserve to be incinerated by Izuku-kun's flame. Are you okay? He sounded a bit upset, so Ochako was worried. I am fine, stay focused at task Chieko-san. Right, but it was easy for Ochako to find Ida-kun. She was standing outside the window, using her quirk to float her up. It was a bit scary, but thankfully there was a wide enough foothold near the window. The prim boy was moving like a busy bee, oblivious of what had befall his partner. Ochako couldn't blame him for thinking Bakugo was just prowling downstairs like a starving and angry Pomeranian minus the cuteness. On the other hand, so cute, Ida-kun was so adorably sincere and hardworking. In between his back and forth, he even practiced his villain's monologue seriously. Heroes, you have come. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud. No, that's not quite right, maybe evil cackles would be better. Kafufufufu. Yeep, that's more evil-like. Calm down, Ochako. Don't laugh at Idakuin's strange laugh. Wait for him to go and grab the bomb when you can. He left and Ochako quickly rushed to go in. She was halfway towards the bomb when a loud voice stopped her. Idakuin came back sooner than she expected, and faster than she could react. He grabbed the fake bomb and ran with it. His turbo legs were really amazing. Heroes, you have come. Kufufufu. Welcome to our humble lair. He would look more villain-like if he wasn't hugging a giant rocket, but he just looked silly because Ochako couldn't see him from behind that bomb. The rocket is talking. Don't laugh. Just fight me. Ochako grinned and she rushed towards the pile of miscellaneous objects Ida never managed to clean up. Then she threw them, yelling, "You gotta let go of the bomb soon. Idakuin." "Never." And their game of tag began. His radio cracked with static before Ochako's voice came in. "Idakuin took the bomb away before I got it. Sorry, Izukuin." That was fine, and Ochako sounded calm even though they didn't get the easy win. That's fine. He was one floor below them, and Ida, due to his spring cleaning, didn't touch the emergency stairs at all. Just keep him occupied. Idakuin knows if you touch him, he is toast. Speed-based quirk requires skillful control, and losing the feeling of gravity pull would mess with that. Especially since Ida's engine was located on his calf. Roger that. Izuku sighed as he stared down the bracers he looted from Bakugo. You're smart enough to store your sweat for extra ammunition and protect your arm from recoil, and yet, he fell for such a basic tactic. So this is how you activate it? He had taken it on impulse and in case Bakugo woke up early. He started rummaging through his tool belt. Senku added some supplies for a simple smoke screen. Let's add some of it. He craned his neck and waited. Chako-san. He called from where you're facing. Idakuin, try to draw him to the left corner. Also hit all the ball I am sending you. Sure. I have enough ammunition to do that. And Izuku could feel Ida's presence, which was like the hum of a working engine, moving to the spot he wanted. In his mind he thanked the blurry image of blonde baby in army uniform for teaching him about traps and delivering sass. Ochako was tired. Just a few minutes of constant movement against Ida's super speed drained her stamina down quickly. It looked so easy on TV for heroes to fight against other humans, but in reality even catching breath was hard. It was good Izukuin had suggested her to practice her aim since she moved to the dorms so she could throw a lightened desk to corner Idakuin to the desired spot in one hand and... What was that? Wondered Idakuin when 3 metal balls were thrown from outside. Home run! Yelled Ochako as she used a plank to bat all the ball towards Idakuin. The content broke open midair and a thick smoke burst forward after a small crackle. What? And the room was filled with the smoke and Ochako could hear Idakuin's yell of distress. Whoa! She couldn't see what happened to Idakuin, but there was the sound of his armor crashing to the floor. Where did you come from? I have to blow this smoke away, reciprodash. Thankfully, the smoke lowered and Ochako used her quirk on herself and lunged for the towering bomb. Retrieved. The feel of cold metal, paper on her face felt good. Ah! The smoke was cleared, revealing the form of Idakuin who was pinned to the floor by Izukuin. The boom! Izukuin was holding a roll of capture tape in one hand, wincing at Idakuin's yell. Idakuin, no need to yell. Kafofu-fu-fu, it's our defeat, hero. Well done. They were done and Idakuin was still acting. He must be enjoying the role-playing a bit too much. Izukuin froze and stared at armored Idakuin as if he had grown a second head. Then he burst into laughter. Pee. Idakuin's evil laugh was funny, but there was no reason for Izukuin to roll on the floor like that. Ha, Kafofu? Ha, he was banging his fist on the floor and holding his sides on the other. Ha, Idakuin, do you like pineapple? Heh. Idakuin was obviously confused. I don't mind the sour taste if I eat it together with chocolate. He answered honestly. Choco? For some reason, Idakuin's answer sent Izukuin even further to the land of laughter. Haha. You're killing me for Triniset's sake. What are the odds? Pineapple the taco. D. What was Triniset? Was that English? Hero team wins. Young Midoriya, are you alright? All Might chose that moment to interrupt with his announcement. He wasn't. He was convulsing on the floor and didn't have breath left to respond. He was nodding enthusiastically, which was totally unconvincing as he started to wheeze. I can't dash. Midoriya-kun, Ida-kun called. Are you really? Give me 10 seconds no 15. Well then, this certainly was not how Ochako imagined their first epic battle would end. At least Izuku was fine enough to walk all the way down on his own. By the way, Ochako almost forgot about Bakugo and they had to come back for him. Fortunately, Bakugo hadn't woken up yet. It would be so scary when he did later. Izuku had the gall to strap the two bracers back on the unconscious Bakugo, as if the video didn't catch him looting them from the other boy. Well, since Bakugo got knocked out, we figured Midoriya and Uraraka would win. Decided sir. Still, for Midoriya to lead both Ida and Bakugo by their nose is very. Ashido finished, creepy in a good way. How did he know all of these? Does he have a hidden eyes quirk or something so he can spy on Ida and Bakugo all the time? Shudo suspected that sometimes, he is just too observant. Unfortunately that was the simple truth. Ojiro was nodding sagely, yeah, hence why he ended up with that Dmed alias he hates so much. Looking at the boy who was laughing so hard he had no breath to spare for talking on the screen, Shudo supposed the alias, Mastermind, wasn't too off but Midoriya certainly didn't act like it. As soon as both teams rendezvous with their class they were showered with compliments but also awkward smiles. Won't Bakugo-san need recovery girl? Piped in Yaoyorozu. I mean Midoriya-san knocked him out and I am afraid. It looked easy in movies, just a tap on the head and they fell down. In reality however, you will often not hit hard enough, and risk psing your would-be victim off, or you'll hit them hard enough that they suffer head trauma, which could kill someone by accident. Shiro scoffed, no worries. Izu is an expert. If he hit hard and made people faint with head trauma all the time, prison would be full of brain-damaged criminals by now. Shiro. Dazukist. Scandalized. But yes, I didn't hit him hard. He assured them, my quirk makes me very familiar with pressure points and the likes. If you're unsure, recovery girl can check him for such injury. Yaoyorozu looked guilty. I am sorry, it's just. Knocking people out by force is dangerous. That was the lesson all martial arts teachers shared with her on the subject. You're right on that, so yeah, unless you're Izu I don't recommend trying to knock someone out by hitting their head. Added Ojiro with a shrug. Bakugo will wake up soon anyway. As if on cue, Bakugo woke up. Du. Katsuki heard Ojiro's remark and chose that moment to get up, eyes blazing as he jumped to his feet. You knocked me out. He was rubbing the back of his head, checking for injury. What the F dash, who gave you the right to dash? No one ever dared do such thing. Never knock someone out. His teacher once suggested that using Katsuki's quirk to shock them into a dead faint was perhaps safer. And Deku just, I didn't give you brain damage. Deku denied, rolling his eyes. Are you dizzy? Do you feel any pain? Your ears ringing? Nausea? Of course Katsuki himself knew the signs of concussion. He didn't need Deku's stupid questions. And he found himself feeling quite well, no ringing ears, a bit disoriented but not so much, and there's no headache either. While he puzzled over his condition, the extras and All Might had went on with the review. The ponytail was merciless. Bakugo-san is obviously the worst participant. Not only was he driven by a personal grudge against Midoriya-san, he tried to ambush someone we all have been informed to have tracking ability. He also attempted a large-scale attack but was fortunately stopped before he could get that far. What could Katsuki say to that? She wasn't insulting him, she was stating the truth. Katsuki hunted down Deku to settle their personal tiff, forgetting the goal of All Might's lesson. Uraraka-san did pretty well when her plan didn't go through, but her attack against Ida-san is quite reckless considering he was holding the bomb. I am to blame for that. I asked her to keep Ida-kun occupied. I failed to give more specific instructions on that. Deku piped in with a sigh. Round Face shook her head frantically. I should have known. I mean, Izuku is holding a dangerous object and I just threw desks and chairs at him without thinking. If it wasn't Izuku, I might have hit the fake bomb by accident. It's good you know your mistakes and acknowledge them, boomed All Might's voice. How about Izuku? The one who answered that was Ponytail again. Ida-san did very well. He was the one who had it the roughest in this exercise. Bakugo-san left him by himself without any strategic discussion, so he had to make the best of it by himself. Midoriya-san predicted he would clean up the room, so Uraraka-san sneak up on him in the middle of it, yet he was quick to recover from that. Turbo Legs looked very flattered by the compliment. Well, in real life you can't grab a nuclear weapon and run with it, said Crazier Hair from the support department. Just so you guys know, if it's real, it shouldn't be carried around like teddy bear like Ida did. And Turbo Legs deflated as quickly. I am not sure what to criticize about Midoriya-san. Ponytail trailed off. He had the situation under control from start to finish. Even knocking out Bakugo-san was proven not something he did recklessly, and if the mission was real, it was still the best option because there could be civilians around and could fall victim to the explosion. Though, maybe wrapping Bakugo-san like a burrito is a bit. Tape Elbow interjected, Yauzu, with how wild Bakugo acted around Midoriya, I can't blame the guy for making sure even if he wakes up he won't try anything funny. How so like Deku to think Katsuki did not even have enough dignity to step down when he lost. I didn't win this battle, and there are stronger people in this class than me. How dare he think I am so stupid and blind to not see that? He would get stronger, and next time, no amount of planning would save Deku from defeat. Yurare, main building. He won against Bakugo, against Katchan. Izuku should feel happy and proud of himself, but he felt nothing. Winning couldn't make him feel joy, and Izuku hated himself a bit for it. He looked to the side, where the sky had darkened, and he could see his reflection. Unsmiling, eyes deep set with determination. He slipped slightly to the artificial calm and resolve that was hyper-dying will mode, eyes blazing. In this age, they don't need a hero like Vongola. A blur on the corner of his eyes caught his attention. It was All Might. The newbie teacher had just caught a student from leaving, and of all people it was Bakugo. Izuku had escaped from class as soon as he could, unwilling to answer the curiosity of his classmates of his victory against the explosive boy. Bakugo had shared the same sentiment, tired and wishing to get away. All Might I need to tell you something, young Bakugo. Do not lose your spirit. Bakugo was obviously not in the mood to talk, but All Might had him in iron grip by his shoulders. Can you just let me go ? He stopped mid-sentence, spotting Izuku watching the spectacle by the entrance door. Deku. I will make myself scram to give you privacy. Izuku offered meekly. What's with that face? Bakugo suddenly roared, and All Might let go of him. You won against me, and you don't even effing care. Izuku drawn in blank, care. He trailed off. Care what? I don't know. Glowed a bit. Show that defeat means something for your nerdy butt. Good grades. Read me like a book. Your nerdy notes are useful to beat me. He panted heavily. Izuku blinked at him. Oh, your habit of starting with a right big swing? Yes. He clamped his mouth shut before he could go on rant about another dozen habits and tells of Bakugo Katsuki. The boy didn't need to know how much Izuku knew about him, hyper-intuition or not. You. Deku, he hissed, I am said I lost, that half and half is so strong, and I can't deny anything Ponytail and Tailbees say about our battle, but worst of all, Bakugo's voice was shaking. He was holding back tears. You don't act like it means anything. He finished, choking back a sob. I am so effing hate you right now. His words were as harsh and unforgiving as usual, but Izuku couldn't feel the heat and malice. Bakugo was right, Izuku. He never smiles in battle. He swings his fist as if he is praying. A person who detests conflict. For someone like you, victory tastes like ash. You can't reach your goal without winning, and yet, for each battle you won, you only wish for it to end. I have not dreamed of being a hero for a long time. He uttered with a wan smile, maybe that's why victory, rivalry, pride, all of those become nothing to me. Bakuga's eyes were wide in shock, as if Izuku just told him the earth was flat and Martians would migrate. Deku's dream is to be a hero. You're not Deku, he hissed. Deku can't just, but you're here. You want to be a hero. If our first day was anything to go by, do I look like I do my hero duties with a smile on my face? Izuku asked petulantly. I am here because I need a hero license, but I don't want to be a pro-hero anymore. Competing for popularity, saving people for commission? I don't wish to be a part of that like you. The blonde looked startled by his words. Not all heroes are like All Might, who donated 90% of his earnings to charity and walks during his off days in a cheap white shirt and jeans. All Might flushed red. It's durable and stretchy. He doesn't even own any other suits than that obnoxious orange one. I have more than one. I swear. But well, the same model, but I still have more than one. His groceries include discounted cereal and vegetables. It's cheap and tastes the same. All Might added meekly. Wait, why are you revealing my groceries? Izuku was panting now. So yes, I am not interested in being a better hero than you. I didn't see why I should compete and lord my victory over you. I despise being a pro-hero. I just want to save people. I wish I don't need a license for it. Bakuga's expression was locked in a wide-eyed look, stunned by Izuku's confession. If that's all, I am leaving. Izuku huffed. He had gone from lethargic to furious in a short span of time. Wait, Deku. Now what? He snapped back. I am not in your way. Go win the popularity poll. I won't be there. Bakuga pointed at him. I will show you. I will be the #1 hero that surpasses even All Might, and then you would be there, fighting me for my top spot. I just said I will be a hero so good in everything, more than you could ever be, and you will want to be better than me. And with that statement, Bakuga ran to Yudate's entrance, shooting murderous glare at his back. As soon as he was out of sight, Izuku groaned and facepalmed. The world doesn't revolve around you. Young Midoriya? Wonderful, they forgot All Might was still around. Are you all right? Izuku was sobbing now. There was no way Bakuga would get out of his life. For 9 years Bakuga wanted him out, and now it was the other way around. So Izuku pointedly ignored All Might's inquiry and shouted to the sky above. I just wish for a peaceful retirement. Not an epic rivalry out of Shonen Jump. Them in IT.